Okay, I'm going to call to order the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal informal session for December 1st, 2022. It is 10:02 in the morning. And Christian, would you please lead us in the flag salute? Okay, welcome everyone. It's a full house today and a full agenda, so we will try and work through it as best as we can here. Item C, Commissioners, is our calendar session. I wanted to note that we will likely not have a BOC meeting on the 29th, which is the very last Thursday of the month. That makes your last meeting the 22nd. But we've got some, potentially staff out that week, so it just might be easier to take that off. Executive session, we had talked about putting an executive session on for next Thursday. Yes, we're good with that. Okay.
Yeah, still working on that.
Okay.
So if it's going to work scheduling wise, we'll make sure it gets noticed.
Okay.
So it's up to the board, but as we've done in the past, unless there are some conflicts scheduling wise, we would just likely hold it in conjunction with next week's formal session.
Right. Okay. That sounds good.
Thank you.
And then just a reminder, January, we had talked about doing some planning sessions, so maybe some longer meetings in January. And we have our commissioner-elect in the front row here, Kit Johnston. So keep that on your radar too, January planning sessions. And then the swearing in for not only Commissioner Johnston, but also Commissioner Starrett and the sheriff, and our new county clerk is on January 3rd at 8 o'clock in the morning. Anything else to add to the calendar?
Yes, in December, I'm looking at December 15th. Every year we have the discretionary allocation discussion to kick off the budget process. And I'd like to schedule that for December 15th. Okay. I think we'll be ready to have the information available for the board to discuss. So that would be a work session on 12/15. And then I also believe, is it that I'm looking at Carolina on the date for the employees' years of service recognition is also for December 15th. And typically that we do that before we start formal session. So we'll have an early start on December 15th, usually at 9:30 to convene for that recognition. And then we'll go into formal session immediately after that.
Okay, anything else to add? No?
No, Chair.
Okay. So before we get to public comment, I wanted to, we have a special recognition for a special lady that's in the audience, Joyce Morrow, who is retiring. And Commissioner Starrett, if you want to take it from here.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, Joyce.
And Joyce, and would you be joined by Vicki Weibargen, who's Executive Director of the Housing Authority? I want to take a few minutes to acknowledge a woman that I think is one of a rare breed, and I've had the pleasure of working with her for 9 years. And it is Joyce Morrow, who has been on the board of the Housing Authority for 32 years, and at one point stepped in as the Executive Director, no pay, long hours, lots of stress, and shepherded that organization through a very difficult time. Joyce was born here, bred here, raised her family here, lives in McMinnville, and has worked at some very well-known organizations in our community: Chuck Colvin Ford, Hillside Manor, Bladine Businesses, Financial Consulting, United Way, Chamber of Commerce, Gallery Players, Hospice, has worked at the Housing Authority as a volunteer, done all of these as volunteer efforts. And so I want to say that when we talk about homelessness, we talk about the problems in our community. There are people who talk about it, and then there are people who do things to ameliorate some of the issues that we're having. And you have done that. You have taken this organization from, since 1990, things have changed radically with homelessness and low-income housing. So I wanted to say thank you. We don't have an awful lot of time. I wish we had more time to acknowledge you, but I do want to say one more thing, that I have never seen anyone run a meeting like you do. And I call it the Morrow method. I wish you could give us a class, because you run a meeting. There's no happy talk. There's no fooling around. There's no time wasting. Am I right, Vicky?
Yep.
And everything gets done. You're never rude. And you are such a wonderful example to all of us. So I wanted to give you a certificate from the board and those flowers. And thank you for your service. And thank you for the fact that you've stuck through some very difficult times.
Yes.
Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you, commissioners. for
Sorry, we didn't even let you talk and you were about to say something.
You're going to say something?
Yeah.
I just feel so honored to have been able to serve in the capacity I have for this city and for this county. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And
Thank
I
you.
just want to say too, I'm very lucky that she was the board chair when I was hired, and a lot of phone calls at first, and usually we were on the same page, which was great, a lot of guidance, and just really appreciate everything she's done for the Housing Authority for 32 years.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
really. Well, thank you, Joyce.
Yes.
I am so grateful for your work. I mean, the portfolio, the things that you have to do, and working with the feds and the state and with us sometimes, and with internal, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, item D is public comment. This time period is reserved for public comment on any topic other than an agenda item, a quasi judicial land use matter, or a topic scheduled for a public hearing. So if anyone in the audience has public comment for anything that is not on our agenda today, or if you're online, if you could raise your virtual hand, there's quite a few folks online.
And we did have one public comment this morning.
Yes, we did.
Which was in praise of the clerk's work.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And I do want to note that okay, Charles, we will bring you on here just a second. Welcome, Charles. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me? I guess not, no.
Oh, there we
Yes.
go. We can hear you.
There we got it? Okay, cool.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so this is, good morning, Sheriff Svensson and Yamhill County Commissioners. I wanted to be there in person today, but my work schedule is demanding this week, so wasn't able to make it in. I'm here today in strong support of Yamhill County's Second Amendment sanctuary status and to recognize the unconstitutional nature of Measure 114 and how it will affect law-abiding citizens. I understand lawsuits are already filed and that may invalidate 114, but December 8th is approaching fast and Oregonians need answers. I would like to define a term for everyone in attendance. The term is anarcho-tyranny. It's a stage of governmental dysfunction in which the state is hopeless at coping with large issues, but aggressively enforces petty laws on average law-abiding citizens, where anarchy is allowed but tyranny is enforced. And Oregon has become absolutely dysfunctional. Said another way, it's where governments deliberately or negligently fail to enforce the law against violent individuals and repeat criminals while targeting those who complain about those criminals. We all see the deterioration in Oregon. Cartel drug farms, arson in both city and forests, gang street and political violence in Portland, human trafficking, exploitation of children, rampant open air drug use, extreme homelessness, and constant property crime. The Oregon governmental body is unable or unwilling to deal with these issues, so we get measures like 114. Existing criminals will not be restrained by 114, but 114 will make criminals out of nearly 2 million otherwise law-abiding Oregonians. A recent personal example. On a Sunday morning 2 months ago, my pregnant wife called the police on a man nodding off on heroin behind the wheel of his car. He was parked in front of our neighbor's house, a 90-year-old couple. There were kids playing in the neighborhood and riding on the streets in their bikes, and the MAC police did show up quickly. They talked for a few minutes, searched his car, removed some paraphernalia, and told him to leave on foot. He left, and so did the police. Within 30 minutes, the man came back and drove away in his car, driving through our neighborhood right beside playing children, while he was still high on opiates. That same month, I received a threat of lien on my bank account for a $35 Oregon tax bill. It was from 5 years ago, and I had no idea it existed. After hours on the phone, they could not verify the validity of my debt, nor offer a substantial paper trail on why the tax was owed. I was told to pay it or the lien would proceed. I reluctantly paid it because as a responsible citizen with a family, I have something to lose. The point of these anecdotes is that while chaos and crime run rampant, average citizens get squeezed because they are the easy target. Those who are already committing gun crimes and buy their guns illegally will not follow one iota of Measure 14. Our parks have become campgrounds, our streets more violent, our roadsides filthy, and our sidewalks cluttered with the possessions, refuse, and screams of the mentally ill. We have a government and police force unwilling or unable to improve the livability of its citizens and unable to enforce the existing laws. And now under 114, I must ask those same government officials for permission to defend my life and my family. And I must fear legal recourse for possessing or carrying legally acquired and constitutionally protective defensive arms. Those with something to lose keep complying with small acts of injustice and tyranny, while those with nothing to lose commit grave injustices with little but a slap on the wrist. No more shall I comply with these petty injustices, and I all but demand everyone listening not comply either. To Sheriff Svensson, I would ask that enforcement of 114 not be left to deputy discretion, but rather that it not be enforced at all. We need clarity and trust restored in our justice system, not ambiguity. In the past year, I've been pulled over twice while carrying my weapon, including by Yamhill County Sheriffs. I handed my license and concealed permit over to the officer immediately and informed them where my gun was concealed on my person. The interactions were respectful and pleasant, and Oregon has no duty to inform, yet I felt a respectful obligation to do so. I'm now feeling hesitant to inform any officer stopping me that I am armed, as this could lead to probable cause for an unwarranted search of my property. This erodes the trust between law enforcement and citizens in a time when trust is desperately needed. To the commissioners, I would ask that you solidify Yamhill's Second Amendment sanctuary status, an open and proud defiance of Salem. The Constitution, not Portland citizenry, is the utmost law of our land, to which we are all beholden. I want to thank you all for your time and your hard work. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I do want to note that the way that we have the sheriff coming on and doing a department update, there won't be time during that segment for public comment necessarily. So if you are here to talk about Measure 114, now would be the time, and that includes folks online. So if you were intending to give testimony on Measure 114, please raise your hand or come forward.
Thank you. Good point.
Okay. Seeing none, commissioners, I do want to move, before we do a presentation, I do want to move item J7 up because there's a time limit of noon today that application is due. And I want to make sure that with our lengthy discussions, we don't get too close to that.
Chair, that sounds great to me.
Okay, so item
you wanna-
J7 is consideration of approval to authorize the Department of Community Justice to apply for additional unused 2021-23 JRI supplemental grant funds for a total of $36,300. And like I said, this grant is due at noon today or by noon today. And it would be used for training staff, which is what they are using the current JRI funds for, that they were awarded, but it would also be go towards housing of individuals that are justice involved. So they could definitely use the money. It's just they'd have to apply for more. So I would move approval of item J7. Is there further discussion?
No, Chair.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. Motion passes. And if we could send Jessica just a quick email, letting her know so she can get that done before noon, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us back to item E. Is that right? Yeah, item E, which is our OSU Extension Service presentation. And we are being joined by Richard Riggs and Kelly Watcherson. Welcome. Come on up.
Thank you, Chair Bershauer, Commissioners, Commissioner-elect Johnston. It's nice to be here today. With us today, we have Surendra Dara, who is the Chair of NREC. And I just want to say, I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Here in Beaver Nation, we had a fantastic Thanksgiving, as you can imagine. So
The game
formerly
known as the Civil War.
Yes.
Congratulations.
I was in a group. I was the only beaver, one of only two beavers in a room full of ducks.
Oh my
and I'll
God.
tell you, it was so satisfying. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. I brought Surendra here today to talk about NREC. The county does support NREC through our tax service district currently. I don't recall the amount. I think it's about $20,000 a year to help support the work there that is done around agricultural research and how it benefits the county. And that's what Surendra's here to talk about today. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Rich. Good morning,
Good morning.
commissioners and
Welcome.
everybody in this room. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you. I have been on my job for about 10 months. I'm learning a lot about the place and people and the connections and everything. But one thing I realized soon after, actually before joining, was the importance of our center, NREC, and its contributions to Oregon agriculture and the communities here. So it's going to be a brief presentation, and I'll try my best to just show what we do and its impact. And I also have these orange folders. So the one of the pages here has work done by our faculty and how it impacts this county. Because the work done at NREC actually impacts many counties and the entire state, sometimes it is difficult to separate the impact just for the county, but hope you understand the overall impact. How are we going to, you're going to forward? Okay, thank you. Go to the next one, please. So this is an old aerial photo of our center. It doesn't change a whole lot because there haven't been any upgrades. So it's about the same. Go to the next one, please. So it started as a North Willamette experiment station in 1959. And now the next one, now it is North Willamette Research and Extension Center. And if you go to the next one, it is the 7 counties that we serve in the metro area, where 65% of Oregonians live, and 40% of the farm gate value is also from this, of the ag commodities is also from this place. Yes, that would be useful. So if you look at the next 2, I just want to bring the comparison of the value of ag in Oregon and the value in California. Everybody looks at California as the major producer, which is true. I came from California working on $2.5 billion commodities in the counties, Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. which is what our center covers, about the same value. If you go to the click next, please. So if you look at the actual value, we in the sense, now I have to be part of it, Oregon, right? So we means Oregon is as important as California if you look at the per capita value. So the reason I'm mentioning is what we do as contributing to 40% of ag value in our counties from NREC is very significant for the state, not just for Yamhill County or other counties, but the entire state. And some of the research we do is world class. So it has a bigger impact beyond Oregon. Next one, please. So click away. So these are you can click 2 more times so we can see the whole thing. So if you look at the programs first, agrivoltaics, we recently have this solar panels established where agriculture can be done in between solar panels. So that is like you're enhancing the utility of the area by producing electricity as well as using that land for agriculture. So we also evaluate several berry varieties, and we are also involved in other programs related to breeding that is done by USDA or OSU researchers. Then there are other programs or food safety issues. Food safety is a major concern only when there is an issue. Until then, we don't realize the value. So organic farming, again, an important area growing with growing interest. And another very important one is pesticide registration. It's not just for what kind of pesticides are available for growers. It is to ensure the safety. When pesticides are registered, our center is one of the locations to evaluate the residue levels and approve them, not just for use in Oregon or in the US, but also for export market. It is also very important. And then we also work on various production and plant protection issues of all the crops that are mentioned. And then seed protection, again, grass seed or vegetable seed, specialty seed is also important. And so are small farms. Small farms is not just for the important for local economy, but for ensuring food security in the communities. It is also very critical. So we are the most diverse, the center with the most diverse programs and the largest in terms of the program. So it is a very impactful work that is conducted at NREC. And when you look at the commodities, it is only a handful I just listed there, experimenting with almonds to having this olives, like 118 olive varieties are evaluated there. And then we have Christmas trees, largest in the, like one of the major producers. Oregon is major Christmas tree industry. Leader in the Christmas tree industry. So is grass seed, so is hazelnuts and nursery plants. So you can see the importance of the commodities for the state and the region and the work being done. In addition to serving our stakeholders, the farming stakeholders in the farming community, we are also involved in various STEM activities by organizing field days for children, school children, and private citizens, and also providing youth tractor training. We are starting this training for women. Apparently, it was there a few years ago, discontinued, but we are trying to bring back. So not just for the farming community, but we are trying to engage with the public and everybody else, because the food that is produced either in Yamhill County or anywhere else based on the work done by NREC researchers impacts everybody. Like I am a consumer, I am also a citizen of this society. So it has a huge impact. Next one, please. Then if you look at the facilities, it is a 160-acre area leased from Clackamas County. We have those old offices, conference rooms, and all of those. We also have the solar panels, which completely do not support our energy needs, only provide energy for 65% of our needs. And we just added 3 new labs, which are going to be open next week. Then this is just a snapshot. I walk around our research center just to take photos of activities. So these are like random photos showing different activities, whether it is the first one is Tulsi. It is an Asian basil that is being researched here to see how this crop can be incorporated into agriculture here to help the Asian growers and herbal medicine industry and so on. So same thing about strawberry tunnels. Growing strawberries under those high tunnels can extend the life and also protect them. So it may not happen that Oregon becomes #1 strawberry producer again because of California, but it can be a major player when we have advancements like that. The next one is spotted wing Drosophila. It is a small fly that causes serious problems to several small fruit. Cherries is one of them. And the students there, they're undergrad, one undergrad student and a high school intern working on some control options. The next one is again looking at cyanobacteria for the nursery industry, like either using them to remediate soil remediation and also managing that in the nursery production. So as you can see, there are so many things that happen. These are only a handful of research activities. Next one, please. And then when it comes to outreach, I shared this program overview with you. You can look at a one-page overview of each of those programs that we have there. And click away. Then we have this newsletter, quarterly newsletter. We use that as an outreach option to let the subscribers know what's happening at the center. And I organized this event, Ag Innovations Conference in September, which I brought based on what I used to do in California. This is to bring the growers, researchers, and the industry together to exchange ideas and advance agriculture. Then I also started this YouTube channel. Only few subscribers, as you can see. That was an old screenshot. Maybe
I
there
guess
are
I
a
should
few
probably
more.
go and
Yeah.
subscribe to it now.
Change that.
But
You need to talk to your advisory committee, right?
I know, exactly. So it is not necessarily for the subscription, but the number of views to take, YouTube 2 to 3 minute videos help quite a bit to convey the message. So people can go and see what is happening and also understand various activities. So in addition to those, we have these field days for the growers, then also the tours, like other than the extension meetings, tours for everybody. If any of you is interested, please come and visit our research center. And then we have this very popular harvest dinner in November. Some of you were able to come and some could not in September. And similarly, one of my jobs is to increase the public engagement, because it is not just serving the farmers, but entire society needs to benefit from what we do. So that is my goal, is to continue all the work. Next one, please. So next one too. So if you go back, please. Back arrow.
You need to
Okay,
warm up a little
great.
bit, yeah.
So the main goal, not just for me, for all of us at NREC or OSU, is to maintain a very strong relationship with our stakeholders and do work that impacts. It is not just about researchers publishing, organizing meetings, or producing research data, but we want to make sure that it is impactful. Anything that is being done, whether it is a research project or an extension event, we want that message to be conveyed to our growers as a solution, as a practical solution that improves their farming practices. And eventually that has to have a bigger impact in the, everywhere else. So this is what we do. And as I said, the folder has the program overview for all these programs in general. This was, I just put this together soon after I came, and we will try to update it early next year. And then the single page one is also a summary of some of the programs working in this county. So basically, we do a lot of work with very little support from our university. So researchers do all the work based on some of the basic funding and a lot based on the grants. So we are in a big deficit actually, and the support we receive from the extension and through counties, like through extension from the counties, is very, very important for the operation of our center and to continue to create or generate this impact. So that's all I have to say, and I hope you consider continuing support, or maybe consider giving more, because this is December holiday season. I know we are
The
just
season of
over
giving.
Giving Tuesday, but giving can never stop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And here in Yamhill County, we have faculty members that actually work at NREC. Heather Stoven, who's our community horticulturist and small farmers faculty member, does work at NREC on olives, and that's important because of Durant, which is here in the county. And if you drive around anywhere in the county, you're going to see hazelnuts and grass seed. And Nicole Anderson, who just took a position on campus as a state specialist, but we're going to be refilling her position as a field crop specialist. And so those are just some positions that work within the county directly and also do a lot of work and research out at NREC. And so there is a very direct tie between here, what we do, and what is done there as well. So, but thank you for your time this morning. I really appreciate it.
Great.
And
Thank you.
I just want
Commissioners,
to add
questions?
to Director, that you've been so good, so effective, I feel like, at engaging the public and growers and elected officials too. So thank you for that. That slide with the pictures of all the different activities is really like going on a walk around NREC, because you will literally encounter like the crew who's hoeing and the team who's analyzing, and then things that are growing, and it really is such a busy place. So thank you for that.
Thank you for visiting our
Yeah.
center. Yeah.
I want to say thank you. The Harvest Dinner has been really informative. For years, we've really gotten a picture of what you do, not only how the research is changing for agriculture, but how it impacts the products that we get as consumers, not to mention the end products are always very delicious. And just a point of interest, when my mother wanted to move out here from Brooklyn, I'd been here many years, she said, "Can you find me a house?" And I found a house, and it was right across the street from NREC. So I spent a lot of time there, and it's very impressive. And it was really impressive to her, as you can imagine, coming from Brooklyn. But thank you for that. And you're going to be good friends with our new commissioner, who is a big deal in the apple rootstock business. And I hope you guys will exchange cards.
Yeah, we'll get you on the advisory committee.
Yep.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our presentations. Item F is department updates, and we will begin with our Health and Human Services Director, Lindsay Manfrin. Welcome, Dr. Manfrin.
Welcome.
Well, before they all leave, I just want to say, we work really closely with the Extension Service in public health and really appreciate all of you.
You love that you had to, thank Joyce Morrow on her way out because of how much you work with housing authority, and then
Yeah.
also with OSU
Yes.
Extension, which are pretty different usually if we think of it.
Yeah, we have lots of friends in Health and Human Services, right?
Yeah.
Well, as always, there is a lot happening in Health and Human Services, so I'm going to do my very best to just keep it at the 30,000 foot level, go through some highlights of things that are happening within the different divisions. And then, of course, as always, I'm happy to dive deeper into anything you might have questions about now, or if you have questions that you want me to come back, knowing you've got a really full agenda today. So I'll start with our developmental disabilities division. There was an updated case workload model that happened in the last legislative session that increased funding that was approved through this last budget that went into effect effect in July. And so we've really just been working on staffing up and increasing our ability to provide more case management services and work with that population in that division. And so that's really been the focus for them right now. Within public health, we have completed the final draft of our community health assessment, which is a almost year-long process that goes through lots of iterations. This year, we worked really closely with both Providence Health System as well as the local nonprofit hospital, as well as the CCO to do a combined CHIP, CHA, community health assessment. So that's all done. We're really happy for that partnership. And that information is going to be, just finalized. We're going to run it through our Board of Health at the upcoming meeting, make sure there's not anything that we missed or that doesn't feel like we captured well enough. And then we'll be pushing that out to the community so folks can see that. After that, we use that as a tool to begin our community health improvement planning process. And we intend to make that a very community-driven, informed process to help us identify what those priorities are for the community. And that will be done through community forums, through various ways that people can provide feedback to the public health team on what their priorities are. And where we do have flexibility, we don't always have a lot of flexibility in the work that we're doing, but where we do, how should we be spending the time and the resources that we do? Also within public health, we have been really focused on our suicide prevention work. Of course, this work happens every day in our behavioral health realm, but just want to again say thank you to the commissioners for approving additional funding that is supporting 0.5 of an FTE that we have additional funding for to create a full-time suicide prevention coordinator that is operating out of public health. That person began a couple of months ago and really has hit the road running. We have already been conducting and scheduling dozens of trainings around suicide prevention for general community members. The one that's most used is a couple of hour training that's called QPR, Question, Persuade, Respond, or Refer, excuse me. And that's a really great training for the general community. And so we're going to be doing our best to just get as many of those trainings out to the population as possible. We've got recurring ones set up at different large organizations, and we'll be doing some publicity around how just general community members might be able to get involved as well. And Commissioner Starrett reminded me I should mention these cards here. She'd asked for some and I was able to bring her some today. These are little pocket cards that were created within public health that have all of the crisis information and lines available for them. The idea is, again, keeping them small so you can put them in your pocket, your wallet, somewhere that you have on hand anytime. If people need any of these, they can certainly contact me or Bill, our public health manager, and we are happy to get them out. We keep them updated regularly and have, stockpiles of them to hand out for folks. We really want to do our best to make sure that anyone in our community who encounters someone who may be having thoughts of self-harm knows exactly what they can do to help support that person to get them to someone who can provide more extensive services and treatment. Behavioral health, always lots happening here. So I'm going to start with housing. As you know, HHS received about $2.8 million in housing right at the end of the last fiscal year. And so we are in search of property to expand our TTRS house, our transitional treatment and recovery homes. That is really where we decided we would focus the majority of those funds that we were keeping internally. We know that's a model that works. We know that's a model that we can replicate well. And so that's really been our targeted effort. And so now we're just looking for the actual house. We're also remodeling our peer assisted crisis house to ensure that it is ADA accessible. We want to make sure that anyone can access that service regardless of their abilities or disabilities. And so that feels like a really critical win for us to be able to use these funds for as well. The other thing that we earmarked funds for was to find ways to increase sheltering beds available throughout the community. Now, as we've had conversations with numerous community partners, in between the time that they identified what the sort of community needs were and the time the funds actually rolled out, some of those things have shifted and changed in terms of the environment, other resources and things like that. And so we're going back to the table with OHA to make sure that we have the flexibility to modify what we submitted as our work plan. And that's an ongoing process, and we'll continue to advocate to make sure that we are able to adjust that to make sure that we're doing our best to meet what the priorities are and the needs are of the community related to that. Our Sheridan housing, we have it halfway complete, right? The first component as well as the community center has been completed. The units are full. They were full. They were full before we actually finished the
Right.
construction project. And right now we have a wait list of 86 people.
Wow.
So we will continue to manage a wait list until we have the second half of the construction complete, which we are hoping for by end of summer 2023. Of course, that's, you know how construction goes. So our fingers are crossed that is our timeline, and working towards that, and we'll again maintain that wait list for individuals. Mobile crisis expansion is another really big thing that we're working on and talking about throughout behavioral health, obviously locally, but certainly throughout the state as well. There are some new requirements coming down related to how we manage mobile crisis and our ability to expand the services. So just as a reminder, we do offer and operate 24/7 mobile crisis response. This is done through hospital screenings and information and making sure that we're doing assessments for individuals, and also working really closely with law enforcement and going out on calls when it feels appropriate, and doing assessments there. At times that means just helping and supporting someone and getting them connected to a resource. And there are those times where there is an imminent risk. And so that person is put in on a hold, and generally that happens and they're in the emergency department until we can find a placement for them to ensure that they remain safe and those around them remain safe. The work to expand this is looking at creating mobile teams. So right now we have individuals that respond, and our goal is to have a mobile team of a minimum of 2 people. Ideally, what we'd like to see is we have a therapist, a peer, and a case manager who's able to help respond, because we know that all of those needs are different, and all of those people can support those different needs in different ways. Of course, like anything, we have deep concerns about requirements changing and funding maybe not changing. So I'm working really closely with our local Medicaid plan, our CCO, to identify how we may be able to support at least the portion of the population that we generally typically serve from a Medicaid standpoint. And then of course there'll be advocacy through the legislative process around ensuring there's adequate funds to make sure we have mobile crisis that's fully functioning and able to support people. But I do, because there has been so much in the news around workforce crises and shortages and things like that. Yes, absolutely. HHS is not immune to that. And I want to make it really clear to everyone that we continue to provide behavioral health services. We continue to operate 24/7 mobile crisis. We continue to be accessible for crisis services and all of those really critical functions that we offer and are required to provide as the community mental health program and safety net clinic. I also just wanted to touch base on the Measure 110 or BURN funding, Behavioral Health Regional Network. Everyone's calling them the BURN, but I know most folks still think of it as the Measure 110 funding. We did receive the funding. That was great. I know it was a long process to get there, but we are happy to have that funding. And the way that we are using that within HHS, because of course other organizations within the county were also awarded funds, but within HHS, we have used the funds to hire additional case management and peer staff to ensure that we have walk-in capacity for anyone who is seeking services for substance use disorder treatment. So this is happening today. It's happening now. People are available if someone wants to come in and engage in what we call SUD, substance use disorder treatment. These individuals, the staff, the peer, the case managers are also able to support someone if they're needing access to some resources. Maybe they're not quite ready to jump all the way into treatment, but are sort of sticking their toe in the water, if you will, and wanting to engage in some way. We'll help them, we'll support them, we'll do what we can to connect them to other resources, which might be food, it might be housing, it might be hygiene kits. It might be a lot of different things, but we will be there to support them in hopes that that will, continue to build relationship and eventually they will enter into treatment. I mentioned the staffing capacity challenges, and again, we are not immune to that, although I will say I feel really grateful that some of our vacancy rates are much lower than some of our neighbors and some of my counterparts that I talk to around the state. Doesn't make it easier for our staff, but we are really working with them to engage in the ways that we can to support them, to make the administrative components of their jobs easier where we can, and all of those things. I will say too, we are seeing those vacancy rates come down slowly, but hopefully that is a good sign that we're going to continue on that path and continue to see those positions filled, which of course will alleviate, I think, a lot of the stress that our team is under. So those are my highlights, and I'm happy to answer any questions or
you.
speak to anything I may not have spoken to as well.
I have a couple questions. So the mobile crisis management, you said that we now have individuals, teams are kind of the goal going forward.
Yeah.
Are we experiencing a high rate of use of those by law enforcement, or is it kind of more pockets of use?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And we're actually analyzing data right now to understand that. We haven't been seeing any sort of escalation overall in utilization, but I think some of that might be just around us wanting to reestablish relationship, make sure that everyone knows that we are still available, still here. And then I think overall our big goal is to expand beyond just law enforcement and be available for other types of mobile crisis response where we're able to go out with EMS who often are engaging with a lot of individuals who are in need, but doesn't necessarily rise to the level of law enforcement, right? As well as just community in general. So I think there's a number of layers to that.
Okay. Yeah, I can see, because we're starting to hear from business owners, particularly in McMinnville, but they're becoming frustrated because there are individuals that don't necessarily need law enforcement, but they're having a mental break or something is happening. There's a crisis happening. So to have some resource available, maybe not an individual at 2 a.m, that doesn't seem very safe necessarily, but some type of team or unit that could go out and respond. I can see the pressure on us coming for asking for that. So
yeah, absolutely. And we really want to work to expand our ability to provide more of that. There's always the challenge around what we are able to do. Sometimes folks don't want to engage with us, and unless there's a reason for us to put someone on, say, a director's hold or something like that, sometimes it doesn't feel like a good resolution to anyone, including our team, right? And so in those situations, we tend to work where we can to provide some sort of incentive. And sometimes that's, let's go get a cup of coffee. Let's go do this.
Sure.
And over time, building those relationships in hopes of getting them into treatment and being able to serve them kind of more holistically.
okay. And then for Measure 110 funding, you said that we now have walk-in treatment available, which is wonderful. But we were struggling with connecting people who were kind of intersecting with the justice system. Is that still, based on our call yesterday, it sounds like it's still really happening.
Yeah.
Have we seen an uptick in that, or is it just?
We have not. So the
Yeah.
screening process does not seem to be a carrot, if you
Effective,
will,
yeah.
in terms of getting people to enter into treatment. And so I think for us, we're wanting to ensure that people one, know about that. So if you do the screening, you get the citation fee waived. So for part of it is us wanting to ensure that people do have a good awareness of that. And I think the other piece for us is, okay, this isn't what is going to be what drives someone to come into treatment. What do we do differently, and how do we work differently to try to engage those individuals? And we do that in a number of ways, right? And we're trying to bolster, I think our syringe exchange is one of the places where we have a lot of connections. And another use of the burn funds and the Measure 110 funds is to support some of a nursing time to be able to go out and do communicable disease testing and treatment, some general wound care, which we know it can be an issue. So let's get something taken care of before it escalates and someone's in the emergency department with a heart condition and things like that. So we're working on a lot of those things, but I think really the more we're able to go out into the community, again, whether it's with the syringe exchange or in other venues, the more likely we are to be able to engage with people, build relationships, and hopefully get them into treatment.
Right. And then have the treatment, have somebody here.
Have someone here for that
Right,
part.
Right.
Yep.
Right. That seems like,
Absolutely.
and I hear that in other communities is, hey, we're doing the outreach, but then
We need
The-
to make sure, yeah.
The place that they go is lacking. So it's
Yeah.
good to hear that you have that component. You're working on.
Absolutely. Yep. And we're working closely
Sorry.
too with state partners at looking at inpatient capacity. That's a challenge that we don't have any, there's no one solution and there's not a clear path to, but there's definitely a lot of conversation and a lot of heads kind of working together to figure out how do we address that? Because like you said, even if it's something that is a higher level of acuity than our clinic's able to provide, we don't always have a place for those individuals to go. And that's where we also need to bolster so that we have that full spectrum of care available to people.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for?
Yes, and thank you. And it's just amazing that you're handling all these things. It's just what HHS has been asked to do over the years has just expanded, and it's like every societal problem lands at your doorstep. So thank you and thank your team. A couple of questions regarding staffing. Have the hiring and retention bonuses yielded anything?
That's a good question. I don't know that I have definitive answers. Like I said, our vacancy rate has gone down. I don't know if that is the reason. I would say we're still experiencing challenges in hiring in the challenging positions that have always been hard to hire for. So I think in some cases it may have helped, but I don't think it's the golden ticket, if you will.
Another question regarding you're looking to expand your TTRS. Have you given any thought to maybe doing it perhaps in the West Valley? I know that we oftentimes have foreclosed properties that we would love to be able to send your
She was
way.
like pulling this thread out of my ear.
Yeah. So certainly I would be interested in exploring, and I've had conversations with our behavioral health director around this. The challenge in moving this program outside of McMinnville is the sheer intensity of the services. And we don't have the clinic services built out in West Valley to be able to do that. So these individuals who are in these programs, it's a full-time job being in recovery. They're in our offices multiple times a day, seeing different people, right? That is how intensive it is because that's how acute their needs are. And so logistically, we're not sure that we could figure that out at this moment in time because we want that proximity to those services to ensure that they're able to access them.
Regarding residential treatment, I know we discussed a regional approach to this and there have been some ideas floated. Is there anything that looks promising?
I have a conversation happening next week with an organization that performs sort of these inpatient services. And so we'll see what happens there. Of course, they're generally speaking, when these organizations have reached out in the past, what they're looking for and what their need is capital for buildings, right? That at the physical location, they can provide the services, they can bring the staff for that, but they're needing support to build that. So I don't know if that's going to be a part of this conversation, but I imagine it might be. So we'll sort of go with that, go from there after that conversation, and I get a little better sense of what they might be doing. I'm also aware of at least one facility that is looking at, and I hesitant to name anyone because I don't want to put anything out there too soon, but I do know that they are looking at bringing detox into the community, which is going to be of tremendous value because not only do we not have it locally, but it's often, it's frequently used in full. The capacity is not always there. So having not only more capacity, but that capacity locally will be really wonderful.
Thank you for these cards. I think it's really important, and I've been saying for years, when people are in crisis, they don't know where to go, and not everybody's website savvy. And so when it comes to, for instance, we get a call, the police are at my door, DHS is taking my kids, what do I do? I know someone who's having a mental health crisis. And so thank you for this. And we need to, I think, get more information out there so people are conversant with what to do when someone is in crisis.
Absolutely.
And we place these throughout the county.
Yeah, we try to get them out to partner organizations, schools. Certainly, if anyone has any ideas of places to distribute them, you yourself are welcome to have some so that when you're out and about, you can hand them out as well.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll give you those. Any questions,
You got-
concerns, comments? Oh,
It looks like you have more, perhaps. Thank you
You're welcome.
for
Yeah, I have
working on, an array of issues right now. So appreciate it. I appreciate the very high level summary.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have that?
I have more.
Okay. Our next department update is Sheriff Tim Svensson, and he will be giving an update on Measure 114.
That's right, and have the Director of Human Health and Human Services come up too.
Crisis response counselor on hand for me. I was thinking those flowers were for me, but evidently they weren't. So, what do you guys want to know? What do you guys want to talk about?
How are the puppies doing, first of all?
Yeah, the puppies are doing just fine. They're starting to walk and fight with each other and do all sorts of fun stuff. So,
Kind of like around here.
well, if you start nipping at Ken's ear or Lindsay's ear, then yeah, that would be just like that. What?
He didn't mean your ear. He meant my ear.
No.
The other Ken.
Well, Sheriff, I know I got a question from somebody about how you were or not enforcing Measure 114. And I reminded them that it isn't in effect yet, but that we would all see. So perhaps that's where you could start.
Yeah, so I
And
wrote
if there's
down
any
some,
news on the timing or
Yeah.
if there's been a stay.
so I wrote down some talking points I figured I'd go through. I figured I would go through some kind of like where we're at today, give you some updates on where things are at, talk about a little bit of some of the work on the back end, and then go from there. So first things first, for the legal side, for those who are probably aware that there was a complaint filed in Pendleton's federal district on Friday, the 25th. The magistrate there in Pendleton isn't able to actually hear those type of cases, so it ended up getting transferred up to the Portland district. That being said, it was assigned to Judge Karen Immigrant, and evidently she is out of, according to OSSA's counsel, if there's anybody in the federal district up in Portland that you're going to select to hear this type of case, that's the person we want. And so they were pretty happy with that piece. There was conversations yesterday that there might be a second complaint filed by the Oregon State Shooting Association. They were making conversations about trying to attempt to file a complaint either yesterday or possibly today. The legal term, and Christian and Jody, I don't know if I'm using this right, but Elmer is hoping that this would enjoin the case. I don't know what that necessarily means, but it would be a benefit to the federal review. So there are going to be oral arguments on Friday at 2:00. And given all of the conversations and all the pieces that are in play, Elmer is pretty confident, and most of the legal field in our realm across the state is pretty confident that there's a very good chance that that federal court judge is going to put a stay on the ballot measure, just because there's so many different legal issues that need to be dealt with. If that is the case, then things would be status quo, and we'll let the legal system work their way through, and nothing is going to take effect. Part of the things that are really helping us are a couple things. One, state of California passed a very similar magazine ban for a limit of no more than 10 rounds. That case worked its way all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court pushed back the Ninth Circuit's appellate decision and said, you need to use the new standard. And the new standard was been released from the U.S. Supreme Court in the New York Rifle and Gun Club case. And the standard is that the law has to be consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. And so since they sent back the 10-round magazine ban back to the Ninth Circuit, and in essence remanded it back to them to reconsider using that new standard, that is the statement from the U.S. Supreme Court saying that that particular ban is not consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. So we're kind of pending to see what that will happen. When that Ninth Circuit Court ruling, regardless of what happens in Oregon, When that Ninth Circuit comes back and if they remand and overturn the California bill, then that will immediately make that portion of 114 in Oregon no longer valid, and that one is taken care of. There are other pieces of 114 that we'd still have to work with, that we would have to figure out whether or not they're going to continue moving forward, and that has to do with the permit process and all that stuff. But the number one concern right now for most of the citizens has to do with that 10-round magazine ban, because if the law stays in effect, effective December 8th, you're no longer allowed to carry those on your person unless you're going to and from a range or at your house. And you're not able to purchase them from a gun store anymore. So from that perspective, the legal side, we're keeping our fingers crossed. The Sheriff's Association has met several times over the last couple weeks. We have our annual conference where all 36 sheriffs will be in attendance starting next week on Monday. And so we intend on having multiple discussions and updates on where things are at next week at the conference. But our hope is that the legal side of things are going to come through and everything's going to be put on hold and we don't have to worry about anything. That being said, there are other pieces of the ballot measure that if it was to stay in place, we have to have the conversation across the state to figure out how we're going to do and how we're going to make it work. That's specific to the permit requirement for purchasing of a firearm. So effective December 8th, if it stays in place, then you're going to have to apply for a permit to purchase a firearm. And what you'll end up having to do is come in, you'll have to fill out an application, give your fingerprints, send it off to the state for a background. They clear you, come back, we issue this permit, then you get to go to the gun store, you hand it to the gun store owner, they will sell the gun to you. They'll do the background that they're currently doing, so you'll have a second background done on you. And then at some particular point in time, if you get cleared through the fixed unit, then you'll have the transfer of the gun sent to you. It's a very long, cumbersome process. We are arguing that there's really no reason to do the permit because you're already having a background. It's the exact same background check that the fixed unit is doing. For some reason, they think if they go to through the police department or the sheriff's office, it's going to be a more detailed background, and it's not. So we are currently working on what does that process look like, because if for some reason the federal court comes back and says, nope, we're not going to put a stay on this, it's still going to go through, you guys need to move forward with your legal argument, and the law takes effect on the 8th, then law enforcement entities across the state want to be prepared to be able to process those permits, because in essence, effective midnight, December 8th, all firearm sales will halt in the state of Oregon because the state police will not release the background for the purchase or the transfer of the firearm until they have a permit in their hand. So the Oregon State Sheriff's Association, the Oregon Association Chiefs of Police, and the state police, Oregon State Police, have been meeting regularly to talk about what this process looks like. The ballot measure basically specifically outlines that OSP is required to come up with a unified application and to come up with a process for the hands-on training / live demonstration. The statute, like typical, doesn't define what that means. So it doesn't tell us whether or not you actually have to go to a range and actually shoot the gun and actually hit a target. It doesn't say what does that live demonstration mean. Could it mean that we handed you a gun that has no firing pin in it and 3 dummy rounds and a magazine and say, load this gun and pretend like you're shooting it? Is that a demonstration that they can handle a firearm and shoot it? We don't know. No one knows that answer. State police doesn't have the answer. The Department of Justice doesn't have an answer. The statute doesn't dictate or specify what that priority is. So what the state police has done is they've worked with those associations to identify a unified application. Thankfully, prior to 114 ever coming to light, the Sheriff's Association, through our concealed handgun license work group, we're already working on a statewide unified CHL application concept, because right now there's an application process for CHLs, but depending on what county you apply in will determine what information you have to provide. So we knew that the legislature wanted a minimum level of expectation for that application. And for ease of the other sheriff's offices for CHLs, we pushed for this unified application concept. When 114 came to light and the state police said, hey, we need to come up with a idea of what we need for an application, we said, here's our CHL work group. Let's meet with them. Here's a copy of what we've come up with for this application. And what do you guys think? So they're in the final steps of approving that universal application of what that might look like. And as soon as that is completed, then every law enforcement entity in the state of Oregon will be trained on what that document looks like and how they can fill it out. It'll be very similar and almost identical to our CHL application. And so those who are applying for CHLs, for new CHLs, you should be able to have the ability to check a box that says, I want a CHL and a permit to purchase because it should be the same information that we're asking for. The other task force that are working right now, work groups through OSSA and OACP, state police basically said, okay, we've done all this work on this application. Now you guys can deal with the rest of it. And we're like, okay, do you have any guidelines on what you guys want us to do for standards? The statute says that law enforcement can provide the training. Most of the law enforcement entities across the state do not want to take on that liability because there's only like 2 or 3 sheriff's offices in the state that actually provide hands-on training for CHL holders. So by adding on this additional training, they're super concerned about what that additional liability might look like. So we are pulling together a bunch of firearms instructors from across the state to come up with a best practice concept of what the training should look like for the hands-on training and what it will look like for certification of that. The desire is to take our existing list of CHL and RA certified instructors that are valid in the counties to provide the training that's required for CHLs and come up with a process for them to be able to prove to the sheriff's offices or the police departments that they've added the additional requirements of the statute, some additional training requirements, and that they can accurately provide a training plan of what the hands-on demonstration is going to be based off of the standard that we set. And then we will certify all those instructors to be those instructors. And so then when they apply for a CHL and they go through the training, they're getting training for both sides. And they will have a box that's checked that says that they've meet the requirements of 114. So when they apply in our office, we'll know that they've had all the training that's required of them, and then we can process their application. The main kicker of all of this is that the state police does not currently have the IT backup or the back end support to allow for any of this application or fingerprints to be done electronically. They have right now in the fix unit where if you go to a firearm store and you do your thumbprint, whatever, and it gets sent off to the state, there's a portal where it goes to a specific unit. When we do our CHL fingerprints and we do a live scan, it gets sent to a specific unit at the state police that does those reviews. So what the state police has to do now with the state IT department is to develop that portal for these backgrounds because it's going to a different division within state police. And so until they have that built, every one of these applications will be printed and hard copied along with an actual hard copy of the fingerprints and mailed to state police for their review. So for those who are understanding of what that process might look like, we're talking weeks, possibly before we get notification from the state police that we can issue these permits. That being said, if everything was aligned perfectly and we got everybody in the room that we needed to put all of this together, it will not happen before December 8th. And so if there is not a stay put in place by the federal court, on the law, and it does go in effect on December 8th. The sale of firearms in the state of Oregon will halt at midnight, and there will not be any sales whatsoever, which is a clear
I
violation
was gonna say,
of
I'm,
the Second
I'm not
Amendment.
an attorney, but
Even the Ninth Circuit Court has already ruled that a complete prohibition of the sale of a firearm is a violation of the Second Amendment. So there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to that piece. I know that there's been a lot of community members that, they want answers. Charles, who had spoke earlier, is saying they want answers. I would love to be able to say I have the answers, but I don't, because no one in the state of Oregon knows. The state police, who's been deemed by the statute to be the one in charge, don't have answers. The Department of Justice, who's their attorneys who are supposed to be reviewing all this stuff, they don't have any answers. The smartest legal counsels across the state that represent law enforcement entities throughout the state don't have any answers. What we do know is that to make a good case for a violation of a Second Amendment right is, unfortunately, if the stay doesn't get put into place, the best case scenario, which is not what anybody wants, is for there not to be any gun sales after December 8th. Because that shows a very clear harm done to a citizen in the state of Oregon based off of the implementation of ballot measure 114. Regardless if the state says they can put a system together to make it work, regardless if a sheriff's office says we can start signing people up 3 months from now to go through that process, the mere fact that it could possibly come to a complete halt on December 8th is the best way for a client who is filing a federal lawsuit to be able to say there has been harm done to a citizen of the state of Oregon because of the implementation of 114. So
So,
think,
Sure.
well, yeah, just a sec, real quick, before, just some more, just to throw some numbers at you for people who are curious. So the queue, when you go buy a firearm, there's a queue, fingerprints, and you get thrown in, normally you're a number in a queue. Some of them are instant. Don't know why. Some people just, you go in there, boom, it's instant. We had law enforcement entities, police officers who've been police officers for 20 years. They go in, one of us is instantly cleared, the next one is not.
Yep.
There's no rhyme or reason to it. We don't know why it happens, but you get a number in a queue. The queue right now, as of the 28th, which was a couple days ago, is over 27,000 people are in the queue. State police has said that come December 8th, if the queue has not been cleaned out and you're still in the queue, it stops. Now, some firearms stores are starting to use the clause in the law that allows them to transfer a firearm within a 3-day waiting period, regardless if the queue comes back. Most all firearms stores in the state of Oregon don't do that. It's in my mind, it's a testament to how much gun store owners are trying to provide the protection that the citizens of the state of Oregon expect. The law allows them to transfer the gun within 3 days if they don't have the background back, but they have chosen not to do that because of the possibility that someone doesn't get cleared. Now, there is that possibility that some owners could possibly take that as and start transferring those guns, especially if it's to people that they know and people that they have sold to in the past. After the 3-day wait period, they could transfer those. But once the midnight comes, OSPs basically said that if you don't have that card, then they won't transfer or do anything else with the background. So a lot of people are like, well, but I bought it before December 8th. I went in and purchased it. The way that the law was written, it doesn't talk about the purchase. It talks about prior to transfer. And so you could buy 15 weapons today. And if you're not cleared before the 8th, the firearms a dealer cannot transfer them to you if you don't have that card. So that's ballot measure 114 in a nutshell.
I have a question, but
Um,
you left the question.
Just a quick comment on
Yeah.
that, though, that last piece. We're hearing now from some gun store owners in Yamhill County that they are deciding to do the 3-day because number one, they don't agree with the law. Number two, it's an economic thing.
Yep, and I agree. And that's the thing is that it's within their legal right to do it. I understand why pre-114 people wouldn't.
Mhm.
They would just wait.
Yeah.
But if I was a gun store owner and I've sold a ton of weapons and I know who the people that my clientele, and I've been selling to these people before, and they've always been cleared, and they just happen to be 18,000 in the queue, 3 days goes by, then they're no longer liable. They've met their 3-day requirement.
So a few things. There are multiple lawsuits happening. So my understanding is that the one from Pendleton, I think you said,
Mhm.
is only about the magazine ban. It's not. It's
No, so
everything.
yeah,
It's
so
everything. Okay.
the initial filing was over the magazine ban.
Mhm.
So how this works is once they file it, the person filing can make multiple amendments. They can amend it 3, 4, 5, 6 times before oral arguments.
Okay.
And so they filed the first one, which is the quick and easiest one, which was the magazine ban. Then they've amended it, I think, 2 or 3 times since then.
Okay.
To include the permit process, the registry that is required. Because in addition to all this, there's a registry that they have to keep of all the people purchasing until the transfer is completed. So they've added some additional pieces to it. In the conversation we had yesterday, the counsel for OSSA had reviewed the most recent amendment, and he had a couple other legal arguments that he felt could possibly be added to it to bolster the claim. And he was going to be reaching out to the attorney for that particular claim to say, hey, if you're going to do another amendment, you might consider adding these pieces. So all the way up to 2:00 on Friday, they can amend that claim, which just basically adds more to the piece. And the hope is that when the federal court judge reviews it, that they see that there's just so many clear possible violations of law, and that there's a clear harm, that you have people that can say that they're clearly going to be harmed, or that there's a possibility that there's going to be harm, and that there's an overwhelming enough reason for them to say, maybe we just need to push pause in time and not move forward with this until we have the ability to work it out in the legal courts. The mere fact that the Supreme Court's shipped something back already to the Ninth Circuit is a huge benefit for us, because they could just turn around and say, okay, you guys just passed a law that could possibly be unconstitutional in a few months, that the Supreme Court's technically already ruled on and remanded back for review. So just off that, we're just going to put pause on the state of Oregon until we can get a ruling on that.
Christian, is there typically a time limit on a stay? Can the judge decide that there's any? it's
Well,
any
so
limit?
what I was just looking at the complaint that was filed, and they're asking for one or two or both things, declaratory and injunctive relief. So they're asking for a declaratory judgment that would declare the entire measure unconstitutional on its face. And in the alternative, they're asking for some specific prohibitions as it relates to the magazine capacity question. And then they're also asking for an injunction to immediately enjoin the defendants, which is the state, from enforcement of 114 in its entirety, or in the alternative, a more specific injunction on enforcement of the magazine ban. I haven't seen the amended complaint to see what other claims or prayers for relief have been added, but that's what the original complaint. So they would, to get back to your original question, my understanding is once the stay is issued, that would remain in place until they've had a chance to adjudicate the merits of the matter.
Okay, so it could be 6 months, it could be,
I suspect they'll move this as quickly as they can. I don't know how quickly the federal courts can move an issue like this forward. But I suspect, given the intense interest in this, it would be move forward as quickly as they could accommodate it.
Okay. So even if it's 2 months and we get to a decision and they say, and they throw the magazine ban out, but the permit stays, are we going to be in the same boat that we are, same position we are in now, where everybody's just going to kind of wait to see? Or,
No, we're gonna continue working on a process, whether they put a stay on it or not. Primarily because, let's say, 114 gets completely shut down. As you know, in the state of Oregon, there's multiple ways for these laws to come into effect. So we're going into a long session in Salem. And if 114 gets completely thrown out, I could see them trying to draft some sort of legislative fix to the permit process. And so from our perspective, want to be in the position to have something in place so that if something else happens, we have a seamless transition so that we're ready to move forward.
okay. Some technical questions, just because we've been sort of fielding these, and I'm going off of your email where you sort of laid out some more specifics, but people are asking if existing firearms need a permit or if they're grandfathered in.
Nope, they don't need a permit. They're
No
all
permit.
grandfathered in.
Okay.
I would recommend, not that you need to, but if I had a large amount of magazines that were outside of this, if I was concerned that it was going to stay on the books, I would take a couple pictures, timestamp. Just if you ever get to the point where you have to prove it. Do I think that you should ever have to prove when you purchase that? No, I don't. But if for some crazy reason this thing stays on the books and you ever needed to have that, it's always nice to be able to have something in your back pocket that says, nope, I bought this a long, long time ago.
Okay, another question that's been asked is about the CHL requirements. They're the same as the measure. So will CHL permittees be grandfathered into the permit registry?
So
Sounds like no.
no, they won't. But the reason being is which is kind of weird. There's 3 very specific training components that they added to ballot measure 114 that's not required of CHL holders. Has to do with the review of suicide prevention and the effects on family abuse and the access to weapons, what that might look like. There's a couple other pieces that even law enforcement doesn't even train on when it comes to firearms use that they've put into this. So a couple of the fixes that OSSA has done, we've already updated the State Sheriff's Association's website that does the CHL certificate. A lot of people go through there for their certificate. They've already upgraded the data in there to cover 114. And so for anyone who's ever obtained a CHL certificate through OSSA, will get an email notification from OSSA. They'll get a login to go back into the system, review the new PDF training version, and they'll get an updated certificate printed out immediately that's sent to them saying that they're now 114 compliant. So if they needed to then go in for this permit, they could say that they've already got all that training. The only thing they'd have to do is the hands-on demonstration of whatever that is when we determine what that's going to be.
Okay. So we've talked a lot about the local jurisdiction,
Mhm.
how that's defined. I think I'm the only one in the city up here that lives in a city. So we don't trust that cities have the ability to do this. And frankly, they just don't. They don't have the resources or the money. So my response would be that those are still our constituents.
Mhm.
And that we don't want to be shutting anybody out from the process just because they live in a city.
Correct.
So unfortunately, I think that we are going to have to assume that the county is,
Yeah, so if
The
you
avenue.
if you read the verbiage of the statute, it says that you're required to go to the law enforcement entity that has jurisdiction over you. One could argue that the sheriff has jurisdiction over every citizen in the county. OACP's perspective is they're pushing to their police chiefs there's a capacity issue statewide. Over 300,000 permits are anticipated being issued after December 8th, because that's how many firearms and weapons are sold on average every year. So the first year that this goes into effect, over 300,000 in the state of Oregon. Not one entity in the state can take on that capacity, even the capacity that we have in our own jurisdiction. So the chiefs have agreed to work with the sheriffs to come up to streamline the process. So locally, I've had conversations already with the two largest city municipalities as far as processing. And then we're just going to bring in the two small cities that Yamhill and Carlton. When this process comes to fruition, we're going to bring everybody in the room and we're going to say, okay, this is how we're going to do it. And the chiefs have agreed to try to find a way to streamline this process for our county. So maybe it's the city of McMinnville takes on one portion of the process, while the city of Newburgh takes on another, and then the sheriff's office takes on a third, so that we're not all stuck with doing everything, but we're sharing the workload to ensure that every citizen that applies for one can get one as quick as possible with the least amount of hurdles, regardless of where they live. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if a citizen from the city of Yamhill or Carlton says, my city doesn't have the capacity, I don't want to wait 4 months for it to happen, and they come in through our office to apply, we're not going to turn them away. I mean, it's just how we work. So we are going to work collaboratively to try to figure out how to make it work. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if you come knocking on my door, we'll do what we can to make sure that you get what you need.
Okay. So kind of taking a step back and less of a technical question, but more of a policy perspective. Yamhill County voted against this by 60%.
Yep.
Only 6 counties actually passed it, and some of them barely passed it. So 2 or 3 counties actually said, yes, we want this.
Yep.
We have a Second Amendment sanctuary ordinance that was passed where commissioners, the majority of the board, very clearly said, we do not want enforcement of unconstitutional firearm laws. We don't want people who are otherwise law-abiding citizens and doing everything they should do targeted for any reason. So when this passed and it was clear it was going to pass, it was very telling that everybody just shifted to looking at the sheriffs across the state, which really sort of underscores our SASO, because what the SASO says is our sheriff has discretion, and you do across the state. You all have discretion. You can decide whether or not you want to enforce some of these things. So does the DA. And I don't want to get into the SASO now. We're going to have that conversation in a little bit. But my point is that if you're feeling the heat, it's because you are the front line of defense against some of this stuff. And a lot of our constituents want to know, am I going to be targeted, right?
Yep.
I'm a CHL holder. My magazine is over 10 rounds. Am I going to be targeted just because I'm lawfully carrying?
Yep.
And I know you have to be careful about your words and the way you choose them. But there's a lot of people who are very uneasy right now. Yeah. And they're looking for reassurance. Clearly, you've made statements that have indicated that we just don't have the time or resources, and this is not a priority, that we're not going to go after you just because you're a law-abiding person. However, the permit process is sort of masterfully put together because it takes us out of the equation in many ways. So let's hope we don't get to that point. But clearly, we're discussing the next steps on the SASO. And I just thought it was quite telling that when this became clear it was passing, all of a sudden everyone pivoted and looked at the sheriff. So if you're feeling the heat, that's why. We're also looking to you because we have made it very clear that we think this is unconstitutional. We don't want folks targeted in this county who have no intent of causing harm. So,
Yeah, so to that point, are citizens who are law abiding, who currently possess magazines that can carry more than 10 rounds can be targeted? No. It's the same as the private transfer law that came into effect probably 6 years ago that I was not a fan of. I testified against it in Salem. It became law. It's still law today. If you want to transfer a firearm to someone else, you're required to go get a background and have the other person get a background. To this day, 0 people have been arrested in Yamhill County for a violation of that statute that is currently still on the books. So no, it's not going to be something that we're going to be targeting. A lot of the local media has taken some of those statements and made it basically sound like, oh, well, ultimately the final decision is going to be on the deputy. The discretion is going to be on the deputy. Well, it's not necessarily the case. What I haven't said is we will not enforce 114 at all because a couple things. One, the magazine ban, I'm not concerned about because my staff, 1, doesn't have the time to do it. 2, they're not going to be looking at it. And 3, like the example I wrote down a note that Charles had talked about where he has been stopped a couple times and he's a CHO holder and he's said, I'm carrying a gun. That doesn't give us the legal reason to ask you for your weapon to count how many rounds your magazine has. So to be put in a position where you could possibly be actually in violation of this in law enforcement communications, you would have committed another crime, some other crime. And so I'm not as concerned about that piece, even though I know most of the citizens are super worried that just by the mere fact that they continue to own them, that now they're going to be a criminal. And there's no other way that I can explain that other than I've got a pretty good track record on the private transfer conversation. My staff didn't go out and start targeting people on this. It's the same concept. The other flip side, though, is with this permit
Yeah, I
piece.
was gonna say that.
I don't agree with it. I don't like the process. But if I don't follow that, then I'm preventing citizens in Yamhill County from being able to go buy a gun because gun stores will not sell you a gun if you don't have that permit. So I don't like the process. I don't like what its requirement of. I don't like the fact that they have to go through all this training. I don't like the fact that we have to go through 2 fingerprint background checks. I don't like any of it. But if it was to stay on the books, I want citizens to still be able to arm themselves. And if the only way that they can arm themselves is through this permit process, then I want to be able to provide that opportunity to them in the quickest manner possible.
great, thank you. Commissioners?
Just, thank you. Sheriff, we know the shortcomings of Measure 114. It is an absolute debacle, and I think both sides realize that. Not even something that can be, it's unworkable.
Yeah.
So you know that, and the constituents know that, even our legislators know that. OSP has no idea how this thing would work. The backlog, as you mentioned, was 27,000. So this backlog's been going on for the last 2 years. A lot of it put at the door of OSP. And if they haven't been coming into the office and they haven't been following through on these background checks, it really has been something to watch. Now, all these people are basically, they're out of luck. The live fire training, it's very clearly outlined in there, and there are no facilities to do that. Has there been, I mean, it's again, not to, berate you for the shortfall of this ballot measure, but have you given any thought to how this would be implemented?
Yeah, so that's the piece. So everyone refers to the live fire hands-on demonstration. The legal review of it says that you have to do it, but it doesn't tell us what that means. So it doesn't tell us that you literally have to be on a range and shoot the gun.
What else does live fire mean?
It's a good question. Because the way that it's written, it's a live fire or demonstration that they can safely handle a gun. Someone can demonstrate to me that they can safely handle a gun without actually firing it. And so the question is going to be, what does that actual training mean? The state police doesn't have a specific answer to what that means. One person may say that nope, live fire, hands-on training means you got to go to a range and you actually have to shoot the gun. Another interpretation, which is the legal counsel for OSSA, means I can hand you 3 guns that have no firing pins and hand you 6 dummy rounds and ask you to successfully load that and pull the trigger. You've just demonstrated that you can safely handle the gun and pull the trigger. That doesn't require any firing whatsoever. And so because no one has what that answer is, and everyone has their own, which like you said, there's multiple different interpretations of what that might look like. Not to mention the fact that there's only like 24 ranges available. And you got some counties that have no ranges, no public land where people can just go out and actually shoot. And it just, on the face of it, it literally has been drafted in a way to prevent someone from being able to buy a firearm, which is all good for the case. But at the end of the day, what are we going to do for, if it does come through, to provide that opportunity and training so that people can get through to get that permit?
So that brings us to the elephant in the room, which is that there are 10 sheriffs in the state of Oregon who have unequivocally said they will not enforce this. And, you know, the reason why the Second Amendment sanctuary ordinance was really such a big deal is it was really no surprise that the state of Oregon was really kind of ramping up efforts with these increasingly onerous anti-Second Amendment efforts. So when we see that, and we see at some point, as the gentleman said earlier, I think he did a beautiful job of summing things up. At some point, you say this far and no farther. And we, as we know, the sheriff is the last line of defense for us. So what was reported was that you were going to leave this to the discretion of your deputies. Is that inaccurate, or was that what your policy was going to be?
So similar to the private transfer, well, and I keep referring to the private transfer because that's would be an example of a law that's currently on the books that I don't agree with. We are not out investigating and targeting and pulling people aside and arrest people for this crime. It's been in the books for 6 years. We haven't arrested someone for it. If there was a situation where a very bad person got a gun from a friend who didn't follow that law and went out and shot up a 7-Eleven and injured someone, our staff, our detectives would issue and charge that person with violating that statute, which is what it was designed for. We knew it wasn't going to prevent people from doing anything. And yet we have yet to come up to a case where there's been a perfect case where we would charge them with that. But if someone came to that perfect situation where that crime has been committed, and that's one of the crimes, that's one of the 15 things we'll charge the person with. And so to get to the 10-round magazine piece, what people want to hear me say is we will not enforce that at all. And I'm saying we're not enforcing it because 1, we're not going to come across it. 2, my staff know that that's not a priority. And 3, I can't think of a situation where we'd even be able to enforce it. But I still have to leave to my deputy's discretion based off of the oath of office that they took and the oath that I took to uphold the Oregon Constitution and the US Constitution, that if there is a perfect case scenario where there's a very bad person, one of the 18 crimes that they might get charged with could possibly be this. It's a misdemeanor. It's going to be dropped by the district attorneys, but we're not in a position where we're going to tell our staff flat out 100%, you're not allowed to arrest someone for this crime just because it violates the oath that they took.
Okay, so that brings in a couple of weeks, we're all going to go across the street and we're going to stand there and we're going to raise our hands and we're going to swear an oath to the Constitution, state of Oregon. And I would just like to say that our sheriff made that paramount, that oath superseded anything. And when we acknowledge that this is unconstitutional, and by basically saying, well, we'll let our deputies enforce something that is patently unconstitutional, I think that falls short of what we would all hope. The other thing is your deputies will be breaking the law if they go home with their duty weapons, right?
No.
The magazine capacity of your duty weapons is going to basically violate the magazine ban because it doesn't even cover law enforcement officers. That
It
is
covers law
clear,
enforcement in the performance of their job.
but not when they go home.
Correct. So when they
would
go
be
home,
breaking the law.
not when it's sitting at their house.
No, when they are leaving with their duty weapons and they are off duty, they are not covered and they are in violation of this magazine ban.
I would argue that they're
That is
not.
clearly a provision.
Yes.
And if anybody wants to look at the wording, it is clearly a provision, which is one of the problems why law enforcement, why 10 deputies have, it does not give them cover at all.
Yeah,
It,
if I may, presume that Elmer, right, what's his name, the counsel to
yeah, Elmer
OSSA
Dickens.
has
Yeah.
provided some counsel.
Yeah, so where it doesn't cover law enforcement is if they're carrying their department issued weapon off duty.
Exactly. That's
So,
my point.
and so yes, so for that particular piece, yes, if they're off duty and they carry their department issued gun as a concealed carry weapon, they could possibly be breaking the law. When my
Sheriff, is that
deputy,
standard practice? I'm just asking for clarification.
not all of our staff carry their department issued gun
When they're
off duty. Yeah, most of them have their own privately issued or their private purchased gun that they carry off duty.
But they're allowed to?
They're allowed to carry off duty, yeah. Just by the mere fact that they're law enforcement, they meet the same concealed carry obligations. When a deputy leaves our office and goes home, they're not going to be in violation of that statute. It's only once they get home and they're off duty the next day, if they choose to take that weapon with them off duty, then yes, they would be violating that statute.
Okay,
But only if they're leaving their place and not going in for work.
Correct.
Right.
so
There's a particular,
yeah, if they're off duty carrying a duty weapon with that magazine capacity over 10,
Correct,
they would be in violation.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
and along those lines, Chair, if I may, have you provided or shared legal counsel's assessment with your staff?
Yeah, we're kind of waiting on a couple things because what we're looking at right now is there a way for us to have a carve out that allows for law enforcement? The only way that we can find it right now is for me to be able to direct my staff to carry off duty. But that could open up the door of them saying that they're on duty 24/7 and want to be paid 24/7. So there's a couple legal arguments that maybe if you put it in your policy that a condition of your job is that you may carry off duty if you choose. And they think that might be policy enough that says that it's a portion of responsibility of their job that they may carry off duty. But yeah, it's as it is written right now, even our staff, if they go home and carry that duty weapon off duty, then they are violating that statute.
So you're saying we all need to be deputized?
Not necessarily, well, not necessarily, because even the deputies aren't controlled. I mean, I guess the piece is that and it's hard for people to trust, and I understand that they can't trust everything. And all I can say is I've been here for 8 years and I've been a huge, strong supporter of the Second Amendment, and my staff has not enforced any new laws that have come down from Salem that have further put more restrictions on law-abiding guns owners. And I do not anticipate that happening in this go around. And you have just not the 10 sheriffs that have physically come out, because some of the 10 sheriffs have come out and said they're not going to enforce the ban on the magazine. Some of the 10 sheriffs have come out and said that we're not going to enforce 114 at all. And I've had conversations with those sheriffs. I said, so does that mean that if they're required to get a permit, you're just not going to issue the permit? Well, no, I mean, we're going to give them the permit so they can go get the gun. I said, well, then you're picking portions of 114 that you're not going to enforce. So it's a little misleading at times when they come out, but the overall consensus, I should say, from the State Sheriff's Association, except for 2 sheriffs, is that the magazine ban, they don't like, it's unconstitutional, and none of those sheriff's offices are going to pay any attention to it whatsoever. And their staff are not going to be enforcing that. And that's the same thing that's going to happen here in Yamhill County.
Any further questions for the sheriff?
I just wanted to clarify, because there were some questions about it. And I'm assuming that this is the case, but I don't know. I presume that there's also going to be rulemaking, right?
For this,
Yeah, like,
I think
no, you gotta love,
OSP
love the
probably
state of
just
Oregon.
does it.
OSP is the one
Okay.
who's been designated with it. So they've said, okay, we've worked on the uniformed application and
Mhm.
now you guys go make the rules.
Mhm.
So does does OSP have any rulemaking authority then in it at all?
I don't think they have any, I don't know what the legal term of rulemaking would be, but the way that the statute's written is that the Oregon State Police would be responsible to come up with the application.
Okay.
The process for the training,
Yeah,
the certification of the training. And how they've taken that is they said, we will approve this application,
Mhm.
but we want you, OSSA and OACP, to take on everything else.
so they do have a rulemaking authority then, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Based upon the, it's not a statute yet. but
Yeah, I
there's
don't,
a
yeah,
statute.
yeah, if that's what you want to call
I
it.
just
I don't
wanna
know what
make
the
sure,
legal term
yeah.
is, but yeah, they have been
Okay.
tasked with the ones coming up with the
Because
standards.
they can be the ones to decide then what exactly it means, the demonstration, for example,
Mhm.
with your
They
input.
could, but they're not. They've already told us that they're not going to do it. They're asking us to do it. So it'll be what we decide.
Okay.
So,
Well, I don't have further questions, but I will say that I appreciate your
Okay.
coming here and explaining it to us. And for, I mean, I think that your appropriate response.
Thanks.
well, I
for
can tell you that,
Facing the fire. No pun
hopefully
intended.
in the, well, yeah, if I didn't want the heat, I wouldn't be doing this job, and
Yeah.
it's part of it. I've learned in my 24 years in law enforcement, 8 years as the sheriff, I'm not going to please everybody. But the one thing that I have learned in my 24 years is that even though it's hard for people to sit there and wait for the process to work, I'm very confident that the process is going to work, and the state of Oregon is going to be just fine. And that I think this legal process is going to be very fruitful for us, and will hopefully make some pretty good case law for the rest of the United States. And we'll keep fighting that fight and let the judicial system hopefully do their job.
Yep.
And if they don't, then we'll figure out something else.
Let's pray for common
Thank you.
sense tomorrow. So
Yep, 2:00.
2:00.
I
In
had
Portland.
10 a.m. written down. It must have changed.
Oh,
We'll start with 10 a.m.
yeah, we'll start with.
Yeah.
But there's no
yeah.
room in the courthouse, so you can't watch it.
No.
So
And, but we will, I will make sure that if anything major changes between now and December 8th, I'll try to find a way to communicate that, whether it's through Ken and Christian, then he can disseminate to each of you, but I'll make sure that we get communication to you guys based off the updates I get when I'm over in Bend next week, because I'm sure this will be at the very top of the list of conversations.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
All right,
And
thank you,
Commissioner
Sheriff.
Cool, to clarify,
yeah.
that there is some language in the measure that talks about the department adopting rules.
Okay.
So.
Perfect.
I mean,
Thank you,
I
Jack.
realize that they're saying they don't
Oh,
want,
they
but you know,
basically
like,
told us they're not doing it, but
they have a boss, right? And they have a process that they need to complete. And if they don't have the money, then the legislature gives them money for it.
we would hope.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's an assumption.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
anything else
I don't think so.
that you can think of?
Other than that, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all right. How about them Blazers? Okay,
Thanks, Sheriff.
well, I appreciate it, and thank you for allowing me to come here, even though those flowers were not from me.
No, they might be after tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see.
Happy to send you
Yeah,
flowers.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff. Can we take a break? Sheriff?
Yes, I was just going to call for a 5-minute break, so we will be back at 11:55. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like we lost some folks. Okay, we will resume our Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal informal session for December 1st, 2022. It is noon. And we're coming in at the point of, let's see, item G, our work session. We have nothing on the work session. Item H is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Chair, I move it as presented. Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. How many folks are here for the psilocybin discussion? Raise your hand. Okay, and we lost maybe a couple of folks too.
And
I think
Chair
just-
Hageberg didn't want to raise his hand, but no.
Okay. How would we feel about moving that up just for the sake of not having members of the public sit here for what is going to be a very lengthy meeting?
Yeah, I think that would be great, Chair. And I know that Ken Friday is
Okay.
is listening and was able to come over as soon as we said, hey, Ken Friday, can you come over?
Okay, Ken. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna move the item K2. And pull that out and let's go ahead and hear that first. Now, this is not a typical,
Madam Chair, if I could make one other suggestion. I know we do have a number of folks here who are also here for item K1, which is the
Go ahead
other
and
public
just do them
hearing
both.
for the
Oh,
fire
yeah.
district.
okay,
I
No,
don't
keep that.
expect that will be
Mhm.
too terribly lengthy.
Yeah.
A public hearing. Might I suggest if we could take that item first while we're waiting maybe for
we can.
Director Friday to
suggestion.
get here. And then at least those folks can get on with the rest of their day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so we will kind of skip down to item K, which is our public hearings. Item K1 is a public hearing in the matter of initiating formation of a new rural fire protection district to provide fire and EMS services under ORS 478. McMinnville Fire District is the name of the proposed district, with boundaries being the existing McMinnville Rural Fire Protection District plus all land within the city of McMinnville.
We'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
We will open the public hearing. And
I know we have some representatives from the city of McMinnville here as well, if you'd like them to come forward and speak to this. Or I don't know if you've got any other public comment on this.
yeah, we do have some.
Okay.
And maybe just clarify the process because it's not a land use.
Yeah, it's not a land use.
Oh,
so if
no,
you
no,
want to
no, this is,
clarify.
sorry, no, this is just a regular public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we
It's
decided
just gonna
process.
open for test.
Right, it's been open, so now we're just here to hear public testimony.
Okay.
In the packet that you received, there was a memo prepared by Truman Stone, who's the
Yes.
attorney working with the city and the fire district on this. The primary reason for the hearing today is to hear input from the public and then for the board to discuss and deliberate on whether or not it is of benefit to the county and the impacted areas to form this new district. I believe the chief has some information that he might be ready to share with the board if you'd like to hear that. This is the first of what will be 2 public hearings. There is a draft board order also in the packet that the board would be asked to consider at the end of the public hearing. If you're satisfied with what you've heard and that this process should move forward, then in the adoption of that board order, you'd also be setting the date for the next public hearing, which is the second of the 2 required hearings for January the 12th. And then following that public hearing, if the board is still inclined to move forward at that time, you would adopt a final order sending the question to the voters. The timeline is still aiming for the May election of next year.
Okay,
Did I miss anything?
so
Truman? Okay,
I am going to, we do have some testimony and support. So I'm going to call up Chief Lightford and also Attorney Truman Stone, if you want to kind of kick us off. Welcome. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Chair, members of the commission and staff. My name is Truman Stone. I'm with Local Government Law Group in Eugene, but I work from home at 691 Southwest Viewcrest in Dundee. And I'm here representing the city of McMinnville on this matter. And I will just, your able counsel gave you a good summary, but I'll just want to add a little detail. And then the chief can speak a little bit about why the fire department is engaged in this process. And then we can go from there. But we're mainly here to answer any questions that you might have. So thank you again for being able to come back here. This process has come to you a couple times. And if you'll remember, this is an initiation by the Board of Commissioners. So this is essentially a 4-step process. It was the first order which initiated the process and set today's hearing. This is the first, as Christian said, this is the first of 2 public hearings. The primary purpose of today's public hearing is to allow the public to come and provide testimony. And in order to do that, there were certain statutory notifications that needed to be made. There was publication in the newspaper, a legal notice twice, and there were postings in 3 locations around the county, including the courthouse, the Board of Commissioners office, and the fire station. Again, after this hearing to take public testimony, there'll be a follow-up hearing, which we will ask you to set at the end of this in that order. That will be for January. At that point, if the commission is satisfied that the statutory steps have been fulfilled, there'll be an order setting this for the election, for the May election. And because it involves imposition of a new permanent tax rate for the new district, it must go to the voters at that election. And so that's what we're doing here today. And with that, I'll turn it over to the chief, who needs no further introduction.
Cause trouble enough. Rich Lightford, 2571 Northwest Horizon Drive. I'm the City of McMinnville Fire Chief. I will promise to keep this short because I know you have a long day already, and I will try and get this as short as we can. I want to brief and I appreciate the opportunity the commission has afforded us by allowing us to move through this process. It has helped in our chances of educating the public on the challenges that we face and trying to move this issue forward. Since 2018, we've been in a multi-year study with all of our partners. We initially started with 9 rural fire districts, all in Yamhill County, all 9 fire districts in Yamhill County or departments. With the original study, we phased it down. We had the West End decided to do the separate entity process. We worked through the process with the consultants. We pared it down to the final 3 or 4 that were still interested in moving forward. And what we ended up with, as this consultant said we would at the start, would probably be a core group of 2 that would establish the new base fire district, and then the others. Once they see that there's a success in that district, they would be interested in moving toward and bringing the rest of the departments on. Overall, the feasibility for operations and financial is there for the county. The financial studies that were done showed that the $2 per thousand tax rate was the best tax rate to help the new department be sustainable and be able to provide an improved service, whether it's in staffing to increase the number of staffed units that are coming out to reduce response times, or to increase the number of people that we have on fires. The long-term planning and sustainability allows us the opportunity to plan for substations to improve our service levels to the larger area, not just a municipality of McMinnville. It also would provide for a long-term financial planning for fleet replacement. And none of those things have been able to occur given the current city fiscal restraints. So this is an opportunity. We went out and polled originally polled for a choice between $1.80 and the $2 per thousand. And given the financial information we have from our consultants, the polling came in on the positive side of going to $2 per thousand to make it sustainable and service improvements rather than just making it sustainable. The $1.80 would keep it sustainable, but with little or no service improvements. The $2 would give us the sustainability, but also have those service level improvements built in over the life of the 5-year plan that was laid out. So that is how we got to where we are. It was an attempt to try and consolidate efforts and services throughout the county. It's happening nationwide because of the tax constraints that are at the state law. And as we were moving forward, we've since 2009, in my tenure here, we have tried a variety of different methods and options to try and improve services and find revenue streams. And we've been slightly successful throughout some of the work at the state level with some of our ambulance side of the world that we serve in, but the overall inability to find a sustainable tax rate led us to the solution that is in front of you right now that would go to the voters. And the challenge that we have is the tax rate that is proposed and built was managed, not the challenge, but the tax rate that you used to have in front of you. Because we don't have a district that was at that level of tax rate is why we have to dissolve an existing district and create a new district rather than just annexing in from one district to another. And we needed this reset a new base rate for the new fire district to be sustainable. And I don't want to take much more time from you from that. If you're interested, I have some flyers I can hand out to you that are going through our public meetings. I'll be happy to do that. I don't want to cross lines on public meeting rules, so I don't want to cause any challenges. But I do have. I know that Council President Garvin and the local 39-9 Todd Godfrey are here.
Mhm.
And I know they just want to take 2 minutes. We made some commitments about public meetings and getting the information out to the public. And they've been kind of coordinating a lot of that. And if I promise just a couple of minutes on what we've done and what we're doing, just to show the commissioners that we are actually following through with this process and our commitment to try and get the word out, if that's all right with the commissioners. While I hand this
Great.
out.
Is that what you're handing out to the
I'm
public?
just gonna hand out.
Okay.
handout.
Yeah, I'd love
That's
to see
okay.
that.
All right.
Mhm.
And thank you, Chief. That was super helpful. I mean, I know it, but you laid it out in a way that I'm like, oh, that's where all these pieces went. So thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
As you want to follow up with or Todd?
If there's no questions, take a seat.
I think. The only question I had was, you might not know this off the top of your head, but when is the deadline to actually put it on the ballot? Is it February-ish?
It's.
Okay.
I did not bring the timeline, but it is somewhere in that. The order before you sets a second public hearing on January 12th.
January 12th. Right.
And I guess one other thing I should just mention, there's a similar proceeding going on with the current rural district board proposing and adopting a plan of dissolution. And that also needs to go to the voters in May to be approved. And so these two measures are contingent on each other passing. So it is not exactly parallel, but there's some similar processes going on outside of what the county commission's doing. The date that keeps sticking in my head is the March 31st date, but that's the date to get the legal description approved by Department of Revenue in order to get the taxing authority for the following tax year. So the ballot date, I can't remember quite off the top of my head, but it's either late February or early
I don't have it off
March.
the top of my head either, but I can confirm with the clerk. And
Yeah,
let you know.
I would just put it out there that if we're starting to bump up against deadlines, make sure you let us know. And so.
So we set this you start with the election date and you work your way backwards on this
Okay,
deadline.
so we should be good.
And so today's meeting and the meeting for January 12th all in a time frame that meets the statutory requirements and doesn't bump up against that deadline.
Okay,
So
perfect.
we're good in the process that's currently before you.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Garvin, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, so we've been on the public information campaign with Local 399 President Godfrey, myself, and Fire Chief Leifert. After we came and talked to you guys, I believe it was beginning part of September, we had a public outreach meeting at Civic Hall, Kent Taylor Civic Hall. Then as this has progressed, we've been scheduling additional outreach meetings. We have one next Tuesday, the 6th at 6 p.m. That'll be on Zoom and in person at Civic Hall. And then it'll also be recorded by the local MCM channel. So it'll be broadcast on TV. Additionally to that, on the 23rd last week, we met with the Lions Club, our morning Rotary is who we met with on the 23rd. And then in January, every week, Todd and I and the chief have at least one meeting a week with different nonprofits, Noon Rotary, Lions Club, Kiwanis, clubs of that nature, and just getting the message out there and putting the information before the voters so they know exactly what they're going to be voting on. We're about to go to polling next month on what the city's going to do with the $1.50. So we want to engage citizens on that front. And then we'll have that data back to us at the council level the middle of January and have a work session on that. And then hopefully be working through that the following weeks and be able to present that to the voters by March 1st. So they know well in advance of the May election exactly what and when and how that $1.50 is going to come back on the tax rolls for them and what service level impacts that'll make a difference from the city side as well. That doesn't affect the rural voter, but we as a city feel it's important that we lead with that elephant in the room and we don't wait till the 11th hour like what happened on the other side of the county.
It's good to learn.
Welcome, Todd.
Thank you. I think the only thing that I would add to Counselor Garvin's conversation today is to kind of briefly sum up everything he's saying is that we're trying to be as transparent as possible. And all we're asking is to be able to go to the voters and let the voters decide. So we're not asking them to circumvent any systems. We're putting ourselves out there, having all the conversations, asking for polling information and going down what we feel is the proper channels to get to where we can get a successful vote, hopefully in May. The other thing I would add is that in Yamhill County, there's currently, with the addition of the Grand Ronde Tribe Fire Agency, there's currently 10 fire agencies in Yamhill County. Of those 10, only 3 are city agencies, ourselves, Lafayette, and Dundee. I know that obviously ourselves and Dundee are looking at doing something to become a district. Newburgh had done that and they're now successful and have improved their service levels in that area. Carlton has done it roughly 10 years ago as well and are now increasing their service levels as well. So this isn't an uncommon thing. It's something that more and more agencies in Yamhill County are going to, and to make us more sustainable and to provide a better service.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cody, did you have anything to add or? Oh, sure. Come on up.
I prepared to say good morning, commissioners, but good afternoon, commissioners, and staff. I was just going to share the perspective of, I'm sorry, I'm Cody Quinlan. I live at 1449 Northwest Medina Drive. I'm a lifetime McMinnville resident. I like to say I was born in Walgreens in the old hospital there. So I think there's actually a Facebook group, but anyway, the perspective I wanted to share is not only a lifetime McMinnville resident, but also the current vice president of our local 3099. And I am the chair of our McMinnville Professional Firefighters PAC as well. So I handle a lot of our political outreach. So that perspective of, I want to start with why myself and many of us got into the profession of firefighting. We got into it to serve. We want to provide a very beneficial and necessary service to our community, the community that I'm well rooted in. I have no plans to ever leave this community. I say I'm a townie by choice. You know, I've left and traveled, not moved away, but I've traveled, I've seen the world, and I've chosen to live in McMinnville. And I'm proud and happy to live here. And I've chosen to serve this community I live in a very, what I feel like is a very necessary and effective way. So many of us got into this field to do that, to serve. And that is at the core of what we are trying to do, is to serve the community and the citizens. And we see more than anyone else the day to day that doesn't provide that level of service that we feel like we ought to be providing. Whether you look at statistics and data of the national standards we're falling behind of, the staffing levels we can't provide due to funding levels that the district would drastically improve. The aging fleet that we're paying more to service and Band-Aid and repair than we are to replace. And many facets in between that, but on all levels, we feel like we're failing, and it kind of falls onto us individuals' shoulders to try to make that gap. And I've told city councilors this, that we almost do it to our own detriment. We make the system work more than we ought to, because we bend over backward and we put more effort in and we do more things, when really the system should just be built better. And the district has, as Chief and the others spoke to, we have a model that has been built for us over years of data that shows us a very effective model for this district. And we know that's effective. We know it's reasonable, and it can really help us provide the service to the community that we as a local union want to provide, and we know is needed and necessary. So I appreciate your time and your consideration in this, and helping move it forward. And I look forward to it going on the ballot in May. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
if there's one thing we learned in Newburgh, and Christian can talk to this as well because he was on the board, is that people expect very high levels of service when it comes to their EMS service, which is predominantly what you do these days. So, yeah. Okay. Is there any other testimony in support, or I suppose opposition to?
Yeah.
Any testimony at all? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Ken, you're on both. You're here and you're on.
Hello. Let's see how it works.
Okay. Hearing none. We need a motion.
Close the hearing.
We'll close out the hearing.
Yep, and then the board
Open it
can
up.
discuss, and then in the draft board order that's in the packet, there would be 2 items the board would be considering acting on today. One is essentially the decision to move the process forward, and then the second item is setting the second hearing date for January the 12th.
So it's an order, correct?
Yeah, I have. There are a number of findings that are very similar to what was in the last board order. And then you see this highlights the fact that we've had the hearing today. And then finding that it's appropriate to move it forward to the second hearing. And then these are the 2 items that the board will be adopting. under the
Okay.
board order.
Under the order, okay. Okay, so commissioners, I will move approval of a preliminary order,
Just a board order.
just a board order.
Yeah.
Approving the formation of the McMinnville Fire District and setting the final hearing for January 12th of 2023.
The second hearing, the final hearing will come after the final hearing on the formation of the district won't happen until after the election. But the second order is will be after the second hearing, which will be referring the question to the voters if the board is ready to move on at that point. Sorry.
Okay.
I think it was just
Let me
the
revise the
second
motion.
public hearing. Was all of it.
January 12th.
Yeah, it was January 12th.
Mhm.
You were doing great, though. I was ready to commend you and then.
Well, I'll just say in general, I move that we approve the board order that approves the formation of the McMinnville Fire District
Well, it moves,
Um,
it moves the formation process forward to the next step.
and moves it to the second hearing, which
Correct.
is set for 10 a.m. on January 12th of 2023.
That's right.
I was holding my breath even.
Even any further discussion?
No, simply that I'm glad that we get to be here at this stage now, and thank you for all of your work. There's a lot of you in the room who've done a lot, so.
Yes,
wanna
thank you very
recognize
much.
Lots of work goes into
Thank you
these.
for asking us to be part of it.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We'll see you on the 12th. Let me actually. Okay, we're moving on to item K2, which is docket number G-02-22. Consideration of approval in the matter to amend the Yamhill County zoning ordinance to place psilocybin manufacturing in the exclusive farm zone and service centers in the recreational, commercial, and public assembly institutional zones. And this is obviously in response to Measure 109. The county as a board, we did not vote to send it to the ballot, so we were tasked with coming up with some rules around how this would be zoned, and so that's what has been presented here. And we have some materials that are, did you get the other packet? Yeah, you did. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Ken, do you want to kind of?
Yes.
Well, is this is a
Legislative.
legislative? Okay.
Yes, I was
Why don't you
just
kick
about
us
to
off?
say, yeah, this is a legislative hearing, so you can take testimony in any order that you prefer. You don't have to follow the order of procedure for a land use hearing, so there's no razor to wave it that needs to be read. As the board's aware, Measure 109, which legalized psilocybin in Oregon, automatically opts counties into the program, which is under development and is slated to begin January of next year. I thought the board would be interested in actions taken by other jurisdictions within the county. So I had Desiree put together a chart showing the ballot measures and their results. The city of Newburgh adopted a prohibition. Cities of Dayton, Lafayette, and Yamhill took no action on the ballot. And the remainder of the cities all adopted a 2-year moratorium. The board asked the planning commission to develop time, place, and manner amendments for both psilocybin manufacturing and service centers in the unincorporated communities. The planning commission reviewed the options and decided to recommend placement of service centers in the RC recreation commercial zones and the PAI public assembly institutional zones. The placement of them in the RC zone is because it allows an entertainment facility. And while there are a lot of medical benefits for psilocybin, there isn't any requirement to have a prescription to take it. It's the Oregon Health Authority has indicated that services will be available to people aged 21 or over and will not require a prescription or medical referral. So that's why that zone was chosen. The Planning Commission also recommended placement of service centers in the PAI public assembly institutional zones because that zone allows clinics. And I had Lance print off maps, and we did have a map that showed all of the county but the dots were so small it wasn't very readable. So I just had them print off maps to give you an idea of where these are in the county. As for the processing and manufacturing of products, the Planning Commission recommended that those be approved through conditional use and site design review in the exclusive farm use zone. And of course, growing would be allowed, growing of the product would be allowed in the exclusive farm use zone. Commissioner Bershauer asked for a summary sheet, so I had one printed off, and that's the most recent thing that I passed out. So the Planning Commission made this recommendation by a vote of 5-0, and so now it's up to the board.
Okay, thank you, Ken. I have quite a few questions, read through the packet and the Planning Commission testimony, but I want to hear from the folks who are in the room first. So it looks like we have, in support of this option, we have Catherine Jernstead. If you want to come up. Welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Catherine Jernstead. I'm here representing Friends of Yamhill County. The mailing address is P.O. Box 1083 McMinnville. I actually reside in rural Yamhill County off Mineral Springs Road. We are very interested in seeing the medical benefits of this realized and pursued in a responsible way. I was here for the testimony, not all of it, but quite a bit of it. And it's quite compelling that this is a unique opportunity. But I was disappointed by the outcome of the initiatives because I think there's still a great fear factor and lack of understanding out there. So that this is an opportunity for county leadership to take a step forward and let others see if that it can be done well. Obviously, it's a legal crop, so the growing of it should be permitted on EFU land. Crop processing is a permitted activity in EFU lands. The fact that many of them wanted to be able to do their service centers out there, while understandable, I was very concerned by discussion of psilocybin tourism, and that it would, because it is an uncommon situation to have it legal and available with so few limitations. EFU land does not need more tourism activity on it. And the idea that we can support the crop, we can support the usage, and we can, in these discrete areas, allow development of some of the clinics, which obviously without the clinics, growing it doesn't do you a darn bit of good, but that it is, I think it was John Abrams said, we can start small and add later, but if we start too big, it's impossible to get our arms around it and rein it in. And I think we've had some of those sorts of discussions, you among yourselves as well, that Friends of Yamhill supports pursuing this as for its medicinal value, but would like to see the dispensing in a more controlled framework. So thank you.
Thank you. And I did read your testimony from planning as well. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I do have one question for you.
Sure.
Sorry for folks who are waiting, we got to go through all of this, and I need to get my questions answered. So one of them is that in your testimony before the Planning Commission, you noted support for a conditional use permit process for psilocybin manufacturing. And I just wanted to get your clarification, because you said that crop production is totally fine. I'm not aware of a manufacturing specific process and licensure that's separate from the growing. And so I wanted to get your thoughts on that. That as far as I know, there's a license for growing, and there's a license for therapy centers. And if it ended up being that a farmer would have to get a conditional use permit in order to grow, because they can't grow without and he's shaking his head, but I just want to make sure that, I want to get Catherine Jernsted's view first on this, sorry, or Friends of Yamhill County. Would you support moving it to just a permitted use?
Yeah, I was trying to off the cuff remember how the language for crop processing generally
Mhm.
is used in EFU land. And I don't, because there's the outright permitted use winery,
Mhm.
there's the conditional use, there's, all these increments to it.
Right.
And if anything, it has to do with what we learned from the marijuana and CBD processing,
Mhm.
that there are potential chemical and processing elements that might draw the concerns of adjacent property owners.
Mhm.
But frankly, I don't know enough about what's involved in processing psilocybin to know if that's a legitimate concern or not.
Okay, thank you. And then, sorry, Director Friday, I just wanted to make sure that I heard the Friends of Yamhill County views on it, but
Well, just that there is a certain level of processing that is allowed. We're thinking more along the lines of in Colorado, I think they were making putting mushrooms into chocolates to make edibles and things like that. So that was the vision of, if you had a large facility, that would go through a conditional use and site design review.
okay, that's great, because I wanted to make sure that we weren't talking that a farmer would have to, by virtue of their processing or their crop application to the state.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And isn't that what we do for marijuana processing?
So I guess then the addition to that is if it says if we adopt it and put it into code that manufacturing is a conditional use, but we don't mention it. I'm just thinking back to if we don't explicitly allow it, is it prohibited? Is somebody going to interpret our county ordinance as being that, well, there's psilocybin manufacturing is the only thing that's listed here and it's a conditional use? That may not be a question for you, but.
Yeah.
Well, the processing of it of a farm crop is in the statute as a permitted use under ORS 215.283 sub 1, and so we can't adjust that.
Right.
And since it's listed as a farm crop in the exclusive farm use zone, I don't think it's going to do anything to modify that, but if the board decides to go forward with this, I'd work with Jody to make sure that language is clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. But it sounds
My
like
mother reported that they never fixed the crack in the roof of the delivery room at the former Walgreens location through 5 deliveries.
Oh, my gosh.
And she had time to note that, right?
I guess so.
Yes.
You have a question for him?
Well, so I want to be clear that I understood your question. So
Yeah.
because it is an allowable crop, there's a certain level of processing automatically allowed,
And
but we're worried about a large
yeah.
scale.
Okay, so
Sorry to muddy
there's
the waters.
with a farm use, you have preparation of a crop where you may be drying it, you may be sorting it, you may be doing those things are automatically allowed. There's also preparation of taking a crop from one product to another product. So if you have berries and you take them into jam, then you might need to do a site design review or a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use.
Gotcha.
So the purpose of putting it in as a conditional use and site design review is for those circumstances where it doesn't fit under the permitted use section of ORS 215.283.
Because I wanted to
Okay.
make sure that a farmer is going to be able to still grow her crop without having to go through the conditional use permit process. Since there's some minimal processing that really comes under crop production that a farmer will need to be able to do as part of that license from the state.
Yeah, and the cases that kind of decided this were actually tax court cases, but they applied to these provisions of the code, of the statute, I should say. And so, yeah, I not intended to make anything in the way of a conditional use just to grow the crop.
Okay.
And that's why I asked specifically, I was like, is it the policy of Friends of Yamhill County? But
Gotcha. Okay.
thank you.
Okay,
both.
so now we have, oh, I should ask online. Is there anyone online? Looks like no. Okay. Testimony in opposition to, so first we have Joshua Fiddleman. If I'm reading that right.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Did I say your last name right?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Fiddleman.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
Feidelman,
Feidel.
Feidelman. Either way.
Welcome.
And I also would like to bring up my wife, Jennifer.
Oh, great. Okay. Jennifer.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
we're
I see.
together. So,
Welcome, Jennifer. If you could both
And all the rest. Yeah.
just state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Joshua Feidelman. I'm at 16345 Northwest Meadow Lake Road outside of Carlton. And my wife and I, we run a private parking campground on our property, and our property is zoned in an AF zone, which will not be included in what the planning commission had approved for this time. And we are in opposition to that, mainly from my perspective, in the feeling that there is a time constraint in Measure 109 for outside of Oregon businesses to come into Oregon in a future time frame to explore this business. And by limiting this in the AF zones, we will not have the opportunity to get established before that happens. So that opportunity for us being in Oregon and trying to establish our business in Oregon will be then taken away of having that exclusivity. And then we will have to compete with a lot of this outside competition, which might have a lot more legal and financial power than we have to be able to move forward with this as a business. So that's a little concerning as well. The other piece of the space that surrounds us, other agricultural businesses, other property owners, these kinds of things. With what this treatment consists of and what people are coming to seek would not in any way, shape, or form, both in its size, its volume, its traffic of people coming in and off of the property, would be in any way, shape, or form a problem or an issue for neighbors or surrounding businesses. We are kind of in a unique situation with our property, meaning it's a 60-acre property that really has no value in a farm situation, meaning that the farmland, the land is designated as low value. So as far as growing any kind of crops or anything like that, really other than logging, it is not. And we have, of the owners of this property, don't want to do those practices on the property, but we still want to be able to utilize the property in a way that benefits the community, and allowing for people that don't have the opportunities to come into these areas and see that there's more diversity than just agricultural production in these areas. So that's another reason why we would like to see this in this zone. Also, lastly, I will say that the county already has really good conditional use permit criteria in place that when we're talking EF and AF zone properties, that is so well established already that it is very difficult for those properties to get any kind of conditional use permits for businesses like this in the first place. To get our private parking campground permit was arduous and very fine criteria to make that allowable within the county. With my point being that if you do open this up to those zones or those properties, 99% of those properties will not meet that criteria that they will have to go through the planning department to get that conditional use permit. So those restrictions are already there. They're already in place. It's not like you're opening the floodgates. It's not like the marijuana industry. It doesn't have the footprint of those kinds of things. It doesn't have that processing and trafficking of materials and equipment and personnel. It is a completely different industry, and you're not opening the doors to those issues by allowing this. And if you have any other questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, my wife would be picking up the rest of what we would like to see happen.
My name is Jennifer Leonard, and I'm also at 16345 Northwest Meadow Lake Road. Thank you for rearranging things a little bit today. And so I will apologize. We're probably going to skate out real quick, but it's not because we don't know that this process is important. So we were involved in the planning department's process as well. And so I'm really here today as both a community member and a healthcare provider to follow up on that process. As a community member, I really want to thank everybody involved, the planning department and the commissioners for giving this time and dedicated attention. It's not an easy task to implement something like this, and I think we're all aware of that. And I really do respect that general conservative approach in trying to go slow and careful, because it's really important that this goes well first out of the gate. As a healthcare provider, I'm here to talk about the pressing need for these services for those who struggle with depression, anxiety, PTSD. Over the last year, I've had an increasing amount of clients ask me about psilocybin as a method for addressing deep-seated trauma, addiction, and emotional challenges. And since the pandemic, these mental health issues and suicide rates have just skyrocketed. And especially in those particular populations that are vulnerable, like veterans and frontline healthcare workers. So because of this, I decided to enroll in a program for psychedelic assisted therapy, which I'll complete at the end of this month. It's been this past year. And I entered into this program as a way to learn the safe and effective ways that we can use these medicines to reach our community members before it becomes a crisis, like we heard about earlier today, kind of when it gets to crisis mode. Further, I did serve on the OHA Rules Advisory Committee to help be a part of the rule development. So I got really familiar with what those rules are most likely going to look like when they're released at the end of this month. And I really wanted to understand kind of what this process is going to look like and how it can serve us on a local level. And as it stands with this county being ready to embrace a new direction for health and wellness, I think it's a really huge set of steps to be taking. However, I'm concerned about the zoning limits, largely as a barrier for us to move forward. Understanding that the PAI and the RC zones are, some of them are in rural settings, which might be ideal for treatment, as we feel the AF and EFU zones are. But I'll tell you that by being involved with the rulemaking process with OHA, the standards that they're going to set for licensing is already going to count out a lot of properties that are in those RC and PAI zones. So we're limited by the vote that just happened in the cities. Many of them banned it. Then we've got a limited zoning, and then OHA's, their level of licensing is going to limit this. And so my concern is that if we wait for a full year, as I know was kind of discussed in the planning department's meeting, to revisit if this is working or not, it's going to be too long to wait. And it's going to be too long to wait, both because of the financial advantage that we can have before outside dollars come in, and also because the mental health crisis is not getting better. And while 6 months or a year might seem like a relatively good amount of time to wait, those people who are struggling, a year's a really long time. So understanding that that's going to create more work and some considerations. I do think that you're not going to have a lot of applications, mostly just because there's so many layers of restrictions that are coming in. OHA has a really high level themselves. So we're hoping that maybe by making this case that we would consider the AF and EF U zones to be included in for conditional use permitting for service centers particularly. We've run our private park and campground for the past 1.5 years, and so we don't need another successful business. We're good with what we're doing, but at the same time, we're really looking to bring this service both with our expertise and how we think it can help the people in the county specifically. We've spoken to our neighbors and really already started that process to engage with we have a winery and then 2 private residents, and we've talked with them, and we've been really met with more curiosity and questions than we have with resistance and fear. And so we hope by starting this process of having conversations, it can kind of set a standard that before it escalates to a problem, we can kind of develop these relationships together once we see the value. So and the last thing I'll just add is that within, if we do move forward with needing to review this again at a later date, I would ask for sooner than a year, because I think a year is a long time to wait for reviewing what's working and what's not working.
Thank you. So I have,
We all have questions.
Okay. Well, because you have a strong medical background, so that's why I'm kind of wondering, I don't know the financial sort of timeline of this. So how do you see that as on the business owner side, if you were both to set up something like this, what does it look like to you?
Financially, so this is how it will likely look. And that's financially, it's one of the big barriers that's going to be happening, because the licensing from OHA it's going to be high.
Expensive, yeah.
It's going to be really high. So even as we're advocating for this, it is still a little scary that, oh, hey, if we get this opportunity, like it's a huge financial risk to take.
Right.
So it looks like in 2023, it opens up to applications. And so let's say we were allowed to get our land use approval. We would pay the application fee and then the licensing fee once we got through that process, which would probably, if they started it out in the beginning of January, which is not likely, it's probably going to be a couple months after January, they're going to approve people. We're going to have to go through putting in the security systems and the protections and the video cameras, just like cannabis has. So that'll take time and finances to set up. So it'll probably, in a perfect world, if we could move forward on day one, we would probably be looking at early fall. And so that's already almost a full year that we just need to set up after we get our license.
That would be
Okay.
just because of the infrastructure that's
Well,
required.
yeah, and that's kind of what I'm asking is, it can't be grown outdoors. So what does the facility look like? What does the service center look like? Is it because I'm
So-
assuming it can't be in your home.
Correct.
So-
Yep.
That this is part of my point in the restrictions already in place with the county as far as what's allowed on these properties. Because you can't just build another house or build a service center for people to come. It's a livable structure. It's not allowed on an AF property with a single family home already on it. Where we fit into a bit of a niche is because we are a private park and campground. So because of that, through the county, we have a permit that allows us to build structures on the property that accommodate for people to stay in. And these structures have, amenities as far as electric lighting and plumbing and certain facilities to be a livable structure. That in itself is severely going to limit the ability for these service centers to be allowed on these AF zones, because most AF and EF properties won't fit that criteria. But we have this particular niche, and because of the healthcare background that my wife has been in, and we really see the benefit for the community that this could provide. So for us, this seems like, wow, here's a really good opportunity for us to provide something that really helps people and gives back to the community in a different way than the campground does, as far as just offering a place for people to come to enjoy a rural setting. And there's been lots of discussion about because of that, because of other industries that surround it, it might not be such an ideal thing. One of those arguments is like cannons going off from wineries and things like that. Well, fortunately for us, the winery that abuts our property, they use bird signs. They don't use cannons. So that actually enhances that natural sense of people being out. Being able for people that are having this treatment to engage in nature in a way that is completely or almost completely confined in a sense of it's not an office park setting. You don't go into just a park and yet you still see the skyscraper and the building or traffic going by and things like that. This allows that setting, those things to be removed. And so the people that are having this experience for this treatment can really focus on that. And there's not a lot of distraction for that as well. But as to my wife's point, it is a very financially tasking endeavor for somebody to really take this on, both as a manufacturer of the product, as well as like the side we want to be on as far as implementing a space that people can come and have this treatment done, both from the standpoint of the safety aspects as well. Again, another thing that we had a challenge with getting our permit to be that campground was our access for EMS and fire department, those kinds of things. The amount of money that we had to put out to make the property compliant in those regards, widening roads, all these kinds of things, are all highly, not everybody's going to be able to, to do this and take this on. But we have this niche and we want people who also might be able to have this niche to have that possibility and opportunity, and to be able to get on the ground running with it, to get it established, to prove its quality before a lot of outside entities come in and think that they have a different way of doing things. We want to prove that and make it an Oregon thing as well.
You mentioned that the need is going up, obviously. I think we would agree with you. Will there be anticipated barriers in terms of cost of the service that you see? Because it seems like it would be pretty expensive to come and do this.
It's a big concern. I think during the public comment for the rules, for the rulemaking, the cost of the licensing was a big concern, mostly because of that. It's going to get passed down to the user. So the discussion, I think, is ongoing, but it's a self-funded program. So they have to start funding the program somehow, and that's going to be through licensing. So they're going to revisit that later on as they start to gain funds from the licensing process and see if they can shift some of that. It's not going to be anytime soon. So one of the benefits that I think, one of the things I think we have that feels like it's a support is that we have successful businesses already. We're not going to rely on this as our only income. So we have this availability to be able to still offer at a cost that seems like it's going to be inclusive. I don't know how long we can do that before, kind of it all catches up, but we'd like the chance to try. There's group sessions that are written into the measure that bring the cost down so that people can, be in small groups of 3 or 4 and not pay the full rate of having all the infrastructure and the licensing passed down to one person for each treatment.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to make this inclusive for anybody in the community and everybody in the community, mostly the people that need it. We don't want, as was said earlier, psilocybin tourism. That's just going to create an elitist sense of, it's like going to the spa for the weekend, that kind of a thing. That's not what this is about. That's not the environment we want to create either.
Okay.
Oh,
No, you go ahead.
I've already asked some questions. But
Oh,
I'll ask mine.
go ahead.
Okay, are you sure?
Yeah.
All
go
right.
ahead.
So I want to make sure that when you're testifying before us, you also have full understanding of the testimony that we've received, including from the Healing Advocacy Fund. So I'm going back to the manufacturing question, because the Healing Advocacy Fund's testimony in the record says psilocybin manufacturing cannot be located on a parcel that has a residence. And that's
I
the
have a-
concern. So if you, and I know that you have a lot of experience with this, but I also want to just highlight that's my concern with manufacturing being used as language in the proposed code.
They changed the language in this
Great.
last draft rules. So that's the piece I wanted to just clarify. So they knew that that was a piece that was really confusing. And so basically they're talking about a permitted area. So the idea that you can have the same tax lot,
Yeah.
but the footprints of the two cannot overlap.
Okay, great.
So
So
that's
it's
how
just
they-
like cannabis licensure. then.
Yeah, they
Okay.
clarified that in this last draft
Perfect.
rules. Yeah,
In that way, it's just like cannabis licensure.
right. Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Thank you both for being here. You might know this, and this might be something that Ken knows, so I'm not sure because you sat through rulemaking initial meetings. Limitations on volume and capacity of the service centers. Is this something that has been called out in the measure?
So they don't have limitations for the actual center. What they have is kind of the structure for single to 2 people to 3 people, all the way up to, I think, 10 people groups or something. But they're leaving that time, place, and manner down to the county to figure out for how many people you're allowed to have per day. Or per week, or however you decide, but they've left that to the counties.
Okay. And the other thing is when you referencing OHA's licensing requirements and restrictions would discount a lot of properties. Is that pretty much what you outlined in terms of the cost and the location and some of the?
Yeah, the cost is a big one, but also how you can get security systems and commercially locked doors and all of these into some of these properties, like that's going to be that, and have egress and ingress that's, fire department approved and, all of those pieces, bathrooms. Unless again, people we've already invested in this infrastructure for our campground, so we have it.
Okay.
But right off, the bat on top of the licensing, if people have to do that too, it's gonna increase the cost like 5-fold just to put that infrastructure in.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
That was mine as well.
So part of, I think it was planning commission testimony said that this is an 8-hour ordeal. So you go in, you're evaluated, assessed, you take the product, and then it's from the start to finish, it's 8 hours.
For the highest dose. They have it structured again
Okay.
for lower doses or less time, but at the most, yeah, 8 hours.
So if you're having to have someone in the facility for 8 hours, it seems like it would sort of be self-restricting. Like you don't have the room to have a lot of people. However, I'm not sure it pencils out cost wise. I guess that's what I'm not understanding.
There's the piece where you don't have a lot of people. There's also going to be this little bit of funnel for facilitators, right? So like as the facilitators are going to get licensed, there's not going to be a ton of facilitators in the first couple of years because the programs have to be licensed. People have to get through the programs, then they have to take the test. So the capacity to handle a lot of people is going to be pretty low as well, just because of the lack of facilitators. So that's going to give a couple years. There's at least going to be a couple year lag time before there's enough people trained to sit for, these treatments. So that's, I think, going to be another big limitation in this first couple of years.
Okay.
And you're right to the point of saying it doesn't pencil out as far as a profitable business model
Right.
on just a service center side of things. As most healthcare isn't in that regard, the reality of that. But again, that's the importance of because of all of this, all of these components in flux. Again, the importance for us to have that advantage in this time frame to get established prior to that outside entity, again, with the legal and the money and all of those pieces. Just have that
Okay.
first running start.
Okay. I'll ask my hypothetical question later, but I want to get to,
I just had one
Jason as
other
well.
really
Sure.
brief question for you, which is, you laid out your timeline or a hypothetical timeline or what you can predict. But the conversation at planning was, hey, let's revisit this in a year. And you were like, hey, maybe we could check on impacts before that. it seems to me like we're not really gonna know a lot of impacts before a year is out, unfortunately. Can you,
That's
I hate to be the downer.
No,
but-
no, no, and that's the true point, and I think that's the sticky point being that I get the year waiting and I get the year trying to be conservative. And 2025 opens up all those other big dollars. So, you know, I get it's a cost risk analysis and I understand that also with the capacity to handle land use approvals and all of this. And of course, from our point of view, I feel like the risk would be better to take to try because the chance that a lot of people are going to do this is pretty low. And that year, if it keeps in the 2 restricted zones, like if you get more than 2 applications, I'd be surprised. And I don't know your side, I don't know planning department side, so that is coming from a very limited point of view, but from how I've been involved in this in the last year and change, like there's a lot of pressure out there to make business out of this. And I think to get a foothold on it being established as a responsible treatment before it becomes a commercialized business it's going to be a game changer to how this looks in the future.
Okay, I just have one brief question. It's really like a yes or no. If the Board of Commissioners direct the staff to have Friends of Yamhill County and potential licensees work together on proposed conditions for conditions of approval, right? Like, because there's conditions, but we don't really know what kind of conditions. Would you be open to that, to being part of the figuring out conditions of approval?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Yes. Of course.
Sorry, I'm just like getting 10 steps ahead. I didn't even ask friends, but that's it for me.
I also just want to like
Honestly.
really thank you, Ken, and your team. I know it's not an easy thing, so I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
If I can add something,
Sure.
I don't disagree with I'd be surprised if we get more than 2 applications.
Yeah.
And I had thought, and I haven't had a chance to really talk to legal counsel about this, but you know, the RC zone is a zone that allows a resort or RV park or campground. And, you know, there might be a way for us to put into the code that a service center can be allowed in an approved campground. Again, I'd like to talk to legal counsel about something like that, but we don't have, I can only think of 2 that we've approved in the last 10 years for campgrounds. So they're rare in the county because they have to be on non-high value soil. And so they're typically not in the, you know, lower valley floor area of the county. They're more in the hillside areas where they are. So that might be something that would still preserve that intent of the planning commission to have it be very conservative, but allow, you know, someone who is invested and has facilities similar to the facilities that are allowed in those other 2 zones to pursue it. So something else I probably should mention is just because the planning commission recommended something doesn't mean you have to do it.
Right.
But I also respect the planning commission. This is their recommendation. And so I kind of feel like I'm here to represent them.
Yeah, understood.
Great. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I Yeah, appreciate thank your you.
Perspective and your thoughts.
Thank you.
Jason, we are ready for you. Thank you for waiting.
Similar use for a campground. I did a public records pull of the AOC listserv and it broke my computer and my printer. So I went to, it was 9,000 or something. So I went to Staples and did a bunch of screenshots and I made 6 packets because I looked into the ORS and it said that if I bring something in and hand it out, right, that goes into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Oh, right, because you're
So
trying to like
screen-
submit something.
Screenshots don't, I'm trying to make it short. It has been a long day. So can I just hand these to, would you like one here? I made 6. I don't know.
Thank you.
Not ideal.
I'll just take one.
Thanks. Okay. So. remember what I had originally written. So bear with me here. I'm going to try to do my best.
If you did the highlighting, I appreciate the highlighting.
Yeah, I tried to do it.
I know, otherwise I'd be like,
Yeah, it's really a lot. Yeah. But my name is first for the record, my name is Jason Lampman. I live at 17175 Southwest Oldsville Road, McMinnville, Oregon. I did not realize stating my address and everything for public record would bring people coming to my house about this. CNN has showed up, NPR,
I
like
was wondering how people got to your house.
lawyers. This is crazy.
Whoa.
I'm like, I am just a farmer. This is crazy. But I will state my case. I wanted to say thank you too for Friends of Yamhill County. I listened to all of the meetings and I see you as a part of a lot of them. And I appreciate, I would say that they're for this. I know your mission statement is to, help the quality of life and protect small farms. That's what I want to do. So thank you. So that all being said, I wanted to say thank you to all of you too. This is going to be my last public comment unless we move forward and do something, and then I'm willing to do that. But you guys have been welcoming. You guys have been respectful. I listened to all of the other county things on this, and and this is into you too, Ken. Like a lot of the different planning departments, it's just a brick wall, and I can't thank you enough for just allowing me to be a part of this, either way that it goes. So a sincere thank you. And just anything I say today, with saying that, I want to know that, and want you guys to know, Ken, especially you, I'm not saying this disrespectfully to your hard work. You have always helped me through the past 5 years and I just, this is not personal or anything, and I hope that we can continue to have a good relationship. So, that being said, I think that these restrictions are a little bit too restrictive. I did want to actually ask one question, the part of growing. I'm going to be, if I put a Lux in, it's going to be okay just to be a producer and just grinding it up to make a congruent thing. Okay, all right. Because I didn't know if that needed to be realized in the legislature. So production is not a conditional use. That's great. So
Jason,
yeah.
just for clarification, because I don't know what the process is. I know hazelnuts.
Okay.
I don't know.
So what I'm reading, I'm new at this, just like all of you guys. What I'm reading is that production is contained in a definition of manufacturing that also contains extractions using hydrocarbons, but it's through a different, what would they call it? Endorsement. I would sign up to be a mushroom cultivator. And then on top of that license, I would have to get an endorsement that says I'm going to use hydrocarbons to extract the psilocybin to make chocolates, like you said.
Yeah, you may need a site design review. It depends on the size of your facility, but if I remember correctly, you have an acre, a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
And so it's only if you are doing a facility of over 10,000 square feet and have a less than 25% of the crop that is processed at the facility, then you would be kicked into a higher level of valuation.
Okay.
But what I envision that you would be doing on your property with your crop, you would be able to do that with very little land use approval from
Okay.
us.
Yeah, I'm not interested in using any kind of solvents or anything or making any food that is in the rules that leads to a lot of the FDA and what is the other one? The Department of Agriculture.
Mhm. Okay.
So I'm just trying to grow it and then you have to grind it up to put it together to make sure it's equally testable or whatever.
Okay. That makes
So,
sense.
okay. So next, the real issue, service centers. Mushrooms are going to cost about $10 to $30 per usable dose. And within the legislature, there is a limit of 200 grams to have on my production facility. I can only have 200 grams of psilocybin. So this is, I've been doing some research, and this is what you use to grow mushrooms is a tub, and you drill holes in it and you spray it with a mister. And 2 of these is what I'm going to use in a year. And I'm going to pay $10,000 for that. And then I got to sell that for $10 a gram. The money is being able to sell it directly to the consumer, just like a winery or something. But 4 of these is the total that is available to have on the property. There is no money in making this, in being a mushroom producer. And talking with the OHA, it was intentional because of the problems that they had in Southern Oregon with overproduction of cannabis. It was going directly to a black market. The other research I was doing, there really doesn't seem to be a black market for mushroom cultivation. Everybody I talk to says that it just doesn't exist. People who grow them, they grow them in their closet and they use them medicinally. And there isn't, aside from, I think, like Sheriff Svensson said, is, you get some kids and half of the time they're fake. So certainly this is not enough to, and I put a jug of water in there to show that 4 of those I'm also going to use. So 4 gallons of water, and I have this awesome new carbon filtered rainwater collection that I'm going to use, pure Oregon rainwater. The OHA intentionally made that rule to restrict the black market, I think. But it's also a lot of people aren't going to want to do this. I agree with Ken and with Jennifer and Josh that I'd be surprised if there was more than 2 license applications in the next 2 years. So looking deeper into the DLCD and everything, and the legislation, it seems like the service centers were intended to be licensed along with fungi crops. As you can see on page 1 of the packet that I gave you, I'll have to read that too to help you out, but it's an exempt crop. And then number 3, it says, well, first it'll say in here, it says the following are not permitted on land designated for exclusive farm use in conjunction with fungi crops. It's a new dwelling, you can't build a new house. A farm stand, clearly good rule. You don't want to have a farm stand selling psychedelic mushrooms, and used in conjunction with a psilocybin producing fungi crop. So if you look down, then it'll say subject to subsection 3, a commercial activity carried on in conjunction with psilocybin crop is not allowed. But then number 3, this is the wording that has caused a lot of conversation, but it says the operation of a psilocybin service center may be carried on in conjunction with a psilocybin producing fungi crop. And speaking with the DLCD and people and some lawyers that drafted this rule, what they were saying is trying to create a vertical integration system, because there's really not going to be, with the limitations, there's not going to be a way to just be a mushroom grower. And with the 2-year rollout and not having facilitators, it is not going to be lucrative. And when that happens, as was mentioned before, and I mentioned in the planning thing and in here, is with the emails that I've been getting from larger corporations, is what they're going to look at is they're going to look at what is our role here? Can we come in? Large corporations want to make money, and they want to squash competition. That's the profits at all costs. If they look at Yamhill County and say there is no competition here, then they're going to come in, they're going to put one here. And then every other corporation that say, they're going to look at the study that the OHA put out, says with 4,000 people that only 1% of people were even interested in it here in Yamhill County, which is about 40 people. So if us two who spoke here today were to get licenses, they are not going to even try. There's not going to be a large corporate body coming in to try and take a small thing. So it's really important to be able to have a vertically integrated system on my small farm, and that we let the locals control this market, just as we say with wine and reading through the comprehensive plan. It's all about supporting local economy and all that stuff. So the best use application of Measure 109 is allowing a small farm to be vertically integrated, in my opinion, and grow and provide the service. It's going to make me feel safer about giving this to people. I want to know that I grew this because I know that I'm an organic farmer and I know that I care about people's well-being. If you look at the cannabis farms that are messing up, or the large pharmaceutical companies, it's the big guys that they can pay. They say, oh, we made a mistake here. Here's your check. Who cares? And they continue operating because it's about money. It's not about the people. And so I would be focused on that. And I want to know that I grew this and that it's safe. You know, and I would love to have a situation where they had their thing and I could grow my own and, you know, support another local community. Outside of that, I don't want to drive mushrooms around Oregon. That's not, you know, I have to explain to my mother what my job is and I don't want to say that, you know. She's in support already of just helping people, but I just don't want to be a mushroom delivery service. So there's not going to be a mad rush of people that are going to pay the yearly for me to do this. It's going to be $10,000 for the growing, $10,000 for the service center, $10,000 for the training to be a facilitator. That's $30,000. I just want to, and I could actually provide the mushrooms for other clinics if they do pop up. If one, I can't imagine happening, but if by chance it comes up in PAI or RC, then I'll provide it for them with a local thing. And that local farm to table thing sells in every industry. This is what I'd like to see added to this proposal, is an allowance to be able to have a small, fully self-sustained farm operation. If you look at page 7 of the packet that I made, you'll see an entire article from the Bend Bulletin yesterday. People in Bend are saying that the access to the service is the most important. They say that the Deschutes County Planning Board put too tight of restrictions and financial hurdles by requiring to hold a production and service center license to be able to operate on EFU land. And these too tight restrictions is what I'm actually asking for. I'm asking, please, can I have these restrictions? It's going to be hard. It's going to be a lot of money, but I can work with that. That I can work with. So I'm asking, please make a clear path for a successful business rather than having to purchase a property in these other properties that there's nothing available. It is supported by the DLCD. If you go to the next page, you'll see a email from Hillary Foote. And it says within, so they talk about, and this is the same email that was sent to all of the, in my public records poll, this was sent to every single city, every single county. It says within the interpretation of the rules, the service center might be allowed in exclusive farm use zones if it can qualify under any other provisions in chapter 215. It goes on to say, such as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use as described in ORS 215.2132, which 2, studying the Brentmar case, 2 is still a conditional use that is very, people will still have the chance to come and say, no. I want to also say for the record that on the first meeting I came into, the Christiansens, who are the only residents that I share a property line with, have written a letter in support of supporting small businesses and saying that we need to help the younger generation of farmers. I'm the best neighbor, I really am. And I talked to them about it. At first they were like, what are you talking about? And so, but I sat down and talked to them, and we'll see, you can see that with the way that everybody voted for bans. And when people spent the money on education, there was a rise in acceptance of it. Where there was no education or anything, then they went through with the ban. So this is the DLCD is in support of that. And the next page was another letter of the same one. You can't really see it, but they actually added, this is to Deschutes County, they actually added, because Deschutes County wanted further clarification, but it says in that highlight that it is not prohibitive, because they wanted to be sure that commercial activity in conjunction, they're like, are you saying that that you're allowing this? Because of the word, their confusion was might and may, but might, they just said they used it as a past tense of may. So long story short, this is the only path of success
for the citizens to access this, that I can see. I don't see anybody having this service if we don't have service centers, because I don't know if I can spend $10,000 to grow mushrooms for 0 service centers, or like, how do you go and meet? I don't know. It's hard to even think about. I have to come up with a business plan. I'm so busy already with my farm. I just don't know if I'm ready for that. And the babies.
And the baby.
I told him last night I have an important thing tomorrow, and so he wanted to party all night. It was like, so I wanted to talk about the proposed zoning, RC and PAI.
Can I ask real quick though? What is your interpretation of, they can be located in EFU land if they both grow the mushrooms and operate the service center? What is that operating the service center?
I think that is they're saying they want it to be a vertically integrated business so that you don't have, I think they're trying to make it so that you don't have people just moving in and being like, I want to grow a bunch of mushrooms, or I just want to put up a resort where people stay. That it's like, so that you are connected and you're tied to that business, which is like having what were some of the case law things where processing peaches or just make, I think they're just trying to make it a straight line from the grow to the final.
But I'm picturing a service center has a licensed, I guess they're called facilitators, but they're, you have experience in behavioral health and mental health, and you're a counselor. And so you're administering these things, but you're also trying to help with the PTSD or the whatever. So is that what you are the role that you're assuming to take on, or will you have facilitators?
I want to grow. I want to have a service center. These will be 2 separate boundaries. And I also want to have a service center, and I want to be the facilitator.
You want to be the facilitator?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, that is it seems to be the clearest path and what was intended to have one certain thing. And I'm prepared to do that. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And I think that's a fair argument to be a farmer, to be like, I want to control my crop and the sale of it and every aspect of it.
Yeah, but it's also taking on a health role.
It is, and but if you look at there is, I mean, probably 10 pages, maybe 20 of an application to who the patient, I can't think of the word, can deny me, I can deny them. We can choose each other. And being a small facility, from the numbers that I'm crunching, I want to do 1 or 2 services a month and see if I can just sustain. The focus that I want to have is on, I created LED boards when they first came out for music festivals, and I worked doing those across the country. And I have a lot of friends that are struggling in the music industry. There's a lot of drug use and alcohol abuse, and which is, I mean, it's everywhere, but that's my specific thing. And to say, I actually have a list of 20 to 40 people that have already said that they would sign up for this to use it from me specifically, because this is new, and I want to make sure that if I do this, that it is not my fault that this goes under. I am not there. I will make sure that I will run the tightest ship, and I want to make sure I can control that this is safe, and that I prove this is the world maybe, that we can do this. And
yeah, I just think it's almost further limiting, right, on who would sign up to do this, because you have to go through an extensive training. If you want to be this facilitator as well, you're going to go through a lot of training. That's a unique role that you take on. It's not just farmer. You're essentially a healthcare administrator.
Exactly.
So,
it's a non-directive. It's required to be non-directive. So you're not supposed to use any psychology or healthcare training in this. We are there to make sure that this is safe and to steer it in a positive direction, because the medicine does itself. So
So I guess I have a question
Mhm.
for Jason, if I may. So what you're essentially a pathway that you're proposing is conditionally, commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, but application for the service center. But part of that condition is that they have to be a licensee to produce it. Is that,
I
is
think
that
that's
kind of
too
like
restrictive, but that's
your
what I'm proposing.
That's
yeah.
what you're proposing, yeah.
Because I think, although it almost never happens when they say we'll change it later, it almost never happens, at least in my work with the hemp and the cannabis industry. But I think that if we do a great job and come in and show that we did, I think that we can work with that.
And
I'm
on
just trying to find a common ground.
And on the flip side, what I finally figured out that you were saying, because I hadn't put it together, is that under the current proposal, the zones that are recommended to be allowed to have service centers can't grow. And so there's just no, it took me a while to figure that out, because I'm pretty sure at least that's accurate. Is that accurate?
Yeah,
Okay.
they cannot grow. So
Right.
I would have to grow and then purchase a property in RC zoning and then drive it over there to, I just don't, I can't do that. You know, if I'm gonna buy a property, it's gonna be something that my children can move into, you know, it's just, but that, I guess that's off topic, but.
They'd be able to grow it in the
Only in EF zone.
So the way that I'm interpreting, so the question, just to repeat, the question is, can't they grow it in all the other zones? And the way that I'm reading this, the statute is that no, you can't grow it outside of farm and forest zone, right?
That's how I read it, but.
I'm trying to figure out where I need to get a citation. Apologies.
Well, the protection for growing mushrooms in EF comes from the ORS 215. That's the only, that is the only reason that it's allowed. Manufacturing, I don't recall seeing it. It was only service centers, and service centers is a separate license than production. So it would not be allowed, which is, there's just, I don't see how it would work, you know, and speaking of these, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying, good question, just like thinking about it. But please continue.
Well, Ken had something to say.
The RC zone does not have farm use listed as a permitted use. The PAI, Public Assembly Institutional Zone, does have farm use subject to certain limitations.
Okay.
Okay, so I feel like there's and I can't just purchase RC or PA land for just a couple sessions a month, and that's kind of where the dead end is. There are, from my research, there are 0 properties available. I gave some testimony in the Planning Commission. I went to the Yamhill County website, and there's 333-page paper of zoning by address list. I went through by hand and counted 14,811 properties in Yamhill County. I counted 98 in PAI and RC that even had road access, or not even all those had road access. So then I cross-referenced them with the title company in town, and 37 of those were nonprofit status from either being a school where psilocybin services are not permitted within 1,000 feet, or a church, which most have schools connected with them, which would take out psilocybin services, or a cemetery. I don't think anyone wants to take mushrooms in a cemetery, as we discussed previously too. That would be very strange. That leaves 61 potential, maybe on Halloween, maybe that would be it. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not interested in purchasing a cemetery or doing mushrooms there. So I've spoken to that leaves 61 properties, none of which are for sale or rent. I've spoken to realtors, I've written emails and called a lot of the churches, and if they even respond to me, the second that I mentioned psilocybin, they hang up, or just don't call me back. They don't hang up on me. They're nice, but they don't answer anymore. I'd like to say, there was an old docket last month in November about a guy wanting to transfer to RC zoning, and I believe you had said that RC was full, basically all of them. There's not like a lot of open properties or anything, just, and I believe that's page 2 here. And so basically, I looked to see if that was an option. It wouldn't be financially viable for me or make any sense for me to be able to do that. So if you look on page 2, it says local time, place, and manner regulations need to be reasonable, and especially reasonable limitations for premise citizens may be issued. And I just think 0 is an unreasonable number. I think that the 0.4118% of properties is unreasonable as well. Just that amount even being available, even if they were all available, out of the whole county, I don't think that fits the definition of reasonable. I did see that is quite the thing to bring up in court, these undefined statutes or words like reasonable, but I think that's a good, I think it's a good point that it's not very reasonable. I think it's unreasonable. I think if we can leave it in those zonings, and maybe if one comes up, but to make a path for a farmer is really important. I think it's worth pointing out the Yamhill County Comprehensive Plan goals, because those were brought up in the proposal. I often hear them used to hold back progression and diversity, but like reading through all of them, I just had this epiphany this week reading through all of them. If you really read through all of the comprehensive goals, it's not actually to set back anybody or to hold back businesses and stuff. What it is it's a roadmap of inevitable change. And I didn't see it as that before. Listening to all of these comments before in all your other meetings, people usually use it as, hey, you can't do this because of this. What they're saying is things are going to change and we need to do it responsibly and safely. The drafters knew that, and they wrote the goals to acknowledge that new ideas and situations are going to come up and we need to embrace that. There was in those goals, they talked about, within those goals, they talked about, there was starting a, what is it called? Agribusiness, economic and community development plan, which mentions numerous times about diversity and all of that, all of those things, how letting the wineries be vertically integrated is so important to their success. There was a comprehensive plan 4, I think, was mentioned. Number 4 was mentioned in the introduction. It says, Yamhill County will coordinate with cities and appropriate state and local agencies providing the health and service needs of the public. Yeah, that's great. Exactly. That's what we're trying to do here. And right before it says, in recognition and necessity of conservation of energy, it talks about will support the development and operation of efficient arrangement of public facilities. I think that's a clear statement of vertical integration, not wasting energy. There was another one about energy. In order to conserve energy in the production and delivery of food and other agricultural products, Yamhill County will encourage the creation of farmers markets and will also encourage the use of less petroleum intensive farming methods while providing related technical assistance. All these things kind of go together with doing everything in one's location and in having vertical integration for farmers and being able to make money. The introduction to the thing said final decisions will require a weighing of the merits in order to achieve a balanced decision. Through time, the goals and policies are guides for consistent, reasonable, and balanced land use decisions. I think that being consistent with, let's say, the wineries and letting us, they said we have to do this because we need to be able to sell. The smaller the winery, the more that they sell on location, the better they do. There's so many. I don't need to sit here and read the comprehensive plans, but I mean there are so many of these goals that are just in line with there's ones with forestry, they say economic diversification generally results in a stronger, more stable local economy by increasing employment opportunities. You know, the goal is economic development, adequate opportunities through the state with a variety of economic activities vital to the health, welfare, and prosperity of Oregon citizens. Citizen involvement, you know, I'm not going to sit here and read all the comprehensive plans, but just like I said, they said they wanted to create the agribusiness economic community development, you know, on page 12, solid and prosperous foundation, unique, progressive, diverse, changing face of agriculture, trends towards a small specialty producers. That's me. Buy local movement, local value-added crops, strength through diversity. I mean, this is off of the Yamhill County Agribusiness Economic and Community Development Plan that was said to be made because through the comprehensive plan. I mean, it sets a roadmap for just embracing new stuff. Page 14, the stakeholder interviews. After they made this whole presentation, they went through and said, Yamhill County agriculture is unique, progressive, diverse. They go and explain more. Page 15, the conclusion that they had is the great strength of Yamhill County agriculture is its diversity. Financial sustainability of wineries, on-premise sales account for 25% of total wine sales, but 80% and more for some of the smaller vintners. These sales are the most profitable, requiring little advertisement, no transportation, and no commission. I think that's in line with what I'm trying to say I want to do here. And I think that we deserve to have at least one path, even if it's super expensive, to be able to bring this to the people. You know, we said we want to be in line with the other things like if you look at wineries on page 10, there's, you know, commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. Hillary Foote's testimony said that 38% of all of the commercial activities are 38% are alcohol related. I don't see any benefit of alcohol, and we're in the midst of, I mean, today you just gave a grant for alcohol and drug prevention today. Like, there is a clear problem. The OHA we're in the midst of a rethink the drink. You guys know that's going on right now. They're saying rethink the drink. And on Facebook, they're saying, come to McMinnville and drink. There's an advertisement. You know, we're not allowed to advertise for cannabis, for hemp, for psilocybin. And I don't think, you know, I don't drink or use drugs, but I want my neighbors that do have wineries, I want them to succeed because it's small business. We trust them. They take a bartender takes a 50 question test that's multiple choice, and you can retake it until you get it correctly. And then you can you can give people drinks and they can drive home right down my road. My kids are right out there on that road. I mean, to say that the safety is the number one priority, you know, we talked about guns today. Like, I was raised in a family that we hunted all the meat that we ate. You know, I was raised with guns. I don't have a fear of guns, but I do see that guns are really dangerous in the wrong hands. But a guy on my road, Highway 18, 15 minutes from my house, was in a road rage incident. A guy got out, shot him to death in front of his wife. You know, nobody I recognized was on those poor kids that have no father on their GoFundMe page. You know, like, do we care about safety? I mean, it's not really safety. I think it's just being used as an excuse to block this. But there's dangerous things. What if we told Henry Ford, you know, your car is a great idea, but let's wait until roads and stoplights are invented? That doesn't make any sense. You know, we need to have at least a way, not a block. The way this is, I mean, with respect to Ken, he said it himself, he writes rules as a planner. And I don't think he'll be mad at me for saying that mushrooms are not his forte. He's going to write it like a planner. And you guys are the commissioners, and you are the liaison between being a part of this community, a farmer in this community, and Ken, because he's really good at what he does. And I like to think I'm good at what I do, but I don't understand how to do this, you know? And that's why I was thanking you guys for letting me be a part of this. This is awesome that I can even stand here and do this. So,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I have so much more. People are waiting, and I want to say thanks. This has been a great thing. I really hope that we can, I just truly believe that this should be a commercial activity in conjunction with farming it's clear to me, it's the DLCD, they don't agree with anything. Farming wise, or against farming, I shouldn't say that. They've been helpful with me, but you know what I'm saying. So thank you very much.
Well, we appreciate your
Yeah, thank
passion
you.
and your
I appreciate
just
it.
Thank you,
knowledge
Jason.
and research and all of that. It's very impressive.
I filled up
Thank
3
you.
notebooks. I haven't done that since I was 23 years old. Look at this mess. I
I
I
like the
broke a
props
computer
too.
too. If you
Yeah.
guys have questions, I'd like to answer any for you.
Thank you. Very,
Any
very
questions?
informative. Appreciate the work that you did on this. It's
Thank
been
you.
very
Yeah, thank
helpful
you.
to
Well,
us.
I was just noting that, we often in land use hearings, when somebody's has an application before us, they point to the comp plan. And usually the comment from us and from staff is, well, the comp plan is the guiding document and the criteria are what we're here for right now. And I'm just realizing that we're right in between, right? We're in between the comp plan and an application for something. And so this is the right time to do the taking the ideas and the concerns and putting it into policy.
I mean, I
So
believe the
I heard
definition,
that
yeah,
from
the
you.
definition of a condition.
So thank you.
Put conditions.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Very well done. Thank you.
Thank you very
you.
much.
Okay, so. Sure.
Still in a hearing.
I will preface that with, we have a huge agenda, so I want to
Yeah.
make sure we can move.
I'm going to try to be focused here. I admire and am impressed by his energy and enthusiasm and would wish to pay the compliment to that. But again, the comp plan is aspirational. Much of what's in there has not come to pass. But specifically, I'm disquieted by the admiration of wineries as an example of small business locally owned. It may well have started out, I believe Mr. Sweat tried to give some context for that a while back, but the acreage around our family farm established in 1891 is owned by a South African billionaire. Many of these operations are investor owned, deep pockets. And I understand the concern about trying to take advantage of the window for local ownership. But once a permission is given, we don't write our rules for individuals. We write them for the future and time. And these folks' passion and investment is remarkable. But if the rules are too permissive, and it does turn out to be a lucrative business if you've got the deep pockets to start it, we will quickly lose control and it will not be locally owned, vertically integrated operations, just like what has happened with the winery industry. So I'm not sure that's the model we want to use here, and would again ask for slow and steady.
Great, thank you.
I have 2 questions then, because I didn't get to ask the one when Jennifer and Feidelman and Leonard were here, which is if we had, if we set up conditional use permit process for service centers, would you be willing to be part of what conditions need to start out initially? Because I noticed that over time we've adopted conditions for many operations that came from Friends of Yamhill County being like, hey, we need this as a condition.
I would certainly be willing to enter into a discussion. The zoning does not parse things to the level that I think they're interested in seeing. I am concerned that the high value farmland be protected. And I think the fact that it was not high value farmland had to do with their getting permission for their private campground. I just don't know if legally we can come to that point. There's a clear distinction in my mind between what they're doing and what generations of my family have been doing. The nature of the soil, the operation, the infrastructure. But they're both agricultural. So but I'd be willing to participate in a discussion.
Okay, and then the other thing is just, can you provide an example of some processing that you think is the thing that we should guide as a successful processing? Because you said that wineries were not the example that really you wanted to have as the something to have a goal of.
As an example of vertical integration, there is a tremendous disconnect between the grapes on the property and the wine that's sold. And most of them actually do their business through clubs, not through the tasting room. And that involves shipping or club events where people come out to pick up their quantity of it. You can tell when it's a club weekend by the traffic on the road and up and down the hill. So
Okay, thank you.
does that answer?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so I don't think we have any more testimony at this point. I don't see anybody online. So legislative
Close the hearing.
hearing, close the hearing, open for discussion. Okay. I guess I will kick us off. I was a bit surprised to see the option that was presented because I felt like it was much more restrictive than the nature of our very lengthy conversation as commissioners on the policy and why we wanted it to be open and not, put on the ballot with a 2-year moratorium. We did have a lot of concern and questions over what a service center was, because at that point we didn't have very many details. So I understand the desire to want to really sort of slow walk this out, which came through in the Planning Commission's testimony. I struggle to understand why we are so permissive with wineries and the activity that we allow them to do. And yet we are that in the event that we put a brick wall up and say that psilocybin farmers can't actually have a service center on their property. That's a big hurdle for me to get over because I feel like we bend over backwards for wineries and even allow a bed and breakfast on their property, which in my opinion has nothing to do with growing grapes, but we allow it. I think that there's some provisions of wineries where, we tie acreage to the commercial use. That doesn't really work here. I mean, as Jason said, you can grow these in a tub. So that doesn't really work in terms of trying to maybe limit the scope of this. I have a significant concern over the retail aspect of this. If that ever comes to fruition, what I don't want to see in the future is we have, pot shops everywhere on a retail side. I do not want that in rural Yamhill County. So that's where I would stop and say, okay, how do we prevent that? A service center that is a medicinal use that is done in conjunction with a licensed practitioner is a different thing. But I don't want to see retail stores. I'm also curious if we really are kind of stuck on slow walking this. I'm curious to know if we can make these conditional as part of the condition. If we do it in EFU, can we make it subject to BOC review in every case?
I actually was thinking about, the first one or two, I would really want to have go to the board, and the only way to do that is if either if a planning director denies something, then the appeal goes directly to the Board of Commissioners. Otherwise, any sort of request for hearing would go before the planning commission, or if I didn't want to make a decision on it, I think, this is a new policy thing, then I can place it on the planning commission immediately. But since this is a policy thing, I really was thinking, gosh, there should be a way to get this just right to the board. And if there was an application like this, I could see myself talking to the applicant saying, I'm going to do this, and asking them, the board, to call it up on their own motion so that it could be reviewed by the board. But those are just my random thoughts about it. But the way the process is set up, it goes to the planning director or planning commission, and then whatever decision is made, that goes to the board.
Okay, so we couldn't say, because this is a new crop and a new whatever,
Not without changing our code, but I'm looking to Jody.
We'd have to exempt this specific type of, I'm thinking on the spot here, but we'd have to exempt it from our standard process somehow, and then write a new process specific to it. For service centers, is that what you're thinking? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think under the existing process, I could make sure that it got to the board the first, however many you wanted to have reviewed. Yeah, if it was being done as a conditional use.
I'm just thinking of, was it Clatsop County or Tillamook County put a moratorium on short-term rentals, right? I mean, we have the ability to say, stopping. We're not going to do these anymore. Do we have the ability to say, okay, we might allow this as a conditional use, but we want to see every application. We want to really understand.
Yeah, we can do, yes, we could do that. We would just have to jump through some hoops with our code and do some shifting of wording around.
But I say, sorry, I'm just gonna jump in and say, I like that idea, because we don't, like, that was what I was getting at with different sides being involved in proposing conditions, is that if you only ever see contentious ones, if you're not knowing what's happening beforehand, it's really, you don't have the ability to shape it, right? Sorry, I'm realizing the value of seeing it every time.
Yeah, and and it's a new industry that we don't really know what's going to happen. So it would be interesting to see each one of them and what they look like.
We could also do, I'm being very creative here, so.
Well, let's not get too creative on the spot, I was just gonna weigh in, just really quickly, because without necessarily having this process on the fly, trying to amend process and practices, the other thought would be is if there's concerns that the board wants to see updates or what has been reviewed or what's come up, the other thing would be is set out some work sessions out into the, throughout the year, to where Ken could come back. If we have a couple applications, we could have a work session, we could do some review on the types of applications, the data that's being received, have that discussion, even if it's a joint work session, even with the planning commission or something along those lines, barring, that a decision's being appealed or it's going that direction, but it would give an opportunity to look at some of the applications that are being approved. And being able to have those conversations around policy, what's working and what's not.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I just want to jump in here. When we talk about having the board arbitrarily look at each one of these, I think there's some danger there. You brought up the short-term rentals and things like that. When you have a public body being able to, again, pick and choose, well, we don't want this use, and so we're going to arbitrarily say that it's not going to be allowed. When you talk about, like we were mentioning things getting out of hand, and the B&Bs were a really good example of that. The larger retreat style overnight operations is something that we would be concerned about. But I think we're looking at just a simple question here. Is this something that we see, since it is a farm, It's a farm crop. And therefore, how do we say wine is allowed that vertical integration component by having it sold and served? But then this is a permit is a farm crop. And then the other thing is with the cannabis processing. We had some concerns, but the bottom line is it's considered an ag product and we really, our hands were tied in that capacity. So if this is being considered an agricultural product, we really do have some guidelines here. And I just want to make sure we're not sitting up here as the arbiters of what we pick and choose. You get to do it and you don't.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I didn't really mean it that way. It was more as to keep us informed as to how this is rolling out.
You do have the ability to call up any decision on your own motion within 15 days. And so, I could issue a decision, or the planning commission could issue a decision. I could just alert you that you have the option of calling it up on your own motion if you feel like something needs to be reviewed, or even if you just want to review the conditions of approval and have questions on them. But I didn't suspect that it was picking and choosing, and I'm not trying to do that. It's when we're dealing with something that is so new, it's good to have the policymakers, have that look at it and feedback of, this is what I think is appropriate. This is what I think is not appropriate. I do want to respond to the wineries. The wineries have gone through 30 years of legislation, and the most recent one was Senate Bill 841. I can't recall the year, but I think it was 2009 or 11, something like that. And that really laid out a whole lot of activities that we thought were a little bit, on the edge and not necessarily a farm use. And so that's what set that groundwork. If I was a commissioner looking at this, I probably would adopt this, but I probably would also direct staff to come back like March 15th with a report on where are we at with some of the rulemaking, because the rules are still being written, and I'm very frustrated about that because, there's not a way for us to provide much of the way of certainty. We think we know what a service center is going to look like and what it's going to be, but I don't know what it's going to look like or what it's going to be without those rules being adopted. But they, as it was indicated, those are going to be adopted towards the end of this month. But that's just my thought is, the allowing it in a campground or allowing it in the farm forest zone. Those are things that I think the planning commission would not have minded doing, but it's just so new. They were very hesitant about going forward with something when you really don't know quite what it is that you're approving.
Yeah, I think the part of the planning commission testimony that I read that bothered me though was that they also don't know what the industry is going to shake out as. And there were suggestions of, well, so-and-so owns land in RC zones, so let's just go talk to them and see if they want to try this out. And meanwhile, we have small farmers here that have been here repeatedly saying, we really want to do this. And we've just completely shut them out with this. And so that's the part that bothered me about this proposal.
And I recall that we at least directed them to consider including it in farm and forest zones. And I recognize that sometimes you don't get the recommendation back, but.
And that was presented.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I presented 3 options to them, and this option was the most restrictive, and that's the option that they chose.
So just out of curiosity, what was the option? Which option included some type of conditional, use in farm zones?
I'm passing out the three options that were presented
Mhm.
to the planning commission. Oh,
Okay.
you need another one? Two.
Well, there's
Oh,
option 2 and
sorry,
3.
Yeah, and again, I am trying to represent what the planning commission decided on, which is option number one. But the other options that we presented were to allow through a conditional use and site design review, the service centers in the exclusive farm use zone was option number two. Basically, to allow number one and the addition of exclusive farm use zones having their service centers. And then option number three was to allow production in both the exclusive farm use zone and the ag forestry district, processing and manufacturing in the exclusive farm use zone and ag forestry district, and service centers in the exclusive farm use, ag forestry, recreation, commercial, and public assembly institutional zones. That was the most liberal of the three options.
Permissive.
Yes.
Okay. So option 3 basically ropes in the AF zones.
Yeah, the zones, yeah.
Which arguably are on average lower quality ground anyway.
I mean, I think that I'm realizing that probably my my position is at a minimum that we should allow, if we're allowing production, we should allow a conditional use permit process for the service centers. Based upon, the totality of what we've heard at this point. And I think probably my only does that also mean AF zones? And I think that it does, because it's allowed, farm products are allowed there.
I agree with that. It's arguably the most equitable thing in light of what is allowed on each of those, in each of those zones. And I can understand the wisdom because of the service center component of saying, well, we're going to limit them. But I think that Jason's comments about just the cost effectiveness of, well, I'm a grower, but I can't make any money doing that unless I'm also facilitating the service center. And I don't think we know what this is going to wind up looking like. But I do think that we have to make sure that, again, those larger retreat centers don't become a problem. And we're seeing that, like I said, with the bed and breakfast. But I've also heard from not only people who have used the product, but from people in the testimony that we saw, is that having this process facilitated in a rural, quiet area is really critical.
Right. That's what I'm hearing.
So this is somewhat off topic, but so we had medical marijuana first, and then it became recreational. So what happened to the medical facilities? Did they just morph? And I guess I'm trying to see, like, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, what are we going to be doing with this?
And going back to your concerns about retail, is there a way to, what I heard was, is there a way to restrict it so that retail sales that aren't part of
Yeah, I don't think, I can't point to it immediately in the rules, but I don't think retail sales are a an issue. They
No.
talk about in the draft rules I was reading yesterday, there's not a way that at a service center you can buy it and take it home. You have to consume it there, whether it's a microdose or a higher dose. It's got to be administered there. So I don't think retail with Measure 109 is an issue. What it might be in 5 years, I have no idea. It's a good question. And what was the other? Oh, marijuana.
The transition. or
Yeah, good question. I don't know. I will say that I think that, you know, you could keep your medical and you could also go recreational, and lots of encouragement was made for people to change their licenses to recreational, but I'm not sure if everyone did that. And I don't know what the status is right now, mainly because we don't deal with the medical. That's, you know, it's HIPAA protected. We're not allowed to know that. And with recreational, they come to us and then they'll ask for a sign off. But as far as medical, I don't know.
And I don't either because of that very issue.
So is service, so like a wine tasting room, that's considered a commercial use?
Yeah, well, it depends on the zone, but if the zone is a farm zone, you can have 15 acres and have a winery with a tasting room. If you have 40 acres, you can have a winery and a tasting room and some other items. So it just depends on the zone. But with a winery, you can, you know, buy a bottle and take it home. So it is different from.
Right.
Yeah.
So some of them have retail shops in them.
Mhm.
You don't have to actually go consume the wine on the
Right.
premises. You
Correct.
can just roll in, shop and then leave. So I guess what I'm getting at is a service center its own classification? It's not really commercial. It's not retail.
You know, I think it's still being developed, and I think
Okay.
the letter from the state was interesting in that, you know, they said, well, you might be able to do it as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. And I think you could if it was associated with growing. I'm not sure if you could if it's not associated with a grow operation. And I was surprised that the letter suggested that, but I kind of want to see what it is that the Oregon Health Authority comes up with as far as requirements, because the other option that was provided was, well, you might be able, the LCDC or DLCD staff provided was, you might be able to do this as a home occupation. Well, in our home occupation standards, it says that you can't build a structure that's not normally or commonly found in the zone. And basically you're ending up building a clinic next to your house. You can't have it in your house. It's got to be a standalone structure where you have an intake room, a place where you would take the product. You have to have bathrooms available just in case you have a bad reaction to it. So it's really more of a medical clinic. I talked to our building official and said, you know, what would this be? And he said, it's what's called a B, a business/commercial occupancy. So it's a little bit higher standard of building than just, you know, an ag building with a couple of bathrooms. You got to have certain things in that, since you're having the public in there and you're, you know, administering a drug.
Okay.
Right, that's good that there's like, thank you for the clarification that there is an assurance that there's not retail involved in it.
Yeah.
Are you thinking, at the beginning of that statement, you talked about, you were surprised that DLCD was kind of disconnecting the production license from the commercial activity in conjunction with farm use in order to allow service center. Because I was hearing you being surprised that they were seemingly disconnecting them.
I guess, you know, I took from this communication from Hillary Foote at the LCD as being more of a you know, proceed cautiously, that a service center, you know, is might be able to qualify as a building that's allowed in the farm zone, but it might not. And again, I think they haven't figured this out yet. And it's frustrating to try to come here and answer legitimate questions I'm asking myself also, and provide any sort of certainty in the answers. I just don't know.
So did you say that there was going to be more information at the end of the month?
Well, the Oregon Health Authority is going to have their rules adopted. They're scheduled to have them adopted by the end of this month. And I think that's what, you know, Jennifer had stated. I've seen some draft ones. I think it's getting more and more fine tuned. And, you know, again, though, I don't know, once they have those rules adopted, how is the state going to react to counties that say, okay, we're going to put service centers in as a conditional use? Is there going to be an objection to doing that because the building is not really a building that you commonly find in the agricultural zone? And are you putting a commercial use in the farm zone, where the measure says, yeah, you can do that when it's related to the growing of mushrooms, but it doesn't say you can do that as a standalone commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. In fact, it seems like it's saying you can't do it that way. So, you know, all of that to say, I am not certain, and I realize, you know, we'd like to have something on the books going into next year in case someone comes in and asks for a license. And that's why I would advise adopting something, but I don't know what, I don't know the answer to all of these questions, and I wish I did.
So we really are up against the clock in terms of that January 1st for those who would be interested in making applications locally. If we were to adopt the minimal or the planning commission's suggestions, would we be able to come back and revise that?
Yes.
Just so that we kind of mark our territory, if you will?
Yes, and I think it's a good suggestion of coming back earlier than a year. You might not have people that are through all of the training and ready to go, but I think it would make sense to come back sooner than 1 year.
Well, definitely. I'm talking about coming back really soon, as in next month. Once we have something, unless there, you know, I don't know whether the board would be interested in including those other zones. I know I have some interest in that, but I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are. I think this is pretty restrictive.
Yeah, and I was suggesting like March 15th, and part of it was because of budget, I gotta admit.
I will just say that I don't believe that they can apply for the state license without a local, the Lux.
Okay.
So I don't know if us passing something now would necessarily do much for them.
But can't they go
Super
through?
restrictive, right?
Sure, yeah. Can't they go through the training and such, but
That I
they're
don't know.
risking, yeah.
Possibly,
they're
yes.
They're risking that
Yes.
money.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we all seem to agree that option 1 is too restrictive.
Yeah. And I think I'm at the point where I would go with option 3, but I would argue very hard for option 2.
I
So
agree with
I
you.
want to make sure that we're at least at option 2.
I agree with that. I think it would be really hard to make the case for option 2 and discount
Yeah.
option 3 because of those, just the levels of soil quality and those other zones.
And honestly, I mean, if you think about it, often the parcels are smaller in AF zones. And this is, we've heard that the crop itself is a small scale, right?
Really small.
I didn't
So
realize though
option
until I
3.
saw the box, how small scale.
Option 3, under the production, says commercial activities in conjunction with farm use related to psilocybin is not allowed. Is that
I think it's with respect to production, but
There is no production.
and that's a great question because I wanted to make sure we clarify.
Yeah, and we could come back in a couple of weeks with proposed language. But what was the specific question?
the 4th condition under production is so commercial activity in conjunction with farm use related to psilocybin is not allowed. Wouldn't the service center be the commercial activity?
Yeah, I'm just saying that that was just intended to remind the decision makers that that is in the measure 109, that it's not allowed as a standalone use. The psilocybin production wasn't meant to be that a language suggestion in the ordinance. I just put that in there as things to remember when we're dealing with psilocybin production.
Okay.
Well, Chair, I would propose after immense conversations and listening closely to you, including your statements on like making sure that we're not arbitrarily deciding for that I guess it would be to direct staff to option 3. Would that be because right now we don't have language in front of us.
Something.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
There's a question for staff. Sorry.
There's a question for it, yeah, which is that if we as a board said option 3 is what we want, we're not adopting anything right now.
No.
That we're directing you to put together
Yes, and
draft ordinances for approval.
That'd be me. Yes, I would do that.
Okay.
Yes.
And-
So I would come back before January 1st with the actual ordinance.
And Jody had a good suggestion about making sure that it was added as for campgrounds.
Yeah, so if you do go with option 2, I think the campgrounds definition in our code for AF zone, we would have to add service centers. That is an option to add service centers under that definition so that you could,
With the board's approval.
with the board's approval.
Process
Go for
question, because just wanted to be clear that were all 3 of these options part of the notice and part of the packet for this hearing? And if the board is giving direction to go with this other option, does that require another round of, is it going to require another public hearing and notice prior to taking action on that?
I don't think so, because we're trying to develop language. Yeah, I'll let you do it.
But nothing would preclude additional testimony if the board chose to
No,
do that, to
no.
act on that.
No, so it's legislative, so it's sort of, you make it as you go kind of a thing.
Okay.
Don't give me that one, Kevin.
And the state may object, but I would, because we're supposed to send them 35-day notice in advance, and we've let them know about this. But I would also say this is one of those rare instances where I would say that this is an emergency, that we need to have something in place before the end of this year.
Yes.
And so they could always come back with objections, and we would try to address them as we could.
Okay. So,
Do we want to have a December 29th meeting?
we can't because we're missing
Yeah,
key
that's true.
components of our well-oiled machine.
Well, how, do you think that the 22nd?
What about the 15th?
Oh, right.
Yeah. I mean,
That'd be the
that's
other
fine by
thought
me.
is, do we just continue this hearing
Yeah.
and read it to the 15th?
Yes.
The only thing is I will be gone.
Oh,
So I don't know if I can write something between the 15th and the 23rd.
Well, let's see.
Okay, all right, challenge accepted.
Sends you the inner office dynamics.
I didn't think it was too bad.
Yeah. All of our agendas are gonna be pretty busy
Yeah.
through the rest of this month.
It's pretty packed. So we're not moving, motioning anything, we're just postponing it.
It sounds like we're doing direct.
We're directing staff
Is that
To draft, is that the direction?
to draft
Or
option.
Just continue I thought the hearing was closed is what I thought. And we're just now in
would we be
deliberation.
continuing the hearing? And then they are directing staff to come back with option 3 draft language on December 15th.
Yeah.
Can we do two of those at the same time? I mean, another.
Oh, you want two ordinances
No, no,
drafted?
no. We would be able to, as direction
able
to
to.
staff, would that include you being able to draft an ordinance prior to the 15th?
That would actually be my preference. So yes, I could do that. Because it's too hard to draft it after.
Right,
Right.
Yeah.
right. That's what I was imagining, yeah.
and if you're at the point of asking staff to draft the ordinances, do you really need to continue the hearing then?
We just need a motion.
Then, because if staff brings back the draft ordinance, then you would simply
You
be
would just-
discussing the ordinance
Yeah.
and whether or not you want to adopt the
Discussing
ordinance at
about
that
that.
time.
But
Right.
my question and concern was when I was talking about
Mhm.
process is again, we're going with the direction to staff as an option that wasn't part of the packet or the notice. We're giving direction to do this and I'm just thinking for process, that we weren't necessarily getting public comment
On option 3.
on
Yeah.
option 3.
Yeah,
And I just want to make sure we're not going sideways with
Mhm.
any public process.
Well, they can provide comment at the ordinance. When that is being deliberated, but I mean,
And it's
we can
still,
always have multiple options to provide comments.
it's still legislative at that point, correct?
Mhm.
And you've done this in an open public process. So
And if I'm understanding you correctly, all three options were presented to planning commission.
correct,
It's not like one was
correct.
presented.
Right.
Okay, so they did discuss. This. Okay,
And in order to adopt this as an emergency before the end of the year, to have it go into effect, it would need to be unanimous.
It's looking like that.
I think so.
okay.
Make sure I don't get sick.
So we need a motion.
I don't know. Do you need a motion for the directive?
No, I don't
I
think
don't
so.
think so. Okay, we got the directive. I think.
Okay,
Okay.
we're directing staff to draft an ordinance, ordinances
No,
that match option 3 of the proposals that were sent to the planning commission.
Gotcha.
And include
Mhm.
campgrounds.
and then come back with the draft ordinance for the board to consider on the 15th.
Yes.
No.
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 No. Would you like me to make a motion, Carolina? Option 3, yeah.
Sorry.
You good?
And
All right.
if it makes you feel better, we do have the option to provide something in the newspapers if you want to just be sure that there's public notice of the ordinance consideration. That is.
I can do
allowed.
that.
Just trying to make sure that if there's a patchwork motion that we're able to capture that. So, but there's no motion, but at the same time, we want to make sure we're able to capture the
Yeah,
consensus of the board and the direction being given to staff so we can have it reflected in the minutes.
yeah. So my, I think what I was, it's not a motion, but it's silly because it sounds like a motion at this point was, I was providing the voice of the board is that we directing staff to draft ordinance, zoning ordinances based upon option 3 of the psilocybin zoning recommendations that were sent to the planning commission and to have a draft ordinance back to us by December 15th. And that's not a motion.
Nice to see that.
Thank you.
So just out of curiosity. so
Oh, no.
Wait, was that a motion? That was a
No,
motion.
No, it was not.
No, that was a motion from Commissioner Crew. It wasn't?
No.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, I
okay,
was just
so
trying to
that was
capture it.
actually-
No, just for Carolinas
So Newburgh
primarily.
prohibited service centers outright. McMinnville is now doing the 2-year ban. So does that mean that city council will at some point draft time, place and manner type restrictions?
I haven't been
Yeah.
keeping track of it, but I presume so.
Okay, so they could say, we don't want these things within 10,000 feet of a school or whatever, and basically make it difficult to even have a
Yeah, I
service
think
center.
they still would need to be reasonable
Okay.
restrictions. And as far as the school, it says specifically in the measure that you can't add distance on to the school. It's 1,000 feet
okay.
is absolute. But there are other things that you can do as far as time, place and manner.
And if I may, because I know the consensus of the board and direction was given to staff on this topic. And I know we're going to have the discussion again on the 15th, but we still have a pretty lengthy agenda that we skipped over. And I know we also have some folks that have been waiting patiently for those agenda items. So.
Yeah,
Can we take a 5-minute break?
before moving back into the rest of the agenda. right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
just want to make sure we're done with this
Yeah.
one.
Okay, we will be back
Okay.
at 2:35.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody,
Thanks,
for your
everybody.
testimony.
Okay, we are coming back into formal session. It is 2:37. And we are going to jump around again a little bit to item J8. Consideration of approval of amendment number 3 to loan agreement number 0TIF-0049 between Yamhill County and the Oregon Department of Transportation, ODOT, amending the contract language and schedule for the Newburgh Dundee Bypass Modification Project. And we are joined by Mr. Hagelberg and Mr. Baker. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair
Finally.
Bushauer, Commissioners. And as an aside, I just want you to tell you that I've missed a couple of meetings and thank you. Because some meetings, if you could just find an excuse and with text, you can do that. We're going to be really brief. You've heard all about it. You know what's going on with respect to the loan package. A couple of things I just wanted to update you about as to really how important this package is. 2 weeks ago, Michelle Jaguar, Christine Phillips, our lobbyists, Chris Mercier, Vice Chair of the Confederated Tribal Council, and myself met with the Director Strickler of ODOT, the Chair Van Brockman of the Transportation Commission, and Trevor Brower, who's the head of major funding for ODOT, and one of Anna Henson. And that's really, really rare to get those 3 people. And they said that 2-hour meeting. But one of the things that we did, and we talked about this local loan package, and I have an email here from Travis Brower. I won't read it to you, but it basically says how pleased and impressed they are that the local entities are taking the initiative once again to move this project forward. And they hope that that will help in terms of funding to build the phase from 219 up to Rex Hill, and how that can make, and we'll be able to put together a package to work on that. ODOT is just buried with huge projects, and there's just so many that aren't going forward. And it's this kind of proactive thing that's going to make things happen. And so I just wanted to point that out, and they were very appreciative of the conversation. And so with that, I'm here, and Brett's here to answer any questions that you might have. But thank you very much for having it and moving us up.
Well, thank you for waiting for so long. So Commissioners, this was the loan package that or a modification that we had previously agreed to. Do we have questions on the amendment itself?
I don't have questions, but I want to say thanks to both of you for many hours of work on it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Christian, before any action, I saw an email earlier from you that there were some further changes or amendments that needed to.
And I will say that since we've visited with you before, one of the critical things that I meant to tell you that we promised was there would be a provision in the loan agreements that said only a certain amount of the money, local money, could be spent on phase 2B from Rex Hill down to 219. And the other part would have to go Dayton to Dundee. So ODOT couldn't spend it all and come back saying, what are you going to do about phase 3? Not going to happen. That language is in here. It went clear to the director and the chair, and it's approved. And I want to thank Christian and all the other attorneys that were a part of making that happen. So we felt that commitment.
Great. Appreciate that. Thank you, Christian, for that. And thank you for waiting.
And thank you to Chair Hagerberg for driving the policy around that. I mean, you suggested it to me long before I had thought of it. So because you have a long view of this. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And to every other mayor and person on the parkway.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve item J8?
Sure. I move that we approve item J8.
Okay, is there further discussion? No. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes, and thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
We'll keep you posted.
Thank you for
Yes,
listening to us drone on. For
Aren't you glad you waited for that?
now 4.5 hours.
You know, the land use side of
It was worth it.
probably.
Thank you.
We're meeting with Dundee next week. The following week was McMinnville. The next week is Newburgh, and we're scheduled for all of them.
Great.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
both. Merry Christmas.
Okay, so let's get maybe back in order here. So we approve the consent agenda. That brings us to item I, which is old business. Item I1 is consideration of approval of amendment number 9 to agreement number 169533 between Yamhill County and Oregon Health Authority, OHA, for the financing of public health services. Board Order 21-248, adding funding award in the amount of $68,644.63, retroactive to August 1st, 2022 through June 30th of 2023. This is continued from October 13th of 2022. And we did receive, well, back up a little bit. We had inquired about potentially changing the contract language. What ODOT, or not ODOT, OHA would think about that. They did send an email saying they're not open to changing the language and that it's actually part of federal
Right, I
guidelines.
circulated the letter to the board earlier. There are a couple of bases on which they declined our request. One was that the language that is in the program element is straight out of the federal funding. And the second ground was that this kind of a request, they said, was outside of the normal process to request changes to program elements. They have a conference of local health officials that approved this language at their meetings last year, and that making changes to language like this would need to go through that process. So that was the reasons they gave for not being able to remove that language from the current contract.
Okay, and just to review, the language was in part referring to spending time and money and resources on addressing vaccine hesitancy, among other things.
I think the term was promoting vaccine confidence.
Promoting vaccine confidence.
And promoting.
Specific to the COVID vaccine.
And promoting.
Well, it was actually was promoting vaccine confidence for COVID and other
Right.
vaccines too. But
Right.
yes, it did mention COVID.
So I've had some conversations with Director Manfred over quite a long period of time, including our administrator, just kind of going over my concerns about the language. And understanding that, you know, when the federal money comes in with those strings attached and then goes to the state and then comes to the county, there really is it's a difficulty because we can't just, change things around based on what we'd like to see. Knowing that the money is tied to a number of different program elements and knowing that that's what it funds. But I also take note of the comment in the letter from Dana Drum on from the OHA, which acknowledges that OHA recognizes that local public health authorities operationalize and implement program elements in their own unique way to best meet the needs of the community. And so they're expecting that this contextual concept be implemented as long as the work aligns with the program that they're asking us to do. So with the acknowledgement that it puts our director in a very difficult position to say, hey, if we don't take the funding, then we really stand to lose in these funding of other elements. However, there are a couple of things that I think we can do. And I think we have to look at, for instance, what the FDA requires. Anything for an emergency use authorization has to list very prominently that the products have not been licensed as safe and effective. That hasn't happened. I think we can change that on the website. And I think we can sort of massage the information that we're putting out there to let people know that there is new information and to share that with people. Because if you look on our website, it says Yamhill County Public Health is committed to sharing local, accurate, and current information as we hear it. And we'll continue to update this page as more information becomes available. There is more information available than there was a year ago. And I think we need to respect that.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is a very fluid situation. We've only, 2021, 22, we've had 3 years of COVID now. And the data continues to come out. And it certainly doesn't support some of the actions of government that have happened in the past 3 years. One in particular that an article I read was that the questionnaires about post-vaccine impacts did not include myocarditis, did not include some of those very significant reactions that we were seeing. So I want to make sure I'm clear on your ask. So are we don't want to necessarily threaten other funding by not signing it or trying to go through this lengthy process that may not happen until next year. But we want to make sure there's sideboards on what we can do as the local public health authority, which is to provide more information than we are. Is that?
Yeah, and I'm just going to refer to the website where it says all Oregonians 6 months and older are eligible, and vaccines have been proven, the vaccines have been proven to be safe and effective. I think there is that statement there needs to be addressed. I don't know that that is accurate anymore, especially when you look at the data that's coming out. It says COVID vaccines are safe and effective in severe reactions after the vaccination are rare. Myocarditis and pericarditis after the COVID-19 vaccination are rare. We're seeing the data is saying that isn't true. And the FDA says you got to have a safety plan to collect the data. What is that? If not VAERS or BSafe and clinical trial data, we have all that now. And I think we need to share that with people. So what I'm asking is that we recognize and put on our website that these vaccinations are still in clinical trials and they won't be over until next year. So people know that. And I think we need to share the information that has now come out due to FOIA requests from Pfizer and from VAERS and from BSafe that show that some of the stuff on our website is not true. So again, I think we can do that. And I think when you talk about promotion, making these vaccines available is one thing. Promoting them as safe and effective is an entirely different matter.
Yeah, and I'm not specific to this contract, but I just wonder how long are we going to continue to do this, right? I mean, this COVID focus / funding, is something to consider going forward as well. Maybe we shouldn't sign up for this in the first place if we have such a significant policy disagreement underneath it. I know this is an amendment to something that was already approved, but
Chair, I would say that, with the discussions that we've had, I'm thinking about for clarity's sake and moving us forward, is that we approve the contract, the amendment to agreement number. And then when Director Manfred is able to be with us, kind of go over some of the your concerns in a public setting where we can hear the active feedback from Director Manfred. That's how I would prefer it at this point, especially since she's not here with us right now.
Sure.
But I think that what I hear you saying is, hey, things have changed in our website and our resources. You don't feel like they have kept up with it. And I think that's a valuable thing to have a conversation with the HHS director about.
Right. And we've had, as Ken can attest to, rather long and frustrating conversations because I feel like we come to an impasse, which is why I think it's important that we discuss this as a board. So yesterday we had a conversation and we'd come to the conclusion that perhaps if there were some suggestions on what we could do to mitigate the concerns that the community has brought forward. It's not certainly not just me, that we address those, and those were going to be outlined. And then we were going to, because I said, I don't mind signing this if we define the terms as OHA tells us as to what we're going to do locally, because we can put our own flavor on that. And I said I would be happy to do that, but we don't have those. And so I don't want to sign it and say, well, maybe we'll get them, because I've been asking for these for 2 years. I had the OHA director, Pat Allen, tell me that these were FDA approved, and that was 2 years ago, and they are not FDA approved. And that continues, people continue to not get the information that's coming out. So until I have what those sideboards would look like, I would not be comfortable signing it, because I don't have them.
Director Manfred was here earlier. Do we know if she was prepared to talk about that or?
Well, that's why she was
That's why
staying,
she was
but
here.
when we reorganized the agenda, it ran into a scheduling
Okay.
conflict that she had in Newburgh, so.
Okay.
And so we were planning on having that discussion. I will say that, as Commissioner Starrett has said, we've talked about this quite a bit with Director Manfred on the website content and what is there. And, yesterday we did discuss about looking at some of the content, providing some additional links to some additional data. At the same time, I still kind of fall back to that there has been some sideboards that were established when we first did receive some of the funds related to rolling out the COVID vaccines. Especially, there was clear direction and we didn't do incentives for getting the vaccine. We didn't do, as we called the pizza parties. We didn't, we weren't necessarily doing a lot of promotion. We were basically advertising that if an individual wants the vaccine, where they can come to public health and the times, that's what the information we've been putting out there. So we're promoting the availability of the vaccine at our public health for those who want the vaccine. At the same time, we've been working with the board over this time frame and trying to comply with getting as much information as we can up on the public health website that does provide all the additional information, whether it's access to VAERS, whether it's access to, on the FAQs, on some of the concerns and some of the information, encouraging anyone who has questions around that to go and talk to their who they trust, their personal medical physician or someone that they trust. We've been trying to incorporate all that information into the website. So we have that information there. And I know Lindsay and I are continuing to have conversations. She's reviewing the website with her team. And if there's specific areas, and I get that the biggest thing is the statement, vaccine safe and effective seems to be the biggest concern, that we have that on the website. And I'm not really prepared at this point to get into a debate, because I know where Director Manfred is on this. And if that's something that the board wants to continue to have conversations on those particular updates, much like what Commissioner Kula was saying, my concern is, the COVID vaccine and that portion of it is a small portion of what this amendment is covering. And, there's a lot of other programs that are tied to that OHA, this amendment that is beyond the COVID-19, and so, here we could continue when we could schedule another, conversation or put something on the agenda for an upcoming meeting to where Director Manfred can be here and we can talk about the specifics of what those guardrails or what that information or what's being put on the website. We're willing to do that, and Lindsay was gonna, she was here this, but again, scheduling conflicts and she had a meeting in Newburgh.
I think having it in writing, as we were talking about yesterday, having it in writing to review would be helpful, and to have it prior to a discussion, because I don't have anything to go by. I know I've brought up these concerns about saying myocarditis is rare. These are items that are very important to address. So I would not be in favor of signing it until we had something in writing which would address the concerns I have about promoting COVID vaccine, and to increase vaccine confidence. So those are the issues.
And Commissioner Starrett, do you, is this with regard to the statement that local public health authorities and local public health has the authority to operationalize the comment from Dina Drum? Is that what you're wanting to get is those statements to OHA staff for them to review to decide whether that matches their standard of operationalize, or is this just for your own personal comfort level? I'm just not sure which of those.
Well, first of all, I think I will say with great confidence that OHA standards are subpar, and that the information they have given us, they have refused state senators and local and commissioners requests, public information requests for data that we know exists. We know that there have been misstatements made by the director, by other people.
Who
And
is
so
now unemployed, by the way.
yeah, right. So I think when we look at OHA as a standard, they are the funder. And unfortunately, it's the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. But OHA has clearly not worked in collaboration with the counties. We've tried for the last however many years to get some kind of input, some kind of collaboration to work with them, and there's no interest there. So to say that OHA becomes the gold standard for whether or not we put accurate information, I think it's clear they haven't been giving us accurate information.
Well, so my question wasn't actually, my question was a different thing than maybe you answered. And that's that if OHA staff are saying, well, you have the room to maneuver out in the community in terms of your own local, and is it your concern that we would be straying outside of their bounds for what they believe matches the statements that are in the contract that we're currently subject to? Or are you just wanting these statements to immediately go up onto the website and not approve the contract and say, like, we're going to do our own thing? Or are you thinking change statements on public facing websites at the county and approve the contract? I'm just trying to figure out where the contract comes in.
What I heard is she would like to see things in writing before she votes to approve the contract.
But if the language doesn't meet the state standards, then the contract is not going to be. You see what I'm saying? That if there's concern that we're not going to meet state standards.
No, what I mean is
Okay.
specifically in writing, outline how the website is going to be updated to be more factual. How we will actually do what's in the contract that we're signing, which is address vaccine confidence. How are we actually going to do that? Let's make sure that's in writing so we know and we feel good about it, what's going to be done.
But just a reminder that the language in this amendment is already in the existing contract. This is not new language. This is in the program element with the underlying agreement.
But the policy that we have in writing that also addresses that the local public health authority can put it in our own implementation contextually. What we're saying is we will have in writing what our policy is regarding promotion and addressing vaccine confidence regarding the COVID vaccines. So if we know that our policy states the sideboards, that becomes the sideboard, we have in writing. We have nothing in writing now. And then I've called out the specifics of my concerns about what's on our website, which is no longer factual. And I'm asking for us to link to information like the CDC's information or Pfizer's clinical data, which we didn't have 3 years ago. So it's not like we're saying, let's go to some tinfoil hat website and pull off the crazy stuff that says there's,
But
whatever. If I can finish.
Please.
So basically what we're saying is let us link to this type of data, which gives people and also explain it so that, because I was told that basically, people can't handle the truth. They can't address this information. They can't figure it out. I just remember a few years ago asking if we could have vaccine ingredients given out to our parents. And I was told by OHA and the Board of Health, yeah, we don't want to do that. And I'm thinking, why not?
I just want to clarify because I also want to be clear because we're here in a public setting and things and the conversations that Director Manfred and I and the statements around the difficulties that Director Manfred was trying to explain was around the data interpretation, that if you go to a website like a VAERS website and you have this data drop without, you know, and how difficult doing that type of analysis. Lindsay's concerns were about just here's a table filled with data and who's making these conclusions and how we're making that analysis. I don't think it was at any point, you know, I think it's important to clarify that was the point that I think Lindsay was trying to make, was around how the data is reported, how it goes to VAERS or some of these sources that you have this. And there's a lot of circumstances, and she's much more eloquent than I am in being able to explain that, but there's a lot to the story on how the data is collected, how it's reported, how it's, you know, how you spot the trends, who does the analysis, you know, and you know, it's a large data. And I think that was the context that Lindsay was trying to clarify around the challenges of just who's doing the analysis, what the reports are, and what we're posting on our website.
Sure, and we have there's a link that they actually, that our website has to VAERS, but it is one of those things that's so complicated. You look at it and you're like, well, what does this mean? So again, what I was just trying to clarify is if we're going to sign this contract, and I think it's eminently possible for us to do that, as long as we have something in writing which states our policy and which addresses some of these concerns on the website. And as I said, I think that we can go with, go with CDC data and go with Pfizer data, and still be, and also addressing some of the violations we have that the FDA has asked us not to promote these without a disclaimer, clearly and conspicuously, that they're still not licensed. And we don't do that. That's all. Simple stuff.
So I'm hearing a lot of different words, and I don't see them directly connected to the contract approval that's before us, because forgive me for not understanding what sideboards are and a written policy. Is this something you're proposing that the Board of Commissioners imposes upon public health that's separate from the contract? So there's a contract with OHA, and then you're saying we're also going to put another layer of policy on top of it that may or may not be in conflict with the contract?
No, I think what I'm saying is, and the words that I've been using are pretty clear, Commissioner. And what they say is, if we are in violation of an FDA order regarding EUAs and emergency use authorizations for not clearly and conspicuously stating that these products have not been licensed and are not licensed, then I think that's a simple fix. The other thing I'm saying is, if we are unilaterally stating that the vaccines have been proven to be safe and effective, and if we are saying myocarditis and pericarditis are after the vaccination are rare, these are things that information has shown us lately is incorrect. I'm saying that if we stick true to our statement, which on the website says that we will continue to share current accurate information, then I think we need to share current accurate information. So I'm not suggesting that we divert from the OHA policy. What I'm saying is that as a local public health authority, we might as well not really have this exercise in a local entity called public health, if OHA is going to be the arbiter of everything we do. We give general fund money to HHS. A lot of counties don't do that. We also have the ability to sign these contracts or not sign them. I'm saying if we sign them, we have to make sure that as we can tailor it to our our local flavor, as it's called out here, local best needs of the community, then I think we can do both.
Okay, so your policy, as stated, is that the county should, at as much as reasonably possible, promote accurate information as soon as it's timely available. And you don't believe that the HHS is doing that. Is that where the rub is?
I think, I think to sum it up is like, we have different information than we had 2 years ago. You know, like they told us if you got the vaccine, you wouldn't transmit it. That isn't true. If you got it, you wouldn't, get infected again. That isn't true. All of this information has really been morphing, and think we need to stay current.
And so you don't think we need to say, you don't think the HHS's websites have stayed current? And so because of that, you don't want to approve the contract?
I will approve the contract once we've addressed these, I think, deficiencies on the website.
So the differences of opinion that you have about,
They're not differences of opinion. They're simply, then they are based in fact. But I also think that when we talk about signing a contract that asks us to promote vaccine confidence, that we have a definition of what that means. So I think Director Manfred was very amenable to explaining that in writing, saying, hey, when we say promote, what we're, as Ken mentioned, we're not giving out gift cards, but promote means we're telling people, here's where you can get it, here's how you can get it. That's fine. And we do, under the color of what this asks us to do, that does satisfy this. So I think once we have that outlined, then I think we're clear. Maybe it's a little different how, OHA says promote. What does promote mean? And how will we promote versus how does Multnomah County promote? And we can make that distinction because it will be different in each county.
and we have been making that distinction. And that's, I guess, but the question mark that hangs out there is if we've been making that distinction, then why don't we continue to make that distinction? Or is there a different way of making that distinction that you'd like?
No, I think when you look at, for instance, what I've called out specifically were Facebook posts talking about the vaccine and not mentioning, that we need to let people know, okay, there has to be a disclaimer, informed consent without, if you don't have information, you really can't, give informed consent. And I think that's real basic stuff. It goes back to Nuremberg Code. So what I would say is, and my bottom line is today, without belaboring this, Ken's heard my arguments for better part of 2 years now. My bottom line is, without something in writing that Director Manfred and Ken and I discussed, without something in writing that gives us clear direction on what the guardrails are on this, I'm not going to sign this until we have a better understanding of what that means, promote in this county, and regarding some of the concerns I have about what we have on our website. And we can argue this back and forth, safe and effective, not safe and effective.
I'm not trying to argue that right now.
And that's really, the point is that we have data now we didn't have
So
6 months ago.
what I'm hearing you say is that you want a written policy that you agree to that matches what the county has been doing before you will sign the contract. Is that it? Or is it new stuff that you want the county staff to do that's written down? And is that staying with you or is it going to OHA?
No, OHA has made it clear what their policy is. We have some concerns about that, or I have some concerns about that. And I think that what we can do in signing this, and by signing it, what we're saying is we're agreeing to this. So I'm not disputing that.
Right.
What I'm saying is, what is it that we're agreeing to based on what does the Yamhill County think this looks like? And all I'm saying is, without that in writing, once this is signed, it could be, an entirely different flavor than what we've perhaps been doing or what we can do to improve this. So that's all I'm saying is, what do we have in writing that says, hey, this is kind of how we do things? And I don't think it has to be anything really dramatic other than we all have seen, these are the guardrails.
But I think we do have that in writing because we've had to submit, it was like a year ago now, or it was a year and a half ago now, for additional funding through the state. Do you remember
For the equity plan?
Yeah. So in theory, we do have how we're promoting vaccines in the
Yes,
community.
correct.
Do you simply want that updated?
Well, I think I'd like it to be updated to reflect the latest data that the CDC has shared, that Pfizer has shared. We didn't have that before.
And if memory serves, that was one-time funding designed to increase vaccine rates, which didn't really occur. We flatlined pretty quick and then it was, I'm not sure what we spent the money on, but it didn't increase the vaccine percentage in the county.
I mean, we have. what we spent on.
I think we
Oh, I
were,
was just gonna ask you, because it looked like you were gonna confirm that, yes, there was that vaccine equity plan, but.
There was, and just a reminder that we had a lot of various funds that were coming out that were related to incentive funds and the only point that I was gonna kind of make is we weren't actively promoting getting the vaccines, so that may have an impact on those numbers, you know, again, you know, what we've done, and it's been based on all the discussions that we've had here with the board in the past over the last couple of years. You know, the strategy and approach that public health and HHS has taken is we've advertised the availability. We've made information available from OHA and CDC and everyone else about the vaccine. We've also put data about encouraging people to get more information and more links to other things. You know, we've tried to take a balanced approach with what's posted on the website. You know, while at the same time, we haven't been taking out ads or had a running ad, you know, it's CDC and OHA who's really been doing that. We at the local level haven't been doing that. You know, we've advertised where those who want to get the vaccine can go and get it. And I realize, and we have a lot of information that's on the website. And I really want to just encourage to go and look at the website, what we have for the vaccine information, the links that we have, the information that, you know, telling people to get informed, you know, and where to get that information. And then even those who walk through the door to get the vaccination are given a lot of information. I'll just speak, you know, for myself is when I went through, there was a lot of paperwork. They were open to questions. You could raise the questions. And if you're talking to our public health staff while you're getting there, and if you have questions or if you have hesitancy or want to do this, you're going to be redirected to go talk to your doctor or go do more information, you know, and it hasn't been part of, you know, we've had some plans that were put together in the past, but do we have, you know, how do we encapsulate all of this into a policy? A policy basically tells you what you can do and you can't do. And the concerns that I would have is that, you know, if it's been changing and being able to adapt to the situation, or we're going to be able to update the policy. And then I also don't want to be in a position of now all of a sudden, if we post a flyer from CDC up on the website, am I now, you know, going to have to investigate a violation of policy and discipline somebody because that may have been in violation of the policy? You know, again, we don't have that information. We've tried to convey and act on the instructions and the guidance that we've been giving from the board to build this website. And I just really want to encourage to look at the website. And then also recognize that, again, that Amendment 9, there's a small portion in there that makes a statement on something that's already in the underlying agreement that's been in place. And I just really am hoping that we can continue this discussion, but at the same time, go ahead and you know, hopefully take action on Amendment 9. So at least, you know, Lindsay and I have had this conversation. We want to continue having the discussion. We want to look at the website. We continually want to look for ways that we can improve this, but I'm just really hoping that we can continue, you know, and get Amendment 9 approved. And then, you know, I can also reach out to Lindsay and see if she's also available as well.
I think we have, as the local public health authority, we have an obligation to make sure that the language we use and the actions that we take are truly balanced with the goal of keeping the public safe. And what I've witnessed in the past 2 years is that there is and especially with COVID through the emergency order, is there was an effort towards extreme control, top-down control, where the people who were wanting to be cautious or had dissent or questions were shut down effectively. We were told what to do. We were told what to say. When we tried to push back, we were excoriated. I remember very vividly our effort to make sure that we could provide parental consent, and how we were treated in that process. And lo and behold, my child's doctor is no longer giving COVID vaccines to children. So we have come a long way since 2020 and 2021 and what was happening during that time. I think we've learned a lot. Unfortunately, a lot of the things that we have learned are not good. They're not good about how this was rolled out, about the mask mandates and what they've done to children. We're seeing astronomical RSV rates. Why do you think that is? It's because of the masking, and we kept them inside. We're seeing concerning data come out about this experimental vaccine that is not approved yet. We are being told that pregnant women should not be getting it now, and they were never in the study. And here's why. I think that we have to balance our obligation as the local public health authority, and it doesn't feel balanced. In fact, what I feel is that I've witnessed my colleague bang her head against a wall for 2 years or 3 years and virtually be ignored on most of it, on most of your concern. So something has to change. There is a clear problem between the concerns of the majority of this board and the policies that we would like to have in place here in Yamhill County, and the directives that are coming out of OHA and being really thrust onto our Health and Human Services Department. There's a significant disconnect at this point. We continue to have this conversation, meeting after meeting after meeting, and I don't know that there is an easy answer, but what I do know is that if it's not addressed, it's the reaction is going to become, okay, we're just going to stop. We're just going to halt. And we're going to look at these contracts line by line and make sure we know what we're signing the first time. And if we don't like it, we're not going to do it. Because that's the reaction I have, is I'm going to put the brakes on this. If I keep feeling frustrated, like we're not actually seeing what we need to see in order to be confident about the things that we put our names on, then that's going to be the reaction. And that's probably too harsh and too extreme, but that's how it's starting to feel, is there's no resolution to this conflict. And I don't know why.
Chair, I would just note that I hope that you're reading every contract that we approve, especially if you have concerns about it. I mean,
Well,
we've approved this amendments to this contract multiple times. So you have seen it?
Commissioner Kula, I have read every contract. And you know what? When I do try and put the brakes on to make sure that I'm comfortable with it, like, for instance, the behavioral health bonuses, we are absolutely excoriated for it.
I mean, I
That we
think
don't
that's the
just
public
rubber stamp
process.
it right away.
That's the public process. If people don't like what you're doing, they can complain about it.
Well, how about we start to solve some of these problems in this communication breakdown and this policy disagreement? Why don't we start to solve it so that we can move forward with confidence and not continue to have these arguments?
I mean, there's 3 of us and one of us wants to approve it. And I don't know what the rest of us want to do.
I didn't hear that Commissioner Sarah doesn't want to approve it. I heard that she wants things better outlined. She wants concerns responded to in real time, not, oh yeah, we'll get to that. I would like to see a more clear policy on defining that one piece where it talks about vaccine confidence. Because in the last meeting we had, when we talked about this, we were very clear that we don't want to be, you know, Pfizer and Moderna's marketing arm. I mean, that's kind of how this feels, is that we continue to do this. And there's not sideboards around some very clear policy disagreements with the board. And we're the ones who have to sign these contracts. So that's what I would like to see.
I've
before
been
we-
talking a lot, so
I think what it boils down to is we realize that our Health and Human Services Director is kind of between a rock and a hard place. Because as she's pointed out, she really wants to continue to have a good relationship with OHA. And they are the provider of taxpayer money.
Mhm.
So we really are in some ways really beholden to, it's like with any of the contracts we have with any of the state agencies. But I think what we're looking at here is there is a little bit more of a grave concerns about the information that we have been getting about some of these vaccines that haven't been accurate, they haven't been truthful, and anyone who even questions it is shut down, is canceled, is labeled a conspiracy theorist or an anti-vaxxer. And Commissioner Kula, you even contacted the governor's office, you know, a couple of years ago and said, hey, basically, how's the governor going to respond to these alt-right anti-vaxxers? So is that the term that you use for constituents who are questioning what they're giving their children? Because I can tell you that there are an awful lot of quote unquote alt-right anti-vaxxers, and they're just people of all political persuasions who say, if I want to know what's in this before I drink it, I want to know what's in this before I put it in my 6-month-old arm. And we're not getting that information.
so you are getting that information because that's why you're here and presenting it to us, right? Do you mean that the public isn't, and what part of the public? And so like I come down to you all have, as you know, there are two of you, and you can vote this however you want. But right now, I at least am not clear on what you're asking of staff, let alone what they are supposed to put together and how it will like affect OHA. And so when I wrote a note here is once the Board of Commissioners develops a policy, and Ken alluded to this a little bit with the, like, if it's a policy is static and it doesn't get updated, then is a staff member in violation of it because he has to enforce these personal policies. But what I'm concerned about is if we have a policy that's written that is in that's our interpretation of being in compliance with that statement in the OHA contract, that once we have it, OHA can say, oh, look, you're not in compliance anymore. And so what I think is that I think that what the county has been doing has been working. And I'm concerned that if we create a written policy as you're proposing and delay this contract, which again, it's been delayed multiple times because of your concerns, right? Yeah, just because of your concerns, it has been delayed. So it's not that it hasn't been delayed or that it's just mysteriously floating out there. That perhaps a written policy will become in conflict with the OHA.
Well, the thing is that we have made decisions that OHA has come back and sort of smacked us down on, and that was regarding parental consent. And that is because the age of medical consent in the state of Oregon is 15, and we were in conflict with a state statute.
Right.
So that's understandable. And we did what we thought was right at that time. And the state came back and said, no, you can't do that. So what I'm asking for is we get this information, and we had an agreement where we were going to look at some proposed information, and we were going to look at that and discuss that today. We don't have that. So to say, well, just go ahead and sign, we'll get that later.
Well, I say that I didn't have that agreement with anybody, right? Like, I'm not actually sure
No,
what you mean.
and
but-
we
We did have it.
Okay, it's just that this was on the agenda
No,
for me. Right.
Lindsay and I were agreed that we were gonna try to connect and try to see if we can come up with some language, but admittedly, we weren't able to connect in the afternoon yesterday. That was something that, yeah.
And I
Just leave it at
understand.
that.
No, I understand. But now we have this in front of us.
But I
without-
also don't want to be necessarily here kind of being accused that we violated an agreement. Lindsay and I did say that we were going to try to come up with something. I was struggling, and I mentioned it yesterday. I was struggling to get my arms around what this type of policy would look like.
Yeah.
Is it a single statement? Because, again, like I said today, with the similar discussions, we've had these discussions, we've been given direction from the board. We've not done program elements based on discussions that we've had with the board, and I didn't have a chance to get to that. Neither did Lindsay yesterday afternoon, because I know we were going two different directions and trying to keep up with some other workload things. Yeah, and so I just want to clear, that it's two parts. One, we weren't able to necessarily get to it, but then even that, we disclosed that I was even struggling on what this would even look like, what we would bring before the board as a policy directive on
Definitely.
what that was going to look like.
And I didn't know about that. And that's, clearly it's an internal thing. And I would just want to make sure that when we're having directing staff to put together something that they may be struggling to write, that comes from the majority of the board in a public setting too, right?
Well, I think this might have been misunderstood here, what my suggestion was.
Okay.
Because when we left, and this is not to cast any aspersions on anyone, obviously, to try to put something like that together at that late hour during yesterday was really, I think it was unreasonable for any of us to try to come up with that. So that's not what I'm saying, is that when we left our meeting, we'd come to the place where actually I felt like for the first time, we were actually making some progress. We were actually getting somewhere where Director Manfred said, okay, I see what you're saying with this. Let's consider this and let's put something together and we can go from there. And it was for the very first time in 2 years, a hopeful step forward. And I said, okay, well, let's take a look at something. Now, the word policy is probably not applicable here. It wasn't policy. It was more like some guidelines or some things for us to consider so that we'd have some confidence in signing this. And I said, I will sign this, but I just wanted a couple of assurances of things that we would address here. And that was agreed upon by everybody.
Which was the access to the latest Pfizer data connecting to information was the one element. And then the second part was a review of the website and the content of what we have. And then I believe the third one, no, I think those were the two, and if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that's really, I think it was, we all got to the place where we're like, okay, we can look at how to do this and let's at least get a framework. And that's not a policy. It was sort of a framework because we can't ask them to basically put something that wonky together without the board weighing in.
Right.
So that's all it was just some notes for us to look at, to go, okay, I get it. We can work on this and sign this. And I did say I would sign it based on that. We don't have anything going forward right now.
Do you, but it sounds like Ken said something that could be drafted as a motion, right?
Well, because we don't, again, it's sort of a higher level without some of the specifics that we talked about yesterday. So as I said, I think we did make some progress, and I think this is progress, but without something that we can point to and say, okay, we've agreed that we're gonna address these issues specifically. To sign it prior to that, it would be a little premature. So that's what I'm saying is I do think we got to a place where we could move forward, and we haven't had that before. And there was no way, I couldn't imagine how you could possibly have put this together in an afternoon when everybody is so busy. But I do think that we can address this and it can be done.
And you don't feel comfortable doing it as a motion as part of approving this?
No. because it's not, it's one of those things where when we've tried to do motions on the fly, when we haven't had, you know, kind of like earlier, we were like, well, we're trying to do this on the fly. I think it needs to be a little bit more thoughtful, and that's what I've said all along, is really this can comport with this contract. And we can allow for our specific individual community needs and not be in violation of the OHA contract.
And I don't know if that's totally true that you've said that all along, but I'll leave it at that for now. And I'm happy, should we continue it to next week? Then?
Yeah, I'm gonna continue it till next week. I would also, in addition to those two things that Ken mentioned, though, I would also like to add some, whether it's a statement or I'm not going to call it a policy, but a statement or a list of, you know, how Director Manfred would define that part of the contract with regard to Yamhill County. What does that mean for Yamhill County based on the board and our discussions over the past 2-3 years? And what does that mean to promote vaccine confidence?
We have,
for
I
us?
think we have that email. We have that. We have that. We can bring it to our
Okay,
discussion.
let's look at that next week. And then also address the two main issues that you guys mentioned.
Safe and effective. Myocarditis is rare. The information that wasn't given to pregnant women that was given to the people who were in the original clinical trials was that no woman who could even become pregnant, and no woman of childbearing age should be subjected to the vaccine. And we didn't tell people that. So I think if we're gonna do it, we need to let people know this has not been approved for pregnant women, but we're telling them, you know, there are a number of concerns. This is information we didn't have. Now we have it, and it's unethical and irresponsible not to share it with our constituents.
I'm blanking on, so Ken, you mentioned website information and something else.
Vaccine confidence. We have how we're addressing promoting or vaccine confidence. We have that email. I have it.
There's also a link. There's the website review and then a link to some, I believe it's CDC or someone
Okay.
has, you know, has some Pfizer data that we were agreeing to provide some information on the FAQs.
Bless you.
Okay, so we will move this to next week. Do I need a motion for that? No, okay. Okay. So that brings us to item I2, which is consideration of acknowledgement of the withdrawal of application for amended conditional use permit for Furioso Vineyard Dundee LLC under docket number C11-22/SDR-22-22. So this was supposed to be heard today, technically before, but we just need to acknowledge it.
Perfect. Yes, exactly.
Okay,
Good to
does
go.
everyone acknowledge the withdrawal?
Yes.
I've
Yes.
considered acknowledging. it.
Okay.
And I want to thank our Assistant County Counsel for her work on this because it's been going on for quite a while.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
As has the other item, which is on our agenda.
Okay. Item J, other business. Item J1 is consideration of approval of unsealed bids for multiple tax foreclosed real properties located in Yamhill County. And everyone saw the memo for that.
And the updated one.
Yeah.
And the updated one.
Yes, we did get 2 bids yesterday.
Okay.
So I can answer questions or if you want a summary.
So in my meeting this week with Christian, we kind of briefly went over that unsealed bid process.
Yeah. We're still trying to hone that process.
Okay.
Where I came from, there was sort of a deadline if you wanted to submit a sealed bid post auction. Here's how you do it. We don't have that here yet. We're working on it. So we just have been taking them in as we got them, and we we got a rush of them. I got a rush of them, right after the auction, which isn't surprising. So that is why there's 6 in front of you right now.
So folks come to the auction, they can stand there and watch and whatever, they don't have to bid, but then they can submit sealed bids after the fact.
And that's exactly
we
what they've
decided
been
to do.
doing. Yeah. Yeah. Or these particular individuals did.
Okay. Do we have an updated packet for that?
I don't know if there's a packet. There's a memo.
That's the memo.
Okay, I just don't have them.
I didn't print it. I can.
Okay, so we have 2 properties in question. We set minimum bids for each of them. One of them, I noticed, one of the unsealed bids did exceed that. So.
That is right, yes. So generally, the statute requires the board to select the best and highest offer, which generally speaking would be that you'd pick the highest offer that we get. But there's case law that says if you decide to not select the highest offer, you just have to provide justification. There has to be a reason for it, and you should be fine. So the one property that we did get 4 bids on, there is one bid that is significantly higher than the rest. So if we did decide not to go with that, we'd have to provide some justification for that.
And then the second one, I
The-
don't remember if it made the minimum bid.
He submitted a bid that was exactly the minimum bid.
Okay.
And that individual, I believe, is the owner of the surrounding property. So he
Oh,
does have
gotcha.
has a interest in it. An ongoing interest. He has expressed interest in it for a while, I think. Searcher, yeah. So.
Okay, so it's really either a motion to approve the highest bidders on each property, or
You could do separate
back
motions if you want,
to-
or you can just do it as one. That's up to you.
okay.
Whatever you want to do, I would come back later with the deeds. So board orders with the actual deeds for you to approve at that point. So this is really just, this is more of a directive, accepting the bid and then directing me to move forward with the deed.
Chair, I would move approval of approving the unsealed bids as presented in the packet regarding the highest bids.
Okay.
was like-
Okay, so the highest bid for
Oh,
first
1600.
property, 1600, that is the motion.
There's only one bid for the other one. I think that's why she's clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Okay, all
Okay,
right,
yes.
perfect.
Highest bid, highest bid.
Thank you.
So technically it was true anyway.
Yeah.
You're accepting the bids for both of the
For
properties,
both, for
right?
the
There's
highest
just
bids
one
for-
route
yeah.
for the second property.
Any further
And then
discussion?
We need more to go ahead and put the sale documents together, or will that come back to the board?
That will come back to the board, but I think you have to approve the motion.
I think
still.
we can wait until after the motion is approved and then we can have that discussion.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Details, details.
We should have
Logistics.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I will
Thank you.
come back
Ken.
with the deeds at a later date.
Okay, so we are on item J2. Consideration of approval in the matter of upholding the planning commission's decision to approve planning docket number SU-02-22 permitted use review for rock quarry exploration for tax lot 2406-0700 applicant Turner Rock Products LLC. And these are the findings, right? We're just
Yes,
approving
this is
findings,
just the
yeah.
findings.
Chair, I would,
Um,
oh,
Go ahead.
I would move approval of item J2.
Okay, is there further discussion?
There's not, but thank you.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes.
And Chair, before we get to number 3, I'm just on J4. I wanted to make sure that folks from Soil Water Conservation District were here. Is it okay if we move it up? Oh, sorry.
Oh, do we have?
No, we just don't have anybody from here, and I want to make sure that they're here if possible.
Are they planning to come?
No, not for this week. So I'm going to pull them in for next week, but.
Oh, I see.
So remove
Yeah,
it.
I wanted
Oh,
to
so you'd
continue
like
it
to- you'd like
yeah,
to-
sorry, the language is incorrect. I
Okay.
wanted to move it too.
Well, because the one part that I would just advise that I put this on the agenda for right now to basically you don't even have to take action on it. If there's consensus of the board to proceed, it's subject to a 45-day public notice and public comment period, because this is again, proposing to use Title III funds.
Yeah.
And so that would be subject to a public notice, and then approval would be after that notice
Right.
requirement.
Right, and there's plenty of time, so I
Yeah.
was aware of the public notice, but
Yeah. So it's
as
completely.
long
up to
as
the
it's
board.
okay with commissioners, I'd like to bring it back next week.
Yes, because I do have some questions.
Yeah.
And
And I
yes,
can't answer them.
thank
so.
you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, but I think we skipped number 3. Right?
Yes, I would just
Okay.
wanted, in case this was a long one.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure you knew that there was one that was moving.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
so
I'm glad you
move-
did that.
We're moving it to 12.8, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so J3 is consideration of an alleged solid waste code violation and ordering notice to be served upon the owner and occupant of the property to appear before the board on January 12th of 2023.
And so this is, sorry, go for it. Okay. Mike Kemper was unable to be here today, so I'm gonna try to fill in. This is really just the part of the solid waste code that requires the board to first formally authorize us to send them notice for a public hearing. So in January, there will be a public hearing where the owner will have the chance to come forward and say his side of the version and why abatement isn't necessary, if that's what he wants to argue. And Mike Kemper will then be present to explain why he thinks there is a violation. So today's sort of just a logistics thing.
Does that require a motion?
Yeah, the ordinance requires by motion of the board.
Because we need to serve that notice.
So I was reading through all the stuff. It seems like he's been given notice for violations repeatedly. And he is trying to clean it up. But this has been going on for a couple years.
I honestly don't know what cleanup efforts have been done to date. I know that he has already been found guilty in circuit court of a violation. But the abatement provisions in our code fall under a specific set of procedures. So we had to separate from that court case and come in front of you guys first. Last I talked to Mike, because he got notice from SWAC beginning of October. Late October. And he was given, I think, 30 days or close to it to just show some sort of progress. And Mike checked on the property and it's actually gotten worse. So
I'm gonna, just ask. Maybe this is a dumb question, but why are we picking on Mr. Lee? Like there's a lot of people in this county who have garbage and trash and old broken down cars and weeds and sunflowers growing out of their cars. And I mean, why
It's a
are we
fair
picking on
question.
him? I don't understand that.
I believe they're complaint driven.
It's complaint driven.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily that Mike is picking on this person. It's just that we're getting complaints, and Mike Kemper has an obligation as the code enforcement officer to respond to those complaints. And if there's a violation that's occurring on a property, he has an obligation to, gain compliance. Hopefully it's voluntary compliance and we don't end up in this situation. But at times, unfortunately, we end up in this situation where we're having to take an enforcement action. So,
Okay.
but I agree that, you know, it's not that this individual is being singled out, but if we're getting complaints from other areas, Mike Kemper is very responsive when it comes to that and tries to work with all property owners that are out there to help get the properties cleaned up.
Okay.
And I think it's, oh, sorry.
Well, I wasn't implying it was Mike, but do we know where the complaints are coming from? Because when I looked at the map, this property is across the street from, is it Murray Park? I didn't even know there was a Murray Park, but that's what it said. Murray Park.
I do not know that off the top of my head where the complaints, this particular one came from, but it seems,
Okay.
at least in my experience, it usually comes from a neighbor.
Um,
I don't know if that was the instance here.
Okay, I just wanted to verify, because it doesn't sound like a county park, but
No.
Oh,
it's
I
not.
don't know about
I
that
wanted to
part.
make sure it
That's
wasn't.
not a county park.
Okay,
But I will say that when this is scheduled, then Mike Kemper will be here and be able to answer those questions about
Yes.
the origination of the complaint and how we got here.
And have lots of pictures.
Yeah, and I, you know, starting on page 1, I mean, you guys have seen it, but starting on page 108, it's a really good. Because I've chatted with him, we've gone out to look at various ones and the details of how many times he's gone there and then just how the process has moved forward. That obviously Mr. Lee has had a lot of opportunities, and I think that your instincts are right, like, whoa, why this one? And really, I think it's this long list of site inspections that's, and
Yeah,
Mike
I just-
Kemper is, I've been with him, I think he's really good at what he does with actually getting situations resolved. And sometimes really hard situations
Yeah.
too.
yeah, I've just seen some pretty bad places, so that's why I'm like, this feels a little odd to me, but when we schedule, or if we schedule this for January 12th, Mr. Lee comes to the hearing, we are able to engage with him and talk to him about
Exactly.
going on?
Yes.
Okay.
If he comes, right?
If he comes.
He didn't come to the
He did
Select.
not,
meeting.
he didn't come to that. He also did not show up for his court appearances. So,
Okay,
The board does have the option of saying, okay, you've got another 30 days.
yes, absolutely.
Which
Yes.
the board has done repeatedly. I mean, this board has always been very good about
Yes.
trying to provide sufficient opportunity and providing folks opportunities to explain. And if they've got, valid reasons for why things haven't happened, giving some additional time. So ultimately, it will be up to the board if and when more specific enforcement action is taken.
okay. I'm just sort of spitballing here, but if he's disabled or if there's some type of financial restriction from him cleaning up, what, does that even matter? Or,
So, I mean, the board can
I mean,
certainly
that would
order.
be a potential mitigating circumstance to kind of work with.
Generally,
if it-
yeah, in my experience, we would do the cleanup and then we'd work out a payment plan.
Correct.
oh,
Yeah.
okay,
And we've done similar things in the past like that. I
Yeah,
mean, Mike
okay.
Kemper works really hard
He does.
that, and really starts with compliance first and enforcement is a last,
Yes, Yeah.
we want voluntary compliance,
Okay.
and so we'll work with, and then the board also has the discretion based on the mitigating circumstances to extend, give more time, and work with the individual to help get it cleaned up.
okay,
There's options.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he mentioned there that he had had surgeries and this and that, and I thought, okay, well, maybe there's something else we're missing, but,
Mhm.
um,
And I don't know well enough to.
hopefully he
give you that.
comes.
That is our hope.
Okay, so do we make a motion?
Yeah, a motion
Um,
to, I guess the motion would be to move forward with setting a public hearing and sending notice.
Okay, so I will move that we acknowledge the violation and set the hearing for Mr. Lee on January 12th, 2023. At our normal board
Yeah.
session.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think we need the time certain. We're good.
That'll be in the notice.
okay. Any further discussion?
No, Chair.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. We are moving item 4 to next week, 12/8. Item 5, consideration of approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Yamhill County and the city of McMinnville to initiate the formation proceedings for creation of a new fire district serving the area of the existing McMinnville Rural Fire District in the city of McMinnville, effective upon approval through December 31st, 2023. And this is the IGA that governs the reimbursement essentially of funds for the election.
Yeah, I was going to say the description here is this isn't really the agreement initiating the formation proceedings. This is the IGA to deal with the cost reimbursement.
Can we reflect that in the minute? Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. It looks like we're.
Hey, it's
initiating.
done. It's a done deal.
Ta-da.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Well, Chair, I would move that we approve item J5. With. Yes, I move that we enter into the agreement with the city of McMinnville for reimbursement of the formation proceedings for the creation of a new fire district.
Yeah, reimbursement of costs and expenses related to the formation proceedings.
Okay.
That would be perfect. Thank you.
All right.
C agreement.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Consideration of approval, sorry, this is J6. Consideration of approval of amendment number 1 to agreement number 176916 between Yamhill County and the Oregon Health Authority, Board Order 22-260, revising language for community restoration services.
And I would just clarify that what that did, it was a concession by OHA to removing the supervision part, clarifies that supervising them in attending their court appearances, it's more clearly stated to mean we will provide transportation services. And that is either arranging transportation to appointments and helping them by picking them up to go to court. The other thing is incidental supports. We'd be able to provide them food and sleeping bags, things like that. And also linking them to benefits, having staff help them with a variety of different systems like legal, court, DA. So I would move approval.
Okay. Commissioner Stewart moves approval. Any further discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. We tackled number 7 already. We did 8. We have done our public hearings. So that brings us to announcements.
Just that the local government advisory committee through AOC met the week of AOC conference and looked at LC 520, which will address some of the issues with the aid and assist situation. And we'll be addressing that again in the middle of December. So there's a lot of work, plus it's back in court. So aid and assist is a work in progress.
Thank you for being present and tackling that. I really appreciate it.
I want to make sure I didn't miss anything because my agenda.
I
is
know, right?
nuts.
I just scanned it and didn't see that you'd missed anything.
Okay, I think I was thinking of the Title III, but we moved that. Okay.
Yes.
My only announcement is that I met with some business representatives from the city of McMinnville. These are business owners. They have increasing concern over public safety. Vagrancy crime is escalating. And so they are hoping to band together with MEDP and Visit McMinnville and hopefully the county to come together to show support at the McMinnville City Council next week, which is the 13th, and provide a letter describing their concerns and what's happening and asking for a stronger commitment to what I would say is separating the houseless population that has legitimate needs for service, and we want to help them succeed with the population of folks who may also be houseless, but they are committing crimes, property crimes, namely, and really sort of reducing the quality of life in McMinnville specifically. It's happening across the county, and so they've asked Yamhill County to come to the table in that, namely because we are kind of the conduit for mental health services or addiction services. Director Manfred talked about the teams that she would like to see put in place. I think that's a really good opportunity to help with that. You know, we've got folks, we have business owners who are spending their holidays lying on the floor of their businesses to try and attempt to catch these folks who are coming in and stealing from them, stealing gas, you know, ripping off parts of the business, damaging the businesses, setting fires. So something has to change. It's really difficult for us to proceed as wanting to be an economic driver and promote economic development when we can't even take care of our own businesses. So it's getting to the point of crisis levels, especially in McMinnville. We know that personally, frankly now, given what happened last weekend. And I did bring this up at the lipstick discussion yesterday. They are aware of it. But you know, there's a lot of frustration around policies that are coming out of Salem that are really tying the hands of police, making it harder for the DA to prosecute certain crimes, types of crimes. And so it just seems to be this spiral that we're in, but hopefully with the help of the local community, we can start to tackle it, and push back.
How
So
would
it's
we
the
as the
third-
county, since it seems like a law enforcement issue, and to the degree that we can provide behavioral health services, we do, but when you're looking at the criminality of this issue, how, since it's out of our jurisdiction from the sheriff's office, how do we weigh in?
There's a lot of intersection. So it just take the city of McMinnville PD. For instance, there's intersection with the jail. There's intersection with YCOM. Some of the business owners in McMinnville, when they call YCOM, they're very frustrated at the response. So we just need some better continuity there. So that there are a lot of things we can do. And certainly, I mean, we seem to say this every time, but boosting addiction services, mental health treatment, we've got to focus our effort there.
But it
and-
sounds like it's more of a criminal thing is what what I was hearing.
Well, our business community, you know, it really made me quite emotional because our business community is so giving and so caring. And this is their words. They're describing it as, we have a problem where we lump everybody into the same bucket of quote unquote homeless. And we have a certain small percentage of those people who are causing problems, or they're committing crimes and they're causing problems, and they're taking away resources from the people who need it the most. And it makes people in the public feel negative towards the entire bucket of people when they want to help. They want to, you know, promote safety, security, housing, clothing, food, everything. They want to help with that. But when they are being literally eroded in terms of a business, their foundations are being eroded, that's costing them money, and there's no punishment for it. These crimes are happening and there's no follow through. These folks are getting out of jail almost immediately and there's no punishment. And so
That sounds like there's a nexus.
there's a nexus. It's not just us. But that's how they see it. We might see it differently. They see it as there is a small percentage of this group of people that are causing the most problems. Let's tackle that because we want to help these people. And we're just being, you know, that effort is being soiled by what's happening. So it was a fascinating conversation. I'm going to try and be there on the 13th at the McMinnville City Council next week, just to hear them and see what they have to say. But I do think that, you know, the sheriff, it's something the sheriff can be involved in through YCOM and the jail and other things where we have intersection there. My second announcement is just to congratulate Chief Lusage for his retirement. Carlton Fire Chief is retiring after about 50 years, I think, 50 years of service. So he had his, he's been a pillar of the community. So we congratulate him. And Thank you for your service. So we do have a hand up online.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that because we've already gone through the agenda and we're
Yeah.
past the public comment period, and I see that. And we noticed, Mr. McCormick joined a little bit late. It's completely up to the board if you want to allow public comment, but at this point, we're past that point in the agenda and we don't have any further agenda items unless there's a comment on the announcements. But again, it's completely, it's up to the board on how you'd like to proceed. And if you tell us otherwise, we can ask that any comments can be sent to us in writing or can attend next week's formal session and provide comments at that
Both
time.
of those
So
would be good things, yeah.
Yeah, I think given the time, we've been here for 6 hours. That if Mr. McCormick, if you want to submit written testimony or just email any one of us, that would be fine and we can get the message around. Is there a way to post our email in there maybe? Like a chat or
It's on the
something?
website.
Yeah, it's on our website, but okay, announcements.
And I just wanted to let you know that next Thursday evening is the NREC Northwest Research and Experiment Station Advisory Council and a grand opening of their labs, which Surendra noted. And I'm going to see if I can get that guy to come too.
That guy?
So that's it for me for now in this late hour.
Thursday night.
Yes. December 8th.
Okay, any further announcements, anyone?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, I will adjourn the Yamaha County Board of Commissioners formal and informal session for December 1st, 2022. It is 4:03.
No.
Thank you.